Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
Colter Farrow hooked a leg over his saddle horn, nudged his floppy-brimmed coffee-brown hat back off his sunburned forehead, and raised his spyglass so that it touched the upper end of the letter S that had been burned into his left cheek. He could no longer feel the brand's searing burn. The nights of agony and torment in the aftermath of the savage branding, the glowing iron that seared his cheek until his nose had filled with the stench of his own burning flesh, had gradually diminished, so that now he could put his hand, or a spyglass, to his face and become only vaguely aware of the hard, knotted tissue that would mark him forever. But he was never unaware of the horrified looks, pitying glances, and incredulous stares that the S-brand constantly won him, nor that the scar would prevent him from acquiring the handsomeness that he, at vain moments in his youthful past, had expected to gain once the boyish softness of his features had been tempered by manhood's chisel. He would never be a handsome man, and no girl would ever marry him, because not only did he wear the hideous scar, but the scar wore him, so that it had become him. It was the first and last thing anyone ever saw. He adjusted the spyglass's focus until the three riders washed up from the wind-buffeted brome and buffalo grass and over a low knoll, moving toward him at easy lopes, the brushy cut of Little Gooseberry Creek falling away behind them. The three riders, sunburned and ragged-looking but well-armed, rode through a stand of aspens, the leaves beginning to turn now at the bittersweet end of a short high-country summer. One of the men, wearing a long wolf coat and a felt sombrero with a bent brim, turned his head to one side to spit chaw. He wore 2 cartridge belts around the outside of his coat, and the pistol-filled holsters attached to the belts were thonged on his checked wool-clad thighs. Griff Shanley sat his white-stockinged black to Colter's right.
You recognize him?
Nope.
Colter lowered the spyglass to frown across the bending grass and silver-green sage at the 3 men loping toward him, Shanley, and their partner, Stretch Dawson. All 3 rode for Cimarron Padilla's Diamond Bar brand in the shadow of the sun-capped Cheyennes, and they were looking for herd-quitting steers and unbranded calves, mavericks that they'd missed in the fall gather a month ago, getting ready to settle down in the Diamond B bunkhouse for the long Cheyenne Mountain winter.
But then I don't know anyone up here but you fellas and the few I met passing through the Diamond Bar headquarters.
Shanley took Farrow's spyglass and held it to his eye for a time, his wind-blistered lips stretched back from his chipped, tobacco-stained teeth and framed by a 3-day growth of stubble, then handed the glass to Stretch Dawson, a lanky, good-natured rider from Dakota.
Nah.
The riders drew to within 60 yards and checked their mounts down to walks.
I never seen them rannies out here. Saddle tramps by the look of them. Regulators, maybe? Judging by the hardware they're packing? The pool might have hired them to keep nesters out of the mountains this winter.
I don't know. They look a mite rangy to me, especially if they've got a parcel of Diamond Bar beef boxed up in a canyon nearby. Might reward us to sit watchful, fellers.
Out here, you're always watchful among strangers, you old mossy horn.
Shut up about that mossy orange shit. I ain't all that much older than you, Stretch. The difference is, I've learned more in my time above ground and had a hell of a lot more women than you, my friend.
Bullshit.
The 2 men, lifelong 30-and-found ranch hands, had been partnered up so long, mostly in remote line shacks around Wyoming and Dakota, that they could hardly exchange a civil word to each other. Colter knew, though, from having known many other men of the same breed, that they'd die for each other at the drop of a hat. But judging by the old pistols each wore in soft leather holsters that were cracked and yellowed with age and weather, neither was very practiced with a shooting iron. If it came to a lead swap here, with the 3 obviously gun-handy hard cases closing on them fast, they'd likely give up their ghosts, and Colter would be left to shoot it out alone. The 3 strangers reined their sweat-lathered mounts to a halt 20 yards away. The riders merely stared, hard-eyed, over their horses' heads at Colter and the other 2 drovers, coolly taking the stockman's measure. The one on the left, a dark-haired, blue-eyed gent with a black soup-strainer mustache and a calico shirt under a black cowhide vest, spoke up.
What are you 3 doing out here?
I was about to ask you the same thing, amigo.
The three strangers studied Griff with stony faces. Keeping a tight rein on his blaze-faced coyote dun, Colter appraised the strangers in return. They looked harried and ornery. The middle one had his hand on the big Schofield, jutting from the holster on his left hip. Not that he was about to pull, but that he was always ready to. Obviously, they didn't like Shanley's question. The eldest drover flushed and glanced from Colter to Stretch Dawson as the pregnant silence grew increasingly tense. Finally, the man on the right spoke up.
We're looking for the trail to the Lone Pine stage station. We was told we'd cut it just after we crossed Devil's Creek, but we didn't see no trail. And here we are, a good 5 miles beyond the Devils.
He and the other two men shifted their eyes among Colter, Shanley, and Dawson.
You won't find the trail to Lone Pine anywhere near Devil's Creek. From here, you'd pick it up over yonder.
Dawson canted his head toward a large rocky-topped bluff about 2 miles to the southwest, off his own right shoulder.
Wagon Mound Bluff's where you'll find it. This side, but before Wagon Mound Canyon. Nasty country in there. That's why they done closed the Lone Pine Station. Trail kept washing out or burning out by wildfires. The new station's farther east.
We ain't asking about the news station, mister. We done rode through the news station, and that's where they told us we'd pick up the trail to the old station by Devil's Creek.
Well, that's a pity. And what explains that bit of lousy information is the fact that the station master at Rock Creek Station is new around here. Howard Rigsby. The company shipped him in from Kansas. Don't know shit from Cheyenne. And he'd probably send you to Cheyenne if you was looking for Laramie.
Shanley smiled at his humor. Stretch Dawson did as well. Colter felt his own mouth corners rise, not because he found Shanley humorous, but because he wanted to lighten the mood and keep the minds as well as the hands of these three long coulee riders off their guns. His lopsided grin wasn't catching, however. The faces of the strangers remained as hard as the granite faces of the Cheyennes looming in the west.
How long will it take for us to ride to Lone Pine from here, eh?
Oh, the rest of the day, a few hours in the morning.
Say, what you boys want to waste your time riding all the way to that old abandoned station for anyhow? Folks say Injuns use it for a camp now and then, and...
Colter's gut had tightened as the overly chatty Dawson, too curious for his own good, had leaned his head out to his right to inspect the saddle of the man sitting straight in front of him. Whatever Dawson had seen there, apparently draped over the hindquarters of the rider's claybank stallion, wasn't what he'd expected, or had wanted to see. Stretch had a big V-shaped face with a silver-brown mustache colored like a summer sunset, and the smile he now tried to fashion only gave him a frightened, constipated look.
Now, why did you have to go and do that?
Do what?
Look at them saddlebags behind me.
Oh, I didn't look.
Oh, don't try to hornswoggle me, you old saddle tramp. You ever hear the saying, curiosity killed the cat?
Colter looked from Dawson to the three hard cases. Now suddenly they were all three smiling. The smiles weren't fun or humorous. They were dark smiles. The smiles of men who knew something bad was about to happen and they weren't all that happy about it. Because they were used to bad things happening. More to the point, they were used to doing bad things and even rather enjoyed it. Colter became aware of the Remington riding in the cross-draw position and the soft leather holster angled back away from his right hip. The fingers of his left hand tingled the way they often did when he rode to high altitudes, or when he was about to pull iron. The black-haired man must have noticed the movement.
Good Lord, boy, who in the hell laid that brand on your cheek?
Ain't you ever heard about curiosity killing the cat, mister?
Look, Stretch didn't mean nothing by that. He's just curious, that's all. We don't care what the hell you boys are up to. All we care about is our herd. We're moving it down closer to the headquarters, you know.
Okay. Can we all live with that and just ride on out of here real peaceful like?
Well, I don't know. I don't really see how we can, old man. You see any deputy marshal who rides through here looking for us and stumbles across you? Well, he's gonna get the full story now, ain't he? How you seen us right where you see us now, and how we told you where we was headed. $26,000 in stolen Army gold.
Colter's heart tattooed an even rhythm against his breastbone. His left hand, splayed across his thigh, itched. He kept his gaze forward on the cutthroats, but in the corner of his right eye he could see sweat glinting on Shanley's and Dawson's chiseled, weathered cheeks. Colter waited. The cutthroats expected their main opposition to come from the two older gents to Colter's right, not from the branded kid in the shapeless hat, ragged trail clothes, and suspenders, and wearing an old rusty Remington and an even older holster on his hip. But they were wrong. The three men made a move for their guns in unison. Colter was ready. Graphic Audio presents Colter Farrow 2, The Killers of Cimarron by Frank Leslie. Narrated by Terrence Aselford, with performances by Michael John Casey, Tim Carlin, Nora Ashrati, Thomas Keegan, Christopher Sheeran, Matthew Bassett, Bradley Smith, Kimberly Gilbert, Marnie Penning, Christopher Graybill, Michael Glenn, Evan Casey, Scott McCormick, Gregory Linnington, Rose Elizabeth Supan, Joe Brack, Drew Copus, Ken Jackson, and Jonathan Foyer. Colter Farrow 2, The Killers of Cimarron. Shanley and Dawson looked from the dead men to Colter, and then to the smoking pistol in the kid's hand.
Holy shit!
Colter stepped down from his saddle, dropped his gun's reins, and went around to each of the dead men, kicking their dropped revolvers well out of range of a possible grab. Not that the three hard cases weren't dead, but he'd learned after surviving several ambushes in Colorado before being driven out of the territory by bounty hunters and lawmen looking for the killer of a prominent rancher and the deputy sheriff of Saponero to always kick the guns away from his attackers, whether they looked dead or not. It was a precaution he'd learned the hard way, having ignored the guns of a bounty hunter north of Denver who'd looked dead after Colter had shot him 3 times in the chest and belly, but who'd resurrected himself with both fists filled with roaring Smith & Wessons. When the cutthroats' guns had been disposed of, he turned to Griff Shanley and Stretch Dawson, who were still sitting their jittery cow ponies and regarding him skeptically. Their faces were blanched behind their leathery tans, and their eyes were wide and glassy.
Didn't see no other way.
Colter felt sick to his stomach and weak in the knees. He'd not been born a killer, as some of the men he'd had to kill over the past year had. Killing nauseated him for days, filled him with a lead-like depression and such a grim outlook that he sometimes wished he'd simply let the hunters have him. But then, too, he'd have to let them stretch his neck, or shoot him, and cut off his head and send it back to Bill Rondo, sheriff of Saponero, Colorado Territory, the man Colter had left branded with his own iron and in a wheelchair, and who'd put out the $2,000 bounty on Colter's head.
Didn't want to do it.
The dead men had been alive and breathing and heading toward the rest of their lives, their next meal, next drink, next woman, a few seconds ago. Now, in the wake of Colter's belching Remington, they lay limp, dead, and ugly against the ground. Their hearts stopped, futures wiped out, blood seeping into the earth beneath their slumped and twisted carcasses. They were nothing now but cooling, rotting flesh, food for the coyotes and vultures.
Look there.
Dawson removed his hand from his old Schofield to point out the saddlebags that the horse of the man in the gray sombrero had bucked off its back. The twin bags lay with one pouch on its side and leaking bright gold coins into the sage and sand. The pouch's flap was stamped U.S. Army. Dawson dropped to a knee, bit a glove off his big red hand, and scooped up a handful of the coins. The slanting afternoon light shone brightly off the gold, tinging Dawson's gray-blue gaze above his wisping mustache as he shuttled it to Shanley.
What do you think about that?
How much you think is there?
I don't know. Didn't they say 26,000?
Yeah, I could barely hear him above my old hammer and ticker.
Colter stood staring down at the men, saw the hesitation in both their faces, even felt the same hitch he knew was in their chests. He'd known both men for a little over a month, since signing on with the Diamond Bar brand when he'd heard in Casper they were looking for lone riders, but he'd come to know what each man was made of.
Reckon Cimarron will know what to do with it?
Yeah, old Cimarron will know what to do with it. Well, what I'm wondering is, what about the fellas these fellas here was going to meet at Lone Pine?
We best bury him.
It was the first he'd spoken in several minutes, and both Shanley and Dawson snapped their heads toward him as though half expecting to see his Remy in his fist once more. They appraised him for a moment, silently, warily, taking his measure all over again, the way they'd done when he'd first shown up in the bunkhouse back at the Diamond Bar. His sugan, war bag, and saddle, all he owned, on his shoulder, narrow of hip and shoulder, arms and legs a little long for the rest of him. Long dark red hair, and a long angular face peeling from too many miles under a hot western sun, and marked by that grisly S no one had asked him about, and about which he'd offered nothing. Just a young, raggedy-heeled saddle tramp raised on a ranch high up in Colorado's lunatic range, and now looking for a place to throw down and bury a picket pin for a time until he could figure out what to do with his young life. They were thinking they'd sized him up wrong, only they hadn't. He was that same kid. Only a run of awful luck back in Saponero had turned him into a killer, and a kid on the run toward what he hoped would eventually be a life consisting of something more than bloodshed.
Yeah, we best bury 'em where they won't be found. And we best catch their horses. If them other owl hoots find their mounts, they'll likely track 'em back here, find the graves, then backtrack us to Diamond Bar.
Shit. Maybe we ought to just leave this here gold right where we found it. Taking it with us might just be packing a whole lot of trouble back to the ranch. Cimarron might not like it. I can just hear him now. Well, what in the name of Jehoshaphat's cat did you bring it back here for?
Shanley glanced at Colter as if looking for help in making his decision. The boy didn't care what they did with the gold. It was a temptation to keep it. Money caused a lot of troubles to go away, but attracted as many more. Stolen money attracted the most troubles of all. And once you'd taken it, you'd be known for taking it. And it was a hard thing to live down, especially to yourself. Of course, Colter had never stolen so much as a horseshoe or a forkful of hay for his horse. But in the past year of his short life, he'd lived as much as most men lived in twice that time. And he'd come to recognize trouble from a long ways down his back trail.
It's up to you, fellas. I'm green here, but I'll back you. Whatever you decide.
Dawson shoveled the spilled coins back into the pouch and latched the flap closed. He stood slowly, staring down at the two swollen bags, then looked at Shanley.
I reckon we'd best take it back to the ranch. That'd be the right thing. Likely soldiers died when these men stole it from them.
Yeah, that's about how I see it, too. Cimarron will likely see it that way. He was a cavalry grunt himself once. Though this here gold could be trouble for all of us.
Maybe not if we cover our tracks. Take that Jackrabbit Canyon trail back to the Diamond Bar. It's rocky in there, and our tracks won't show on the slide rock.
Okay, let's fetch their horses and then bury these sons of bitches in a dry fork of the creek back yonder. No one will find them there.
Sounds fine by me. Afterwards, maybe we ought to just unsaddle their horses and turn them loose. Wouldn't want the wrong fella seeing them in the Diamond Bar corral.
If them other owl hoots found them out here, they'd know their partner's trail ended around here somewhere. The way I figure it, if they don't find the horses and they don't find them, the other robbers might think these three lit a shuck with it.
A double cross. Hot damn. I like it. You know, Griff, your thinker box sometimes works better than I give it credit for.
Well, then, let's get a move on. We're burning up daylight a pound a minute.
Colter saw that as the older puncher climbed into his saddle, he was staring down at the Remington on Colter's hip. An old, harmless-looking weapon. One that most cowhands would use only on snakes and calf-thieving coyotes. Colter would tell his old partners how he'd come to use it so well, better than a gun like that deserved to be used. He'd tell them about his murdered foster father, Trace Cassidy, and the men who'd killed him. The men whom Colter in turn had killed or maimed after learning how to shoot the old Remy, which he'd grown so attached to that he'd never considered replacing it, no matter how many other better, newer weapons he stumbled upon. But first, they'd get their chores done here and get the gold back to the Diamond Bar. It was getting on in the afternoon, and the sun fell fast this high in the mountains this late in the year. And they didn't want to be caught out here after dark with those other cutthroats catting around looking for their gold.
Gravels me, turning men down in unmarked graves.
Stretch Dawson spoke when 2 hours later they'd buried the three cutthroats at the bottom of a dry wash, forking off the cut of Devil's Creek, about half a mile from where Colter had dropped them. The two older drovers had each taken one of the guns that Colter had tossed into the brush, and they'd buried the rest of the weapons with the men themselves.
Don't bother me at all. Sons of bitches like that don't deserve to be buried at all. They deserve to have their bones picked and licked clean by turkey buzzards and porcupines.
Yeah, well, they were still men. They might have come to no good, but they were men nonetheless. My pa said even the worst of us deserve to be buried proper-like and have words read over us.
Your pa was a preacher?
That's right, he was.
Sky pilot. Never cared for the breed. No better than rock-worshipping Injuns.
Better than a goddamn farmer like your old rebel pa. Come on, Colter. Don't leave me too long alone with this ornery sumbitch. I might backshoot him.
The three drovers had the reins of each of the cutthroat mounts tied to their saddle horns as they each led a horse back to the Diamond Bar. Colter noticed the other two waddies had stopped bedeviling each other, as they tended to do when they were nervous, and took dark, speculative looks along their back trail. Colter did the same, though there was nothing back there but the flower-white trail twisting back through the steep-walled canyon from Devil's Creek, strewn with boulders and spotted with wind-gnarled cedars. The sun was falling fast, cool purple shadows bleeding out from the canyon's western slope.
Well, we ain't making any time like this. Hell, them owl hoots is probably still waiting for these dead three to show at Lone Pine.
They won't start looking for him till dawn tomorrow, most like. You think so, Colter?
That's how I figure it.
They rode up out of the cut of Devil's Creek and through a badlands area, a maze of shallow, rocky gorges cut by an ancient river. The sun was hovering low over the western ridges, an enormous rose in full bloom, when they rode out of the mouth of Charlie's Creek Canyon and into a broad valley in which the Diamond Bar Ranch crouched against the valley's southern pine and fir-clad wall. The valley shone silver green with its carpet of low, wind-twisted mountain sage. There wasn't a single tree on the valley floor, which was sandy and rocky and fit for only sage, needlegrass clumps, fescue, and tough but bright wildflowers. The ranch headquarters wasn't much more than a two-story shake-roofed log cabin flanking several unskinned pole corrals, and a low bunkhouse twice as long as the cabin, but consisting of only one story and a brush roof. There was a windmill and a spring house for keeping the dairy provided by the single milk cow fresh. The chicken coop in which Cimarron's adopted daughter, Pearl, kept her barred rocks and leghorns was set off in the wolf willows near the creek that ran along the base of the canyon wall. The headquarters was buried in the shadow of the ridge now, at nearly 6:30 in the late summer evening. Gray smoke from the cabin's broad fieldstone hearth unraveled against the deep, cool green of the pines rising steeply above. Shanley, Dawson, and Colter crossed Diamond Creek and rode under the portal in which Cimarron Padilla had burned the Diamond Bar brand and surrounded it with now rusty horseshoes and had capped it with the rack of a giant bull moose. The trio passed the corrals in which the stock ponies and Cimarron's two mules stood, dolorous after their suppers of oats, hay, and the chill fresh water from the windmill. The finely churned dust of the trail past the corrals rose, smelling cool and flowery in the quickly chilling air. There was the piney smell of the corral poles, as well as those from the broad, sloping ridge, and the smell of dung, piss, tack, hemp, and freshly cut hay. Interwoven was the mockingly intermittent aroma of the beef that Pearl was cooking for supper on the black iron range inside the cabin. As they rode up, Colter saw that the front door of the cabin was open to let out the hot air from the range. Pearl was walking out just then, glancing toward the three riders leading the three horses. She stopped suddenly to look back toward the Diamond Bar riders and the unfamiliar horses they were leading. Cimarron Padilla was looking at the riders, too. He was a thin, slightly pot-bellied man, somewhere in his 50s or 60s. His mother was said to have been from Sonora, Mexico, his father an Irish soldier. But he'd taken his mother's family name when he'd hit off on his own at only 12 years old. Cimarron, as he liked to be called, and not Mr. Padilla, as most ranchers would have demanded from their help, had long, dark red hair, almost the same color as Colter's, and his hawkish face was as dark as a well-aged saddle, his nose broad and long as a splitting wedge, with an old knife scar on one side. His coffee-brown eyes were spoked with deep black wrinkles. He wore a Colt Peacemaker on his right thigh, thonged down like a pistolier's. The hide-wrapped handle of a broad bowie knife jutted from a beaded sheath on his other hip. Something about the way old Cimarron wore his weapons, or maybe because of how sharply the well-tended weapons contrasted his otherwise ratty attire, suggested to Colter that the rancher might have been a wild-eyed border tough 20, 30 years ago. Maybe it was out of habit that he still wore the gun and the knife, even around his quiet, carefully maintained headquarters here in Wyoming's Cheyenne Mountains, far away from the deadly border country he'd haunted in his youth.
Guess what, Cimarron?
Cimarron stopped at the horse that Shanley had led by a lead rope and ran his hand down the bay's fine neck.
Where'd you find this fine horse? These other two?
Just then, his eyes found the bulging saddlebags draped over the rear of Shanley's extra mount.
You ain't gonna like this, Cimarron.
Pearl walked up, her waist-length, straight black hair blowing in the evening breeze. She was a full-blood hunk papa Sioux with a wild, sensual air about her. Colter had no idea how she'd come to live here with Cimarron and Shanley and Dawson, because he'd never asked anyone, and no one had offered the information. All Colter knew was that the girl hardly ever looked at him, but he looked at her plenty. The way she swung her hips when hauling water from the well, or how she often wore doe-skin skirts cut above her knees, showing most of her long, tan legs. The girl, with whom Colter had never had a conversation in the month he'd been there, stayed a little ways away from the horses, crossing her arms on her full breasts as she regarded the riders warily, darkly, as though she'd sensed the trouble before it had even come riding into the yard. Cimarron looked askance at Dawson as he opened the saddlebag flap and dipped a hand into the pouch, jingling the coins in his fingers.
Let's see.
While you fellas explain how it was to Cimarron, I'll tend to the mounts.
Colter took the reins of both his horses. Shanley removed the heavy saddlebags from the back of his buckskin. No one said anything as Colter took Dawson's reins. Dawson shucked his rifle from his saddle boot as Colter turned his two horses around and led all 6 droopy-headed mounts toward the main corral, where the stock ponies stood, regarding them with ear-twitching curiosity. As the young drover lifted the wire loop that latched the corral gate and shoved the gate back away from the corral, he glanced at the cabin. Cimarron was following Shanley and Dawson inside. Miss Pearl herself gathered an armload of wood. When she straightened, she turned toward the corral. She stood by the low pile of split wood, looking toward Colter. Her V-shaped, black-eyed face was tanned a dark cherry. Her eyes, under soft brows, were expressionless, and her long hair slid about her slender shoulders. She could look so severe at times that Colter felt himself wanting to cower around her like a whipped dog. Other times, when something amused her, the corners of her mouth rose warmly, and her eyes sparkled beguilingly, thrillingly, before she'd toss her head away in embarrassment of having shown such emotion. Feeling his face warm, Colter turned away from the girl and began leading 2 of the horses into the corral, the other mounts following obediently. When he'd gotten all the mounts inside, he looped the wire over the post to latch the gate and glanced once more across the yard to see Pearl's long, dancing hair disappear inside the cabin. While Colter worked, stripping each horse of its tack, setting the gear in the tack room, and rubbing each horse down, he thought about the men he'd killed and about his job here. He knew instinctively that Cimarron Padilla was a fair man, but he wouldn't blame the rancher for firing him when he'd heard what he'd done. Few ranchers wanted a pistolier on their rolls. You never knew what trouble such a rider would bring. A land-grabbing rancher might want a gunman in his bunkhouse and out riding his range, but Cimarron seemed satisfied with his modest holdings, and none of the other ranchers around seemed to be crowding him. The Diamond Bar had no use for a pistolier. Colter had to be prepared to gather his gear and ride out of here in the morning, unless he could convince Cimarron he was not a pistolier, but only a young man who'd had to learn to use his old Remy to survive a patch of hard luck. Several times he glanced toward the cabin, wondering what the 3 men were discussing, wondering what they'd decided about the gold, and about him. He just finished rubbing the 6 horses down when he saw the cabin door open. Pearl poked her head out, reaching towards the iron triangle hanging beneath the eaves. The young puncher studied the cabin, the windows of which now glowed with wan lamplight. The sun had fallen, the air had turned crisp and almost eerily still. Stars had sparked to life over the velvety pine-clad ridge, a couple flickering like near lamps. Colter glanced back out across the valley toward the main trail. Spying no riders who might have had their own ideas for the gold, he doffed his hat and ducked through the corral poles. He crossed the yard and rolled up his shirt sleeves before setting to work making himself presentable for the Padilla supper table. When he'd combed his damp hair and run his fingers through his ears one more time, making sure he'd scoured out as much grime as he could, he went into the cabin, a wary, tentative expression on his scarred, sunburned face. He doffed his hat quickly and hung it on the antler tree beside the door, which sported 4 others. Shanley and Dawson sat at the long split-log eating table, their backs to Colter. Cimarron was seated at the table's right end, his back to the small, rough-hewn but cozy living room that glowed with a low fire in the fieldstone hearth. Colter's place was on the other side of the table from the older Waddies, while Pearl always sat at the left end to be near the range and kitchen shelves. At the moment, she was dishing up steaming beef stew, standing between Shanley and Dawson. She did not look at Colter, who made his slow, tentative way around the table toward his own place. Cimarron sat with his hands folded and seemed to be staring at the middle of the table. Shanley and Dawson said nothing, only sat waiting for the girl to finish filling their plates, their hair and mustaches slick with the recent combing. As Colter took his seat across from them, he saw the saddlebags sitting on the floor about 4 feet from the door, under the heavy winter coats and rain slickers that hung from square pegs. He slid his gaze from the gold to Shanley and Dawson, who sat idly, politely looking down at their plates, hands in their laps, and then to Cimarron, who was looking at Colter with faint speculation in his brown eyes. Colter looked away as he placed his hands in his lap and waited, as he did every mealtime, for Pearl to load up his plate and then to fill her own. She returned the big kettle to the range, and then she took her own place at the table, reaching back with one hand to flatten her skirt against her legs as she sat down in the high-bottomed chair, drawing one leg under her, as was her way, and keeping her expressionless eyes on the table. Cimarron picked up his knife and fork. He held the silver above his plate as he turned to Colter.
Son, we're gonna have you ride into town tomorrow. Leave a message with the constable there. Tell him to have the sheriff over in Buffaloville ride out for the gold if he wants it. It's up to him to get it back to the army. I'll have nothing to do with the goddamn army.
Not elaborating, Cimarron began cutting into one of the large chunks of stew meat on his battered tin plate.
Until then, we'll keep it here, safe and sound. Though I might have to sit up of a night with my shotgun to keep old Stretch from filling his pockets.
Pearl hardly ever reacted to the men's conversation, but now she smiled, eyes flashing as she regarded her adoptive father on the other end of the table from her. It seemed that only Cimarron could make her smile. Cimarron returned her smile, and then she put her head back down, busily cutting into her meat and gritting her teeth a little with the effort. She had perfect white teeth, and Colter was always taken by how her rich upper lip curled back slightly toward her nose, which was long and fine and ever so slightly, alluringly crooked.
We gonna keep an eye out for them owl hoots?
I doubt they'd be able to follow you through Lost Canyon. Chances are they won't even find the graves. Like you said, they'll figure they was double-crossed. I'll bury the gold in the old cellar out back. They'd never find it there, even if they did come calling. Not that we give them a chance to. Anyway, we're all light sleepers, and the horses will warn us of riders.
Colter fidgeted, watching Cimarron out of the corner of his eye, glancing occasionally across the table at Shanley and Dawson, then at Pearl sitting to his right, hunkered down over her plate as busily, hungrily as the men. Pearl was not a dainty eater. In fact, she wasn't dainty about much of anything she did, from milking cows to sweeping floors to helping shoe horses or branding calves. She had an earthy, forthright, no-nonsense quality and approached the grueling work of everyday frontier life head-on and without complaint. In that way, she was like the chestnut-haired girl Mariana Claymore Colter had left back in the lunatic mountains of southern Colorado. His discomfort over the gold situation scoured his young man's natural curiosity about Pearl from his mind, and he finally set his fork and knife down, adjusted his suspenders with his thumbs, and entwined his hands on the edge of the table. He looked at Cimarron.
I ain't no pistolier, Cimarron.
Cimarron raised his candle-lit brown eyes to him calmly, but said nothing. Shanley narrowed an eye at him from over one of the 2 sputtering candles, dripping beeswax over the sides of the Delaney's tomato tin, propping it up.
You don't owe us no explanation, Colter. If it wasn't for your handiwork with that old 6-shooter of yourn, we'd all be having our dead flesh gnawed by coyotes about now. In the morning, the buzzards would be picking our bones clean.
Never seen like a shooting like that. But like Griff says, without it, we'd be goners.
Just the same, I want you to know I had to learn how to shoot after my foster pa was killed in Cimarron, Colorado territory. He had some secrets down there in that town I found out about after someone murdered him. Them secrets I won't go into. But I will tell you straight and clear, and without no shame at all, that I wrought vengeance upon his killers. All but one. Bill Rondo, an owl hoot of a sheriff. I burned the same brand into his face as he burned into mine. The S for Sapanero. And I left him an invalid there in town.
Colter settled himself back in his chair, feeling lighter from having gotten just that much off his chest. He looked at Cimarron. The rancher's normally placid eyes now appeared skeptical as they held a gravy-drenched chunk of meat and potato halfway to his open mouth. Both Shanley and Dawson, too, had turned to hang-jawed stone as they stared across the candles at Colter. The young puncher turned to Pearl, and shock nearly threw him out of his chair. The girl faced him straight on, not askance. She did not turn away, but continued to hold his stare with an incredulous one of her own. Her black brows beetled slightly. She was slowly chewing, studying him pensively. Swallowing, she kept her eyes on him.
I sort of figured you might have learned to handle a six-shooter by pinking tin cans off rocks behind your daddy's barn or some such.
Good Lord, boy. You been through it.
I gotta admit, I was naturally curious why a young man would venture so far from home. And I just figured you was fiddle-footed like I was at your age.
I ain't fiddle-footed, Griff. I got a bounty on my head. Put there by Bill Rondo. $2,000 to anyone who'll gun me, cut my head off, and send it back to him in a croaker sack.
The men continued to stare at Colter, their minds slow to absorb the shocking story. Pearl continued to stare at him as well, but after a time she dropped her gaze to her plate, forked a chunk of meat, and smeared it around in her gravy.
Well then, I reckon...
I know what you're gonna say, Cimarron. And while I'm sorry to hear it, I understand your thinking. Decent folks like yourselves can't live peaceable with a snake in their woodyard. I'll pack my things and pull out first thing in the morning.
Boy, you didn't let me finish. I was gonna say I reckon we got just the help we need if them owl hoots come snooping around for their gold.
You mean you're not gonna...
Boy, I'd never send a man packing who only sought justice for his own blood.
Don't sound to me like you did anything none of us wouldn't have done.
If I was turned toe down without just cause, I can only hope my kin would seek the same reckoning.
Pearl lifted her eyes to him, wide black corneas reflecting the guttering gold light of the candles.
Don't you worry none, Pa.
With that bounty on my head, I could have men hunting me even this far north.
Let them come.
Colter turned to her, another bolt of shock leaving him dumbfounded, as well as uncomfortably conscious of the brand burned into his cheek. Again, she stared at him directly, unwaveringly. After a moment, she dropped her bent leg to the floor and slid her chair back. She picked up her plate, then Colter's plate, and hauled both over to the wash tub, steaming on the range.
Best have you some of Miss Pearl's chook cherry pudding, boy. Then you'd better tumble on into bed. You're looking at a full day's ride tomorrow.
The large roan was traversing a dry wash when its rider arched slightly back in pain and then started to lead forward, his left hand tightening into a fist and then reaching for the saddle horn. The rider was Spur Logan. Most people simply called him Spur, though there were plenty who called him a son of a bitch and worse. He was a deputy U.S. Marshal out of Denver.
Not for very goddamn much longer.
A tearing pain in his chest and left shoulder, an ache so raw that he leaned further forward over his saddle horn as his big roan climbed up out of a dry wash in the Beaver Creek Hills northwest of Buffaloville, Wyoming territory. He clamped a gloved hand over his left arm, fighting nausea and a spinning sensation while clamping his left hand over the saddle horn to keep from falling off his horse. He managed to get the roan stopped at the edge of a pine forest. Quickly, feeling as though a railroad spike were being driven into his chest from beneath his left arm, he fumbled inside his wool-lined elkskin vest, his fingers clawing across the badge he wore hidden beneath the vest to the breast pocket of his hickory shirt, and pulled out his small, flat, hide-wrapped whiskey flask. He released his right hand from his left arm and loosened his grip on his saddle horn. He looked around, testing himself, grateful that the trees and rocks and Spanish bayonet had stopped swirling around him, then released the horn altogether. He bunched up his craggy face with its patches of light red beard mottled gray, several moles from a searing frontier sun splotching his leathery cheeks just below his eyes. He'd contracted the cursed heart condition over the 12 years he spent in northern Colorado and Wyoming, chasing killers, rustlers, train robbers, mail thieves, crooked Indian agents, and Bronco, Sioux, and Cheyenne running roughshod off their reservation. He worked for Chief Marshal Henry Brackett out of Denver's 3rd District Court, though Spur himself holed up most of the time in Cheyenne with some of the less Puritan members of the area. He was, by his own admission, a whoremonger, but brothels and bedbug-infested flophouses were far from where he'd acquired the dreaded heart ailment.
Damn colicky crab in my chest.
His family had a penchant for the affliction, as both his ma and pa keeled over from heart strokes in their early 50s, Spur's age now. The long, lonely trails and all sorts of harsh weather on mountain and plain had sealed the lawman's fate. Suddenly he lifted his head, his sudden giddiness from having parried one more jab from the iron crab fading like wood smoke in the wind. And that's just what he'd sniffed of a sudden. Wood smoke on a breeze that whistled and clattered in the tops of the low pines and cedars. A branch broke off and fell, tumbling and crackling through lower limbs before smashing to the ground with a soft thud. The roan lifted its head sharply and sidestepped. It was about to nicker until Spur closed his hand over the end of its snout, rendering the exclamation stillborn.
Quiet, coaches. Hush up and hold your water.
When the horse seemed to relax a bit, Spur slid his 1866 brass-framed Winchester repeater from its scabbard and tossed the reins over a cedar branch. Slowly, moving his moccasin-clad feet cautiously, he stole up to the edge of the woods, shouldered against a pine, and peered into the forest ahead of him. Here the smoke smell tanged with pine resin was a tad stronger. Somewhere inside the copse, someone had built a fire. Possibly drovers. He'd seen a couple of bull teams on the trail a few hours ago. On the other hand, they might be the cutthroats Spur had been shadowing for the past week and a half, riding up from Gunnison in southwestern Colorado. But he'd lost the trail of those curly wolves in Saw Creek Canyon a little more than a day ago. If the men who built the fire were his quarry, they were also the ones who'd robbed the stage between Gunnison and Montrose and taken 3 women hostage, a Mexican girl and 2 Mormon ranch girls on their way to Moab to visit their grandparents. Spur, who had been in Gunnison at the time, looking into other sundry federal-oriented dust-ups, had gone after the stage robbers because they drilled 7 rounds through the head of the stage's shotgun messenger, who, as chance would have it, had been employed by the U.S. Postal Service, making his killing a government offense. Gritting his teeth, Spur slowly levered around into his Winchester's breech. He glanced once more at the horse, staring curiously, a bit anxiously, at its rifle-wielding owner, then strode slowly forward through the trees. When he'd walked 50 or 60 yards, a creek angled toward him on his right, and the trees thinned out a bit. He rose on a low hummock and dropped to both knees suddenly, crouching and quickly doffing his broad-brimmed, weather-stained plainsman hat with its red-tailed hawk feather jutting from the braided leather band. An object caught in the periphery of his vision. He turned his head to his right. Something white lay just on the other side of a deadfall log, visible from beneath the log that lay propped across 2 others. Spur crawled over and peered over the top of the deadfall.
Sons of bitches.
He judged the girl had been dead only a couple of hours. The poor thing lay belly down, hands tied with rawhide behind her back. She was naked, scraped, and badly bruised. Her blonde hair lay mussed and coarse as doll's hair around her head, sprinkled with dirt and pine needles. Spur had found the bodies of the other 2 girls along the killer's back trail 2 days apart. They'd been in much the same condition as this one. Naked, tied, beaten, dead.
Sorry I didn't get here in time, little lady.
He ran his sleeve across his beard, then crabbed back away from the corpse to lift his head slowly, looking over the rim of the hummock. The fire lay about 40 yards away, at the base of a low hill and fronting the creek sheathed in aspens. The 3 men were all sporting beards of various lengths, all wearing battered hats and ratty fur coats, or, in the case of the gent on the fire's left side, a vest of rawhide. He and another man faced each other across the fire, while the 3rd man had his back to Spur. He stood and raised his Winchester to his shoulder, ratcheting the hammer back to full cock.
Hold it there, murdering bastards!
Two of the killers froze. The one on the right side of the fire jerked his head toward the rifle-wielding lawman, eyes wide in shock.
I'm Deputy U.S. Marshal Spur, and you're all under arrest for murder, including the murder of that poor little flower over yonder.
The man on the left and the one on the right did just what Spur hoped they'd do. They bolted up and clawed leather, bunching their bearded faces in fury. He swung his Winchester right, past the gent still sitting with his back to the lawman, and aimed at the face of the man on the fire's right side. Spur planted the sights of his Winchester 66 on the chest of the third man. The big hombre with heavy-lidded eyes and the tip of his broad nose missing stumbled to his feet and swung around toward Spur. He held his hands above a heavy Smith & Wesson .44 positioned for the cross draw on one hip and a smaller ivory-gripped .32 pocket pistol jutting from a deerskin shoulder holster. The cutthroat set his feet wide, staring at Spur with bright, anxious eyes.
Oh, go ahead! Pull them pistols! You might just make it! Hell, you're gonna hang anyway!
The third man stared at Spur. The scarred tip of his nose was bright red. Finally, he spread his lips in a grim smile and dropped his right hand over the grips of the big Russian. The bullet plunked through the belly of the third man, who was so lumbering and slow that he hadn't even begun to lift the .44 from its scabbard before he was sent stumbling back through the fire. Dropping to the ground on the far side of the fire, he rolled around to extinguish the flames. Spur looked at the first two men he'd taken down. Both lay dead in growing blood pools. Holding his Winchester straight out from his right hip, the stock pressed against his double cartridge belts, Spur walked to the man. The man had his eyes pinched shut as he pressed his hands to the gaping hole in his belly, leaking liver-colored innards. He was a goner. Only a few long minutes left, Spur figured.
That, amigo, is called getting your just desserts.
Stop! You done killed me already, you mangy long dog!
Spur reached down and plucked the pocket pistol from the big man's shoulder holster and tossed it off in the brush. He threw it too hard. His heart leaped and drew taut as a rope dallied around a saddle horn. Spur slammed his fist to his chest, trying to jar the knot loose.
God damn it, not yet, you son of a bitch!
The knot in his chest slackened, the danger passing. Spur looked down, realizing the third man had died, while he tried to stave off death once again. He then lowered the Winchester and stepped around the smoldering fire to the dead girl. He stared down at her for a time and dropped to a knee, set his rifle down against a log, and placed his hand on the dead girl's pale, slender back that was mottled with dirt and pine needles. Spur doffed his hat and ran a broad hand through his thick, sweat-matted salt and pepper hair. He'd seen a good many dead folks in his day, old as well as young. So many innocents taken long before their time. In the past, he'd managed to turn and ride away, his soul intact. But for some reason, now, in these later years, with his own horizon in sight, his heart had grown tender as a ripe tomato. Tears glazed his eyes, began to dribble down his mole-mottled cheeks.
Oh, hellfire, dearie.
He placed his hands on the girl's shoulders and gently turned her over. Her eyes were half open, and she almost seemed to be smiling up at him as though she were trying to reassure him.
Why? I mean, for crying out loud, why?
Spur lifted the girl's head higher and brushed the dirt and sand from her pretty bruised cheeks. Tears streamed down Spur's own craggy face, leaching into his scruffy beard as he held her in his arms. His heart felt as though it would burst with sadness. His life, hers, the endless calamities that befall everyone. Spur's shoulders jerked as he cried, his tears falling down onto the dead girl's cold cheek. It was a long-faced, blown-out Spur who rode into Buffaloville on the far eastern edge of the Cheyennes about 10 o'clock the next day, having wrapped the dead girl in one of the men's sugans and tied her over the back of one of their horses. He was leading all three of the dead cutthroats' horses into town, the girl riding belly down across the paint, thudding along directly behind Spur. With bleak eyes, the U.S. Deputy Marshal gave a cursory inspection of the town, a fair-sized ranch town grown up from a water stop and supply camp along the Bozeman Trail. The air was September crisp, and snow would soon likely fall here in the high country. The sheriff's office sat along the street's left side, all alone on a dusty lot. Just a rough log cabin, a little bigger than a spring house, but with a brush-shaded veranda on which a wicker rocker perched. Spur was halfway surprised that Sheriff Bill Wilden wasn't in the rocker. God knew there was little enough to do around this dust-beaten burg during the week when the punchers were out working the range, and since the Hunk Papa Sioux had been hazed onto their reservations. Spur turned the big roan toward the lone hitch rack fronting Wilden's office, then reined up and stepped down from his saddle. He turned to see Sheriff Wilden amble out of his office building, leaning against a homemade cane with a handle carved in the shape of a ram's horn. Wilden was an old Texan who'd followed the herds northward and somehow ended up in Buffaloville and stayed, first as a saloon owner, then as sheriff of Grant County. Wilden limped over to the edge of his veranda.
What you got there, Spur? You run them wolves down, did you?
Yep,
And I see you found the third girl.
that's right.
Where's them jackals?
Feeding coyotes in a dry wash up in the Beaver Creek Hills.
Well, damn.
You have that furniture-making fella take the girl over to his ice house. Send a cable to the sheriff over to Gunnison. Tell him them cutthroats killed their hostages. I buried the other two girls, both brunettes, along the trail. I got the body of this blonde girl here. I believe Katie was her name. And we'll keep her here for her family to fetch.
And what about the loot?
They either spent it already or buried it along the trail somewheres. I wasn't able to locate it.
Well, shit.
Bill, after you send that cable, ask Squires over to the livery barn what he'd give me for these ponies, will you? I'm gonna leave them here and he can come over and look at them. They're worth $30 each if they're worth a dime. So tell him not to short me or I'll shoot him.
Wilden limped down off the veranda, leaning hard on his cane. Arthritis had set in on Wilden after a fall from his horse several weeks ago. Older even than Spur, he'd been ready for years to settle down in his cabin near Cutter's Gulch with his half-breed wife. Only Buffalo's six-man city council hadn't been able to find a replacement for him yet. The dull-eyed Texan came around the hitch rack and studied Spur, who was leaning against the paint as he removed his hat and sleeved sweat from his sun-reddened forehead.
You don't look good, Spur. In fact, you look like you wrestled a bobcat in your saddlebags.
Feel like it. Believe I'll head on over to the Skinner house and have me a long soak in a hot tub and a nap. Might just sleep till tomorrow. We'll have us one last game of 7-Up before I head out, Bill. 'Cause when I head out this time, I won't be back. Turning in my badge, heading for Mexico.
Well, shit, Spur.
Hell, Bill, I'm tired.
Is that all it is, Spur? I'll be damned if you haven't lost weight since the last time you were through. And you look a mite peaked.
Hell, Bill, I just told you I was tired.
Spur angled the roan across the street and down a few buildings toward the Skinner house, a narrow three-story unpainted frame building without frills, its name written in large blocky green letters across its nondescript sun-blistered facade. Spur pulled his horse up to the hotel's empty hitch rack. A long minute later, he went inside. He turned his head far enough to his left to see the bald-headed hotel proprietor, Lyle Kingman, sitting on a chair beside a potted palm, his pants around his ankles, with Carmelita, a dusky-skinned whore, on his lap, straddling him bare-legged.
Spur, goddammit! Can't you knock? Oh!
Jumping Jerusalem, Lyle. Ain't she a little young for you?
If you're looking for a room, leave your money on the counter and grab a key. Anyone. You're my only business. Shit, Spur, you're breaking my concentration.
In the corner of his eye, Spur saw her running a hand over Kingman's bald pate.
I'll keep your shirt on, Lyle.
The lawman moved around behind the short desk secluded beneath the stairs and plucked a key from the wall behind the desk at random. Spur stopped at the bottom of the stairs, looking up the dark well.
If all your rooms are free, why in hell you diddling that girl down here?
Didn't want to mess up a bed. Lily just boiled all the sheets. Now, leave me alone, damn it!
Well, when you're done there, if Lily don't catch you and fill you with buckshot first, I'd like a bath. A hot one.
Spur went up to the hotel's second floor. The place smelled of tobacco and whiskey and sour carpet runners and candle wax. As Spur made his way to room 5, he wondered how many times he'd smelled similar smells in his years wandering the frontier and overnighting in nearly every flop house ever built west of the Mississippi. He tossed his gear onto the bed, the frame of which had been covered in cheap enamel that had mostly flaked off.
God damn it!
A rat the size of a pocket gopher dashed out from behind the washstand, heading for the gopher-sized hole in the floor at the room's far corner. All three of Spur's slugs plunked into the floor just shy of the critter's wiry tail. The rat scuttled down the hole and was gone.
You still got rats, Lyle, you son of a bitch!
When Colter Farrow had first ridden into Cheyenne country, he'd given the little supplied town of Crowdance a wide berth. He'd known it to be a buffalo skinner's camp, as well as a trading post and a meeting ground for men who sold contraband rifles and whiskey to the Sioux, while staying several steps ahead of the army, who were almost constantly hunting the Indians themselves. The only reason he was heading there now was to inform the constable of the stolen gold. Cimarron had sent Colter because he needed his more experienced hands at the ranch. At least that's what Cimarron had told Colter early that morning, when the rancher had sent the young drover off on the blaze-faced Coyote Dun with a grub sack of Miss Pearl's bacon biscuits and some chicken sandwiches hanging from his saddle horn. Colter suspected the real reason he'd been sent, however, was that Cimarron trusted neither Griff Shanley nor Stretch Dawson not to linger in the camp, maybe get caught up in the trap of whiskey and whores that Crowdance was known for. Colter didn't like the assignment for obvious reasons, the main one being that he had a price on his head. But it was doubtful anyone this far north of Saponero would have heard of the bounty. Besides, he didn't intend to stay any longer than it took to inform the constable of the gold, turn northwest around, and head straight back the way he'd come, returning to the Diamond Bar in the late afternoon. Crowdance wasn't much over a block long, but all the tents and cabins and a few bona fide buildings were all wedged together as though for protection against the high country weather. Most of the tents were saloons, he saw, with bushy-headed men in buckskins standing around in the open doorways holding soapy beer mugs in their fists. Most bore the bloodstains of buffalo skinners, though others wore the stamp of prospectors and local businessmen. Those better armed were likely in the business of selling rifles or hooch, or possibly slave women to the Indians. As he rode through the sloppy street, he looked for a shingle announcing the constable's office, and was distracted when, midway through town, he saw a genuine wooden structure, 2 stories high and with a balcony with a scrolled railing wrapped around its second story. The balcony was teeming with girls dressed skimpily in every color of the rainbow, and some in black as they leaned over the rail to give passers-by on the street a good look down their camisoles or negligees billowing out from their chests. One of the girls leaning against the second-story wall smiled down at Colter and stepped out to the balcony, swinging her hips coquettishly. Unlike most of the other girls, she was a real beauty with brown eyes and brown hair gathered in a French braid with a bone comb in it. And she was wearing more than just underwear, a puffy-sleeved black and red dress with a plunging neckline and several necklaces. Long, bejeweled rings dangled from her ears.
Hello there, stranger. Take care to light and see the spell?
Colter stopped northwest in front of the balcony and stared up at the girl. He had to admit to a warm flush in his cheeks and a tug down in his lower regions. A tumble might do him some good. But that wasn't why he was here.
Ma'am, I was wondering if you could tell me where I'd find the constable, George Nolan?
The girl's smile suddenly faded. She turned her head slightly, looking down at Colter's left cheek, and her dark brows wrinkled with something akin to both sympathy and revulsion.
Oh, don't mind the mark, miss. That there's a birthmark.
He broadened his smile, trying to put the girl at ease, trying to put himself at ease also. The girl straightened her head and her smile returned, though the nettling sympathy did not leave her eyes.
On up the street, on this side of the Chinaman's laundry tent. You'll see the shingle. Wanna come up first? Take the stiffness out of your bones? I have a birthmark too, and I'd be happy to show you.
I do appreciate that, miss. Maybe when I'm in town again. I'm afraid this visit's purely a business trip.
Ask for Destel.
Colter gigged northwest ahead, continuing to gaze up at the delectable beauty staring down at him.
Destel. Damn, I like that. What country you from?
I'm from France. What's your handle, cowboy?
Colter. Colter Farrow.
Damn, I like that.
Once Colter had ridden on past the building, He glanced back over his shoulder at her, and she lifted her arm high above her head, smiling brightly and waving. The vision of the pretty girl atop the saloon balcony lingered with Colter until he saw the sign nailed to a post on the right side of the street and fronting a square-shaped tent with both flaps tied back. On the sign was burned Crow Dance Constable George Nolan. There was a single hitch rack fronting the tent, and a tabby cat was sitting on the stock trough, flanking the hitch rack, lapping the muddy water. As Colter put Northwest up to the hitch rack, the cat jumped down and ran into the constable's tent.
Hey, you scared my cat.
Colter dismounted and tossed Northwest's reins over the hitch rack. Hitching his Remington high on his right hip, where he had it positioned for the cross-draw, Colter peered through the open tent flaps. Inside the tent was a roll-top desk and a small sheet iron stove, and not much else. A gun belt and a pair of muddy spurs hung from the tent's center post. One man sat behind the desk, holding the tabby cat on his shoulder. Another man sat behind the first man, laying out a game of solitaire on an apple crate. He had a shotgun across his knees and a bottle and a glass on the crate. He was a big gent with a broad, pugnacious face under a floppy-brimmed canvas hat. The man behind the desk stared hard at Colter. He was younger than the man flanking him and wore a copper eagle and flag badge on his coat lapel. He appeared tall, though he was sitting down, and was impeccably dressed in a black suit complete with black foulard ties snugged against a white paper collar. The man's dark eyes owned a cold, arrogant cast. He stroked the back of the cat, who was now facing away from Colter on the man's lap, with a long, pale hand on which he wore a gold pinky ring.
Sorry about your cat.
Watch your boots. I just cleaned this floor.
Colter glanced at the wooden floor, clean except for the faint mud tracks the cat had made. He looked at the young man, who obviously enjoyed being the constable of Crow Dance.
You Mr. Nolan?
Constable Nolan, yes.
Constable Nolan. I work for Cimarron Padilla, out to the Diamond Bar Ranch on Diamond Creek. Cimarron sent me into town to inform you of a little problem we have.
Cimarron, huh?
The man behind him had stopped playing solitaire and turned toward Colter with mute interest. A badge was pinned to the lapel of his shabby brown coat, which he wore over a soiled linsey-woolsey tunic. Colter looked behind him, making sure no one else was within hearing, then stepped farther into the tent. He glanced at the man flanking Nolan, who looked every bit as hard and unscrupulous as the other men Colter had seen in the town so far. Colter wondered how well he could keep a gold secret. After his experience in Sapanero, the young puncher didn't trust lawmen as far as he could throw them into a stiff wind.
So, what's the problem?
The cat leaped down off his lap and disappeared somewhere behind him. Colter hesitated, switching his gaze between the constable and his hard-nosed deputy, who stared at Colter with a faint mocking in his hazel gaze under shaggy red-blonde brows. Cimarron must have trusted Nolan, however, so Colter told the two men about the gold. He glazed over the fact of his killing the three who'd been carrying the loot toward the rendezvous with their amigos.
How much is there?
$26,000.
Cimarron ain't gonna keep it for himself?
Well, he figured you'd summon the sheriff over to Buffaloville and he'd come out and fetch it. Cimarron said he'd only turn the money over to the sheriff, Bill Wilden. Cimarron will keep the gold safe till Wilden rides out for it.
Well, don't that beat all? An honest mix.
He just don't want no trouble with the law. Old Cimarron probably had his fill of it down in Texas.
Well, I reckon that's it.
Colter pinched his hat brim and started back out the open tent flaps.
Hey, kid, what the hell's your name anyways?
It was the one question Colter had hoped to avoid. His mind raced. Should he give these men an alias? But he'd already mentioned his name to the pretty whore. Giving an alias now might only draw more unwanted attention to himself.
Name's Colter Farrow, sir.
Where are you from?
New Mexico.
Colter tried an affable grin, and then he nodded cordially and walked on out of the tent.
New Mexico, huh?
Spur snapped his eyes open. He was staring at the lye-yellowed pillow his cheek was pressed against.
Damn!
In a half-second, his Star 44 was in his hand, and he was rolling onto his back and extending the pistol in the direction of the creek he'd heard.
Spur!
Spur blinked. His cocked pistol was aimed at the side of a large bare breast of the dove he'd known for years, the brown-haired, brown-eyed Miss Abilene, who, like Spur himself, never went by a last name, but only Abilene. She was sitting on the edge of the bed and glowered over her shoulder at him and absently folded her arms over her heavy, sloping breasts.
I don't know where you are, Mr. Lawbringer, but that gun ain't aimed at no outlaw wanted in 7 territories, but at my left tit.
Spur depressed the star's hammer, lifting the barrel. He ran his other hand down his craggy, patch-bearded face.
Sorry there, gal. I must have been dreaming.
Must have been.
Oh, shit. I don't know what's getting into me. When I'm in town, I dream I'm on the trail. When I'm on the trail, I dream I'm in town.
You dream about me, do you?
Spur looked at her. He wished he could tell her he dreamed about her, but the only woman he ever dreamed about was his mother, long dead even before the war and moldering in a grave back in Missouri.
All the damn time. Gravels me, it does.
Who were you dreaming about last night? You were moaning and groaning and calling out for Dearie.
I was? Dearie?
Don't try to hornswoggle an old hornswoggler, you old coot. Who was she? Some whore from Cheyenne?
In his mind's eye, Spur saw the dead girl's face, peppered with sand and pine needles, the half-open eyes staring up at him almost dreamily. He ran a hand down his face again, clearing the vision before it soured his outlook on the new day that already had a good start, slanting buttery sunlight through the room's single window.
Just one of many, Abilene, one of many. You know how they all run together for me, except for you.
You feeling all right, Spur? You don't look like your old self somehow.
Oh, hell, Abilene, I'm just tired. I've been chasing 3 wolves all the way from Gunnison. Before that, I ran stock thieves to ground over by Pagosa Springs. I just put too many miles behind me and too short a stretch.
You need a breather.
I do at that.
Stay here a while. If you're real nice and pay attention to me and none of those other girls, make me feel special, we'll roll dice for free tussles.
Hell, Abilene, you are special. Don't you know that?
Special enough to keep you away from them all-night card games of yours. They're just as hard on you as any long trail, Spur. All that smoking and whiskey drinking, and too many young whores.
Now, see here, there ain't no gal that special. And there ain't no such thing as too many young whores. Good Lord, woman, what's got into you?
So what's on your docket, Spur? You heading out after more owl hoots today?
How am I supposed to head out with you in town, Abilene? Hell, I thought you were still in Laramie.
Had a run of bad luck in Laramie. And don't ask me what it was about, 'cause it's none of your business, Spur. Just know that son of a bitch had it coming.
Don't doubt it a bit.
Spur's featured acquired a pensive cast as he watched her sit down in the high-bottomed chair by the window, facing him, to pull her black silk stockings on and give him a long, luxurious look at her sitting naked before him, dressing slowly.
Nah, I'm gonna hang around here for another day. Take me a long nap, have a couple of good meals, and a good long night's sleep. Head out first thing in the morning.
Where you going, Spur?
Denver. I'm retiring, Abilene. I wasn't gonna tell you, but after what you and me been through together, I figure you deserve to know.
She stopped lacing up the corset, letting it fall open as she opened her mouth to speak. Spur held up a hand, cutting her off.
My mind's made up. There won't be no talking me out of it. And there won't be no convincing me to stay around here. I'm heading to Mexico. I know we talked about getting together once I turned in my badge, but you know as well as I do, that was a tanglefoot talking. We've had good times. Last night wasn't half bad. If we tried to stretch the game any farther or longer, we'd end up dealing from the bottom of the deck. If I didn't shoot you, you'd sure shoot me. 2 weeks I'd give us.
But they'd be a hell of a 2 weeks, wouldn't they, you old bull buff?
That they would.
You ain't going off to die on me, are you, Spur? If you did that, I'd never forgive you, son of a bitch. If you're sick, I'll nurse you back to health. No strings attached. Apron strings or any other kind.
I'll live to be 120. Gallop back up from Mexico to lay lilacs on your grave, Abilene. Now quit horsing around over there. Get that beautiful body of yours covered up so we can go out like respectable folks and have us a good breakfast together. I'm hungry and Bull Grizz taking his first stretch after a long winter's nap.
5 miles from Crowdance, Colter put northwest up the side of a steep hogback in a sagey valley between piney ridges and reined in the mount about 10 feet from the hill's crest. Turning the horse half around, the young puncher reached back into his saddlebags for his spyglass, telescoped it, and held it up to his right eye. They were still there, 2 men riding hard along his back trail and now just turning into the mouth of the valley from the southeast. As Colter tracked them with the glass's single sphere of magnified vision, they disappeared briefly in the willows and white flowering cow parsnip lining one of the two creeks webbing the valley floor. Water splashed in the sunlight, arcing high above the lime-green brush, and then both horses, a claybank and a broad-chested blue roan, leaped up out of the creek, both riders heading directly toward him. Colter stretched his lips back from his teeth, dread and apprehension sawing at him. No doubt about it, they were on his trail. 2 miles back, he'd left the main trail, an old Army freight road, just to be sure. Both riders increased their speed now, too, hoping to overtake their quarry within another mile or two. Colter believed they were likely bounty hunters who'd followed him out of Crowdance, having seen the hard-to-miss S on his cheek, and had matched it to the wanted circulars sent out by Bill Rondo from Sapanero. Colter lowered the spyglass and returned it to his saddlebags. He was only a couple of miles from the Diamond Bar, but he couldn't lead those two bounty killers back to the ranch. Cimarron had enough trouble with the stolen gold to have to fight Colter's bounty hunters now, too. The young puncher booted northwest up and over the top of the hogback. He dropped down the ridge's other side, loped across a broad flat and another creek, and then up a steep ridge upon which nothing but sage and clumps of needlegrass grew. At the top of the bench, where a long, slow rise started to the base of the saw-toothed peaks of the Cheyennes, was a tall pine forest, denser than the hair on a dog's back. There, in those trees, the bounty hunter's trail would end. Northwest was blowing hard when they gained the forest. Colter found a relatively wide gap and followed it into the forest about 100 feet, then leaped out of the saddle, dropped his reins, and shucked his old Tyler Henry rifle from its scabbard. He then tramped quickly back along the gap through the columnar pines that creaked in the afternoon breeze. The air was tinged with the smell of loam and pine resin. He hunkered down behind a large deadfall log about 10 feet back from the forest's edge and doffed his hat. From here he had a good view of the valley floor, the sage and tufts of blonde grass, and the willow-sheathed creeks. He stared at the farthest creek, just beyond the hogback from which he'd glassed his shadowers. No sign of them. He looked around, stared at the hogback. A cricket of apprehension hopscotched Colter's backbone. They should be crossing the hill by now, traversing the last flat before the hill dropping just below him, unless they really hadn't been following him at all. No, they'd followed him too closely, leaving the old army road almost exactly where he'd left it. Time yawned. Colter's heart leaped in his chest. He'd just started to turn his head and swing his rifle around when a fist grabbed his hair and jerked his head straight back so that for a second he thought his neck would snap. Another hand, a large, scarred, brick-red hand, swept down over his right shoulder, pressing a razor-edged knife to his throat, sawing through the skin with a raking pain, drawing blood.
Drop the rifle.
Colter saw the large, brown, Indian-featured face grinning down at him from straight above.
Or I cut your throat and bleed you dry.
After breakfast, Spur went back to his hotel to read the relatively recent Casper newspaper that he'd found in the cafe, and to take a nap, while Abilene sashayed off to do whatever a whore did in the blazing light of a late summer afternoon in Wyoming. Spur had intended to sleep until supper time, but he was feeling better than he had before riding into town the day before, so he decided to head over to the Wyoming House Saloon for a Boilermaker and maybe a sporting game of blackjack. Most of the men in the saloon didn't look to be men he could trust at cards, however, so he bellied up to the bar and ordered a shot of rye and a tall glass of beer from the burly bartender, Rutter Johnson, whose conversation the old lawman generally enjoyed. He and Johnson were talking about the endless line of mule trains running up the Bozeman Trail, hauling supplies to the gold camps in Montana, when Spur saw in the back bar mirror behind Johnson a familiar face edging toward him from his own right flank. The man met Spur's gaze in the mirror. His dull eyes flashed angrily, and he stepped out from behind the thick-set gent he'd been edging around sneakily as he made his way to the bar. His name was Willard T. Coates, and he looked much as he had when Spur had last seen him, stealing horses from the Pend d'Oreille Indians up along the Musselshell River in Montana.
Spur! You hissing adder! I swore the next time I laid eyes on you, I'd fill you so full of holes that even your poor old mother wouldn't recognize your mangy carcass.
Ease up, Willard.
Spur swung around, sliding his faded denim jacket back behind the horn grips of his Star 44.
You have no beef with me. You spent 2 years in a federal lockup for horse thievery when you should have been hanged for killing them 2 Indian girls.
Liar! You're lying and trying to turn my friends here against me!
You're the one that started the name-calling, you squirrel-headed son of a bitch. Wait, you have friends?
Die, you bastard!
Coates reached for his old Remington. Spur wasn't as fast as he once was, but he was still faster than the drunken horse thief and murderer. The slug plunked squarely through the breastbone of Willard T. Coates, knocking him back against a table. Bill Wilden's head appeared over the top of the hotel saloon's batwing doors, a fateful scowl on his sunburned face under the funneled brim of his cream Stetson.
It's him, all right. Should have known.
Wilden began pushing through the batwings. Spur had just glimpsed another man coming in behind the sheriff, a handsome, dark-haired man much younger than Wilden and wearing a deputy's badge. When a searing pain flooded Spur's left side, at once paralyzing his left arm and filling it with hot lead. He gritted his teeth and dropped the star as he grabbed his left wrist with his right hand and stumbled back against the bar.
Spur? What on earth?
Wilden eased onto a knee beside him.
What the hell is it? You hit?
I'd say it's hard.
Whiskey.
Spur glanced at the edge of the bar above his head.
Hand me the shot.
The dark-haired young deputy reached up to grab Spur's whiskey off the bar. He gave the drink to the federal lawman, who took it in his shaking right hand and threw back the entire shot. The drink helped take the sting out of the lawman's chest, replacing it with a soothing burn. He threw his arms out toward Wilden and the young man.
Get me up, goddammit! Haul me over to a table.
On the floor was no place for a man to kick off. If he was going to die, he'd die in a chair, holding the wolves at bay until the very last with his 44. He snagged the 44 off the floor as Wilden and the young man hauled him to his feet. The sheriff and the deputy both draped one of his arms over their shoulders and dragged him over to the nearest table. Wilden and the young man tried to ease Spur into a chair.
No!
Spur shook his head from side to side and indicated the chair with its back facing the bar.
That one.
Someone fetch the doc!
No, just a bottle.
Go, Gavin!
Wilden was shouting at the man who'd started through the batwings after the local sawbones. Gavin slapped his bowler onto his head and hurried outside.
I don't need a pill roller, just need a minute to catch my breath.
You're gonna see a doctor, Spur, and that's that, so shut up about it.
Wilden sagged down in a chair to the federal lawman's right, while the deputy was fetching a whiskey bottle from Rudder Johnson, the only other man besides Wilden who seemed genuinely concerned about Spur's condition.
I thought you looked peaked when you rode into town yesterday. How long you been getting these seizures?
The young man plopped the whiskey bottle onto the table.
On the house. Don't die on me, Spur. You always been one of my best customers.
Much obliged, Brett. All right, I best see the medico, but not here. Help me get over to the old sot's office, and when he's got me on the mend, I'll buy you both a fresh bottle.
Wilden shared a quick glance with his deputy and then looked to Spur.
All right, but if you die on the street on the way over there, we're leaving you for the dogs to clean up.
Ouch! God damn it, Angus!
The doctor pressed his stethoscope against Spur's naked back.
What'd you do? Lay that consarn thing over some old dead whore's grave every night before you go to bed?
Dr. Angus McGregor pulled the stethoscope away from Spur's back to favor the lawman sitting up on the doctor's leather-upholstered examining table with a hard, admonishing look in his faded-out brown eyes. His long, horsey face was framed by long wings of silver-blue hair that hung to the man's spindly shoulders.
Spur! If you continue to mew like a damn pig in labor while I'm listening to your consarned inner workings, I'm gonna take the old hog leg I keep loaded in my desk for folks who don't pay their bills and conk you over the head with it.
I'll arrest you for assaulting a federal lawman.
Shut up!
All right, you old bone setter, get on with it.
The doctor continued with his examination. Finally, he pulled the stethoscope away from Spur's chest, and a pensive expression on his long, ugly face dropped down into his swivel chair.
Well?
Put your shirt on.
How long have I got? Or do you even know, seeing as how I didn't come in here with a clap or a broken leg?
Can't tell you that.
But it is my ticker.
It is your ticker. You have an irregular heartbeat, and part of your heart is working too hard, which means it's trying to compensate for a part that may not be working at all. The problem is, Spur, you've burned the candle at both ends for too long.
Hell, tell me something I don't know, will you, Doc? For instance, can you cure this problem? Or am I destined to finish out my years with these spasms?
I believe what you're having are small heart seizures. Strokes to the heart. Your old ticker is protesting when it's overstressed.
What can be done about it?
Well, don't push yourself so damn hard. And cut back on the whiskey. Red eye is good in small amounts, but no more benders. In fact, no more than 2 or 3 shots a day.
How can something that makes you feel so good be bad for you?
And you might consider retiring.
Don't tell no one. The news will only sadden my friends and encourage my enemies, as few of the former there might be. I done decided I'm retiring. As soon as I get to Denver, I'm turning in my badge and headed for Mexico.
Oh, that's a good idea. A warmer climate in the winters will do you good, as well as prolonged rest and relaxation. Now, when I say relaxation, I don't mean whoring every night of the week. Mattress dances for a man in your condition will kill you as surely as long rides, shadow, and owl hoots will.
Will I make it to Mexico? I figure on taking a train most of the way, hauling my roan, then riding the 30 or 40 miles to this village I know on the Sea of Cortez.
McGregor opened a cabinet, took out a tobacco tin, and reached inside. Returning the tin to the cabinet, he walked back to the desk and produced a small brown envelope from a drawer. He dropped his handful of tablets into the envelope, closed the envelope's flap, and extended the package to Spur.
Well, when you feel an attack coming on, take one of these. Sort of like a dynamite blast to the heart muscle. They'll keep it pumping, should buy you a few months. Hell, maybe even buy you a few years if you don't get careless and overly randy down there with them Mexican whores.
What are they?
Nitroglycerin tablets.
Spur dropped his lower jaw.
They're only powerful enough to keep your ticker ticking. They won't blow you sky high. It's them Mex girls that'll do that. That'll be $2 for the examination and another $1 for the nitro tablets. The advice, invaluable as it is free.
Spur paid the man, shrugged into his vest, and opened the office's outside door.
Hey, when Wilton and that young constable came into the bar, they was heading for me. Seemed like they had business in mind. You know what it was?
How the hell would I know? But I suggest a day or two of solid bed rest for you, you dirty law dog.
Good riddance to you, you old quack.
Colter could see the copper-colored hand in the corner of his right eye. It clasped the buoy's handle so tightly that the knuckles were white. The blade of the knife was cold and sharp against Colter's throat, and the young waddy could feel his own blood dribbling down his neck. His temples throbbed and his heart hammered. The Indian pulled his head so far back on his shoulders he could feel the bones in his neck grinding. He released the Henry repeater. His humiliation at letting himself get snuck up on from behind by at least one of the 2 men he'd been lying for oozed into his sundry other discomforts, making him sick and terrified. The knife cut still deeper into his throat.
The 6-shooter!
As Colter shucked his Remington from his holster and tossed it out away from him, wanting only to get that razor-edged buoy away from his throat, he rolled his eyes around. The second man stepped out of the trees. He was a white man in a rat-hair coat and bowler hat, his ugly face with deep-set malicious eyes sporting a 3-day growth of sandy beard. He held a Spencer repeater on Colter.
Christ, you move fast for a big son of a bitch, Red.
You move slow and loud for such a little bastard.
The Indian took the knife away from Colter's throat. Colter lifted a hand to his neck and felt the thin gash and oily blood. His pulse still hammered.
Hit him, you think?
How many red-headed junkers you know with S-brands on their faces?
The Indian grabbed Colter's shirt collar and jerked him easily to his feet.
You got any more guns, boy?
No.
You better not, or I'll give you an even closer shave than I just give ya.
Colter turned to face the Indian, a big man in a torn blue and red checked coat. His long hair was mostly loose, but he wore 2 small hide-wrapped braids in it. One of the braids was decorated with a hawk's feather. He grinned slightly, showing gap-toothed jaws, as he tossed a 2-foot length of cut riata to Colter.
Tie your hands. Shinnick, bring the horses. His is straight back in the trees yonder.
Colter looked at the rope. These men intended to take him back to Bill Rondo in Saponero. His heart was turning somersaults of desperation. He looked at the rope again, dangling against his wrist. If he tied himself as the big Indian had ordered, he was as good as dead. It would be a long, excruciating death. He looked at the Indian. He was smiling at Colter, still holding the big bowie knife, the point aimed at Colter. He wore 2 mismatched pistols on his thighs beneath the coat, but at the moment, he only held the knife. The other man was walking back the way he'd come, apparently tramping off to where they'd left their horses.
You see me in Crow Dance?
Yes.
Well, I reckon then...
Colter draped one end of the riata over his right wrist, then flung the rope away with both hands and wheeled to his left.
I reckon you ain't taking me nowhere, you smelly bastard!
He was angling into the forest where he might be able to hole up in a snag and hide from these men, maybe slip away later when it got dark. He'd run maybe 20 feet. The Indian's knife plunged into a tree trunk just ahead, and then he was beyond the tree and the knife, running hard. He'd probably run a quarter mile when light shone ahead, a clearing. He'd hoped for even denser forest. He stopped at the edge of the clearing. The clearing was a shallow draw, rocky at the bottom. There were more trees on the other side of the cut. Colter turned. The Indian was a thick, copper-faced shadow weaving among the trees within 50 yards and closing. Saffron sunlight angling through the forest canopy glowed off the silver-chased six-shooter in his right fist. Colter looked around. On both sides of him, the trees were too thin for adequate cover. He had no choice but to try the draw, and no time to stand here and think about it. He gained the bottom of the draw. It was about 15 feet wide and carpeted with slide rock carried by snow-melt and rainwater. He felt as though he'd been hit in the back of his right arm with a brick. The blow threw him forward and twisted him around so that he landed in an aching heap on the ravine's far side. His upper right arm burned. He grabbed it, felt the warm blood seeping from the hole in his sleeve. On his belly, he turned to look behind him. The Indian was halfway down the slope, throwing an arm out for balance as he lumbered toward Colter. The white man, Shinnick, had just started down the slope from the edge of the trees. He had a pistol in each hand. Colter fought back with pain, burning nausea, and bolted up and off his heels. He started up the slope, but had gained only a dozen feet before his boots slipped on the wiry grass.
I thought we could take you back to Colorado alive. That's all right. Just as easy this way.
Colter tried to scramble away, but he was too weak. The Indian grabbed his hair and jerked his head back as he'd done before. He grinned down at Colter, showing the gaps between his teeth. Holstering his six-shooter, he grabbed the Bowie knife from his beaded belt sheath and held it up so the sun reflected off the shiny silver blade.
Just your head'll do fine.
The Indian held him even tighter, nearly pulling his hair out of his scalp, and lowered the blade to Colter's throat. Colter squeezed his eyes closed as he felt the razor-edged blade bite the tender flesh over his Adam's apple. He looked up at the Indian, who was gritting his teeth, when the top of the man's head suddenly exploded. Colter looked around, his mind slow to follow the sudden events. He saw the white man who'd been bolting down the side of the ravine stop suddenly about 6 feet from the bottom and shuttle his shocked, horrified gaze from his still flopping partner toward the source of the shot.
Toss them pistols away, friend!
Colter looked down the ravine. About 50 yards away, Cimarron was hunkered behind a flat-topped boulder sheathed in red-leafed shrubs and buckbrush. He wore his black felt sombrero with the eagle feathers sticking up out of the snakeskin band. Resting on the rock in front of him was his silver-plated Henry military-style rifle with a leather shoulder sling. Miss Pearl lifted her head up behind Cimarron's right shoulder, her dark brown eyes wide with anxiety, black hair blowing like a mare's tail in the wind. Colter looked back at the white man, who stared toward Cimarron, his features tense. He still held both pistols in his hands, the barrels slanted toward the ground. Colter could read his mind, weighing his chances. Cimarron pressed his cheek against his Henry's stock.
You got 2 more seconds to make up your mind, friend.
Shinnick licked his lips and opened his eyes wider. Suddenly he crouched, jerking up both pistols. Colter pushed himself to his feet, fingering the knife gash across his throat and holding his wounded right arm straight down by his side. It throbbed and burned, blood running down his sleeve and over his gloved hand. He saw Cimarron rise from behind his boulder, Pearl flanking him. The rancher shouldered his rifle and walked toward him. Cimarron and Pearl each wore deerskin leggings and calico shirts. Pearl also had a rifle, a Spencer repeater, resting across her shoulder in the same fashion as Cimarron. They might have been blood-related the way they walked toward Colter, hard-eyed and calm, but at the same time cautious and dressed in similar styles. Cimarron stopped 10 feet from Colter, looking at the 2 dead men.
You picked these rattlesnakes up in Crow Dance?
Yeah.
I didn't figure anyone would have heard about the bounty this far north.
I didn't either. Reckon if you hadn't come along, they'd be dropping my head in a tow sack about now.
Pearl and I were digging out springs near Red Mountain, just heading back when we heard the shots. Christ, boy, how bad they pink you.
Judging by how bad it stings, pretty good. But I think it went all the way through without hitting the bone.
Tend it, Pearlie. I'll fetch the horses.
Colter looked at Pearl. She stood with one hip cocked, her rifle on her shoulder, looking back at him with that oblique Sioux gaze. He felt like a fool, letting the two bounty hunters get the drop on him. Colter didn't talk to Pearl, and Pearl didn't talk to him as she cut the sleeve off his right arm and tended the ragged flesh wound. And by the time Cimarron returned with Colter's mount, as well as the two bounty hunters' horses and his own and Pearl's, Colter was feeling knee-high to a grasshopper. They took the weapons off the dead men and buried the bodies under rocks at the bottom of the wash. Afterward, Colter, Cimarron, and Pearl mounted up, and Cimarron, trailing the hunters' two horses, started back toward the ranch.
Didn't realize when I hired a drover last month I was getting a whole new remuda right along in the bargain.
When they gained the ranch, it was early evening. Shanley and Dawson were playing horseshoes out behind the bunkhouse awaiting supper, which Pearl started throwing together as soon as she slid down from her cream stallion and let Colter and Cimarron and the two older drovers lead her mount with the others into the main corral. At the drovers' prodding, Colter told them as quickly and as succinctly as he could about the ambush, while he helped one-handed with the horses. He used the wounded arm as an excuse to leave the supper table as soon as he'd finished Pearl's elk steaks and roasted potatoes, foregoing the usual cobbler dessert, and retreated to the bunkhouse. He wanted to lick his wound, as well as his injured pride in the evening silence, alone. Colter had just stripped down to his long handles and crawled under his cotton sheets and Indian blankets for what, with the aching arm, was bound to be a restless night's sleep, when the bunkhouse door opened. He expected to see either Dawson or Shanley, or both, saunter in. When he didn't hear the two drovers' good-natured jeers, he looked toward the front of the bunkhouse and furrowed his brows in surprise. Pearl turned from the door and looked over at the cot in which Colter lay, propped on his one good elbow. The girl had a cigarette in one hand, a bottle and two glasses in the other. She wore an old buffalo robe and moccasins. Her hair was shiny from a recent brushing as it flowed down over the robe's heavy collar.
You like whiskey?
I reckon.
Pearl walked slowly toward him, kicking out of each moccasin in turn until she was walking to him barefoot, setting each long, delicate, copper-colored foot on the scarred puncheon floor.
How about girls?
Then she flung the robe off her shoulders and let it fall to the floor at her feet. She was naked. Her breasts were heavy and upthrust with dark brown nipples. Her hair hung down her slender shoulders, framing the firm, pointed orbs.
You like girls, too?
Colter wasn't sure how long he and Pearl had frolicked, but he was sure that when he opened his eyes later, they'd been asleep a lot longer than they had frolicked. He could tell for two reasons. The shoulder he found her head resting on when he awoke felt as heavy as an anvil, and nearly as sore as his wounded arm, and all the bunkhouse's sashed, dusty, warped windows were gray with dirty dawn light, and out the bunkhouse's east window were streaks of pink and salmon light over the purple eastern buttes. Pearl, sensing Colter's alarm, lifted her head suddenly and looked around at the windows. Then she swiveled her head toward the two other sets of bunks, the bottoms of both of which were usually occupied by Shanley and Dawson. Colter looked at those as well, and couldn't figure out why neither bunk was occupied. Nor, judging by their unwrinkled Indian blankets, had they been occupied any time recently.
It's morning.
As Pearl sat up and dropped her bare feet to the floor, he wasn't too anxious about what time it was to admire the vision of her striding naked to the window facing the cabin. Suddenly wheeling, she quickly plucked her buffalo robe off the floor, threw it around her shoulders, and held it closed across her breasts, dashed to the door, and bolted outside. As naked as Pearl, Colter crawled off the cot and tramped over to the door she'd left standing wide. One hand on the door frame, the other on the door, he gazed across the yard toward the cabin as Pearl traversed the gap in a defiant, stiff-legged stride, hair buffeting out behind her. Cimarron, Shanley, and Dawson were all three sitting on the cabin's front veranda, lounging like soldiers on furlough, half-dressed and wearing hats and boots and clutching steaming coffee mugs in their fists. All three were grinning as Pearl bounded barefoot up the veranda steps and dashed inside the cabin.
You two get a good night's rest, did ya?
Cimarron said it wouldn't be polite to interrupt two young'uns, so we slept in the cabin. We'll come over there now and wash up if that's all right with you.
He just stared across the yard in disbelief at the three howling stockmen. Then he turned away from the door and tramped over to the washstand and poured nearly a whole pitcher of water over his head. Later, when Shanley and Dawson had come over to the bunkhouse to wash and dress and ready themselves for another day, Shanley told Colter that Cimarron had noticed Pearl's growing interest in the young drover over the past week, and that Colter's knocking off the three bank robbers had seemed to cinch it for her.
You see, them Injun girls take a fancy to a young buck. They don't beat around the bush as much as white girls do. And they got stronger needs than white girls, too. Cimarron knows all about that. He done had him one patchy wife down in Arizona and a Comanche squaw in Texas.
Don't think you were Pearl's first, boy.
No, sir. That girl's got needs, and she tends them. Trying to stand in her way would be like trying to stand in the way of a she-grizz with a springtime craze. Cimarron's just glad she set her hat for you, not one of them fork-tailed owl hoots Graham Fletcher has riding for him over to the Box W.
Damn. I'm just glad you didn't warn me beforehand.
Don't worry. She might give you another tumble before she tires of you.
That was Hair Trigger.
That was Northwest.
The horse didn't normally get skittish unless strangers went near. Dawson stepped to a south-facing window, drawing his suspenders up his arms, and ducked his head to look out the low-sashed panes.
6 riders. None I recognize.
Colter donned his hat, grabbed his Henry, and followed the other 2 drovers to the front door. Colter stepped out behind them as the 6 strangers pulled their horses up to the cabin on the other side of the yard. 5 men and a stubby blonde woman. Cimarron was already out there, standing on the cabin's veranda and holding his own Henry on his shoulder and wearing his broad-brimmed hat with its eagle feather, a quirly smoldering between his lips. Movement drew Colter's attention to the cabin's right front corner where Pearl stood, casually holding a Winchester in her crossed arms, one boot cocked out in front of her. She wore a calico blouse and a bright green skirt of some Indian material, and her floppy-brimmed black hat with a bullet-shaped crown. She must have gone out the cabin's back door to back Cimarron's play.
Howdy there.
Colter could see only the riders' backs from his vantage fronting the bunkhouse, but he could tell the lead rider was a big man with long gray-streaked brown hair and wearing a knee-length wolf coat. The gang's lone woman wore men's checked trousers and a long coat comprising several different animal skins, and with a bowler hat from which tufts of tight yellow hair stuck out. There was a husky black man, a man in a long beaver coat, a broad-shouldered hombre in a blue bandana, no hat, and with the teeth of some animal dangling from his ears. On the far right of the group facing the cabin, a lanky blonde kid in a dusty top hat and tan duster straddled a brown and white pinto.
Name's Labrie.
How can I help you, Labrie?
Labrie glanced at the man riding beside him, and Colter could see the incredulous grin on the side of the man's long, stubbled jaw.
Well, for starters, you could ask us to light and sit a spell. Offer to feed and water our horses. We come a long ways.
I don't care how far you come. I don't know you boys, and lady, nor your reputations. So you remain seated on your ponies while they drink at my stock troughs. There's plenty of feed along the creeks.
Shanley glanced warily at Colter, and then he and Dawson walked a little ways down the bunkhouse veranda, spreading out and holding their rifles up high across their chests. Seeing Colter and the 2 older rifle-wielding ranch hands, all 6 of the riders curveted their horses so they could keep both the cabin and bunkhouse in sight. A couple dropped gloved hands to their holstered pistols. They'd all seen Pearl by now as well, so they all looked as edgy as 3-legged jackrabbits at a coyote picnic. The husky black man, in a brown corduroy coat and sporting 2 pistols and a big knife jutting above his coat flaps, looked disapprovingly at Pearl on one side of him and at the 3 rifle-wielding ranch hands on the other side. The whites of his eyes beneath his cream Stetson's down-canted brim looked as white as eggshells. The kid in the top hat held his Pinto's reins taut and narrowed his eyes on either side of his long, broad, sunburned nose, one hand on a big Smith & Wesson holstered for a cross-draw under his duster. Labrie ran his gaze across Colter, Shanley, and Dawson, then turned his head toward Pearl, standing calmly by the cabin's corner. He swung his gaze back to Cimarron.
Now, this ain't no way to treat guests.
You ain't guests if you weren't invited. Name your business and get.
You know why we're here.
This was from the man in the long beaver coat, and sitting on the other side of the blonde from Labrie. He straddled a long-legged cream barb that sort of danced in place and chewed its bit, as edgy as its rider. The man himself was dull-eyed, long-faced, with a broad, flat nose, and only a red knot appeared where his right ear should have been. Besides his long beaver coat, he wore a black derby hat, and a big bone-gripped Colt jutted from a holster, strapped snug against his saddle horn.
I look like a mind reader?
Where's the money?
If you're looking for money, you come to the wrong damn ranch. Now I suggest you get before you overstay your welcome.
Shanley and Dawson shaped nervous grins and adjusted their grips on their rifles. Colter held his own Henry straight down by his right leg, ready to bring it up in that hand despite the wound in his arm, leaving his left free for the old Remington positioned for the cross-draw on his right hip. His heart beat in steady, measured thumps. He'd been through this before. He didn't like it, but he was ready for it.
You know what money, you greaser son of a bitch? Turn it over or we'll lay waste to this place.
Mercy, sister, please, let me handle this.
He knows what money we're talking about, brother. He's a lion Mex is what he is.
My sister, while high-blooded, has a point, senor. We found the graves of our dead pards in a dry wash forking off Devil's Creek. Recognized the horses in your paddock when we rode into the yard. You see our dark-skinned brother here, Tenbo Preston, was an army scout and tracker down in Arizona. And he can track a June bug across a storm-tossed mountain lake in the dead of night. 3 riders led 3 horses right up to your doorstep about 2 nights ago.
The black wore an angry, accusatory look on his face.
One of the horses being led was carrying considerable extra weight than the other 2.
Yeah, about 26,000 in gold extra.
You see, we split up with our pards, one being my own brother, the other 2 being my true blue cousins on my dear mama's side, when soldiers tried to run us down out of Camp Collins down in Colorado Territory. We was to meet at Lone Pine Station, but when our pards didn't show, we got worried, so we tracked them from Rock Creek Station, where they apparently stopped to get directions.
Labrie stared at Cimarron. Colter couldn't see the outlaw leader's expression from this angle, but he could see Cimarron staring back at the man with a bored air. Colter was shocked with a keen and bitter amazement that these border toughs were so good at their business that they'd tracked the money straight to the Diamond Bar's front door. Cimarron glanced at Pearl, who turned her head to meet his gaze. Then he ran his dark, appraising stare across the rough-looking group before him, before his eyes settled on Labrie once more.
The money was here, but we hauled it off to town. It's probably right now on its way back to whomever you stole it from.
I doubt it.
This here is Beaver Charlie, and Beaver Charlie's always had him a sound sense about folks. Beaver Charlie, you don't think Mr. Padilla here turned that money back to its rightful owners?
Nah, Padilla here is a Mex. And he's got him a purty squaw. If there's one thing I know about Mexicans and squaws, it's that they're greedy bastards. Certainly more greedy than these damn tin-horn cow nurses with shit behind their ears.
The big man in the dark blue calico scarf sitting on the far side of the black man shook his head. Colter was looking around at the group, most of whom sat sideways to him, and he was wondering which one would start the trouble. Beaver Charlie cupped a gloved hand to his left ear and stared straight ahead at Cimarron. His neck was as red as his knotted-up other ear. The others were staring at Cimarron now, too, all frozen in the motion of pulling hog legs, or in the case of the big man with the bare-tooth earrings, a rifle jutting up in front of his right thigh. They all looked more shocked than angry. So shocked, none of them seemed to know what to say. In the growing morning light, Colter saw blood oozing out between 2 fingers of the hand that Beaver Charlie was holding over his lone good ear. At least, the lone ear that had been good until a few seconds ago.
You best quit talking about what folks got behind their ears, when you only got one good ear yourself, and the other looks like a bobcat been gnawing on your head.
Beaver Charlie didn't say anything, but only continued to keep his head pointed at Cimarron. Labrie looked across the yard toward the bunkhouse, then at Pearl, who stood as before, casually holding her rifle in her arms, her face expressionless. As he turned to Beaver Charlie, the gang's leader's eyes became cautious and flinty with anger.
You all right, Charlie?
Beaver Charlie said nothing. A single blood drop fell from a knuckle of the hand over his ear to the collar of his long beaver coat.
Everyone get your hands off them shooting irons, or all them saddles of yours are gonna be mighty empty in about 3 jerks of a steer's tail.
Mercy turned her horse in a complete circle, her mannish, pug-nosed face set with fury.
We're gonna let him take the break on us like this, brother?
Beaver Charlie finally lowered his hand from his ear. As he wiped the hand on his fringed buckskin trouser leg, he turned to Labrie.
I say we do what we come here for. Ain't none of them better than any of us. They got position on us, so sure, we might swallow a few pills, but...
Labrie turned his horse out into the yard, his own jaw so taut it looked as if it might break, then swung the horse back to face the cabin. He rose in his stirrups and jutted his chin toward Cimarron, staring down his Henry at him.
I'm gonna give you Han Yonkers till 5 o'clock tonight to turn over that gold you stole from us. By 5 o'clock tonight, it better be sitting over there under that ranch portal in plain sight for one of us to ride in and pick up, understand? 5 o'clock. If it ain't there, we're gonna ride in here and we're gonna burn this ranch head to the ground, shoot all your stock and kill all the men, and hang your lion-thieving carcasses from trees for the vultures to pick clean. And I'm gonna take that squaw girl over there, and you know what I'll do to her, don't you, Padilla? And when I've had my fill, I'm gonna give her to the rest of the boys. And when they're done and we've had enough of her squealing, I'm gonna cut her throat from ear to ear.
Cimarron bolted forward, slapping his cheek to his rifle stock. But Labrie's horse was prancing, making a clean shot at the outlaw impossible. Then Labrie's hand moved in a blur, and when it stopped, there was a cocked Colt in it, aimed at Cimarron.
2 can play at your game, Mexican. There ain't no one faster than me. Not even the sumbitch who shoved my brother and cousins out of their saddles. I know how they was shot because we dug them up. And what I'm saying is, whoever shot him, whether it was you or her or one of those 3 back there, don't go thinking you can take me, because you can't. Understand? And don't think I don't know you're drawing a bead on my back, young man back there with the branded face. If you shoot me in the back like a damn sissy coward, I'll kill your boss before I hit the ground. I'm that goddamn good.
Coulter's heart was thudding as he aimed down the barrel of his old Tyler Henry, his finger taut against the trigger. The other outlaws looked at Colter with bright challenge in their hard eyes. Shanley and Dawson turned to him too, both men's eyes cast with apprehension. The blonde, Mercy, ran a pudgy hand nervously up and down the thigh of her man's checked trousers. Colter slackened his trigger finger, depressed the Henry's hammer, and lowered the rifle.
5 o'clock tonight. Not a minute later, or the fires here will light up the whole goddamn valley, and they'll hear your squaw squeals all the way to Denver.
The other cutthroats reined their mounts around, casting cautious, challenging looks at Cimarron, Pearl, Colter, and the older men standing beside him. The big man with the bear-tooth earrings and brown braid falling down from his bandana had a hand on his rifle butt. His red face bunched savagely. Beaver Charlie was the last to go, pointing at Cimarron.
You and me, you son of a bitch! We're gonna dance the screaming lad two-step!
Tan dust churning behind them, the outlaws galloped through the aspens and dwindled off across the sage flats. Colter looked up from his work on the stock trough to peer off across the main corral to the gnarled aspens following the meandering line of the creek and reached for his rifle. He walked slowly toward the trough he'd been nailing new boards around, to the corral's back fence. He'd seen movement out by the creek, which he'd been keeping an eye on all day while he'd done odd jobs around the ranch headquarters. All the men and Pearl had remained on the ranch stead in the aftermath of Labrie's departure, keeping a careful eye out for an ambush while working on various jobs, their rifles close to hand. There'd been no discussion of turning over the money to Labrie and his gang. Colter had thought of it, and he knew the others, including Cimarron, must have mulled it in passing also. This really wasn't their fight, nor their money to save. They could have turned the loot back over to the men who'd stolen it, and let the law run the hard cases down, saving their own lives and the diamond bar in the bargain. It would have made the day simpler and easier on the nerves, without the waiting and the wondering what would happen when 5 o'clock rolled around and Labrie sent someone to the portal only to find that the money wasn't there. It would have made the day simpler. But it would have made their lives tougher, knowing they'd back down to Labrie and his gang, because the Diamond Bar riders had the money now, and while it wasn't theirs, a queer arrangement of the moon and stars had made it theirs to fight for, knowing that sooner or later, hell was going to pop. Colter laid the Tyler Henry across the corral's top unpeeled pole as he stared toward the creek and the spot at which he'd glimpsed movement. He stared, waiting, and then a shadow moved between two low trees not far from the portal, and Colter drew his index finger taut against the Henry's trigger. The thing in the trees lifted its head suddenly to show itself as a young spike buck, brown eyes looking this way as it chewed the rich blue stem that grew along the willows and aspens at the creek's edge. Colter eased the tension in his finger and in all the rest of his body and lowered the rifle. He turned and began to jerk the barrel up once more, but it was Pearl standing there, leaning against the corral, one foot propped on the bottom pole. A red bandana kept her jet black hair pulled back from her forehead as she chewed an apple. Colter felt his cheeks warm as he walked toward her. A Winchester carbine leaned against the corral only a foot away from her.
See anything out there other than deer?
Not yet.
They'll come.
I don't doubt it.
How'd you get that scar again?
The details don't matter. In fact, they've grown kind of dim. The fellow that marked me got his own mark right back. I don't reckon it really changed anything except it got me chased all the way up here to Wyoming. Does it make you regret last night?
Why should it?
'Cause it's ugly.
It's no uglier than it was last night. Besides, it wasn't your cheek I was after. I'm gonna go weed my garden out back of the cabin. If you see anything, fire a couple shots so I hear. Oh, one more thing. Don't go counting on having what you got last night every night. Don't want you making a fool of yourself.
Hey, look here.
Keep your finger on your trigger and an eye on your back trail, Colter Farrow.
Colter's scowl deepened and his face reddened as he watched her stroll away. Then he turned his back to her and picked up his rifle, vexation aggravated by goatish lust washing through him in waves.
What time is it, Griff?
6 minutes yonder of 5.
As the late afternoon shadows tumbled down the western ridges, all the Diamond Bar men had gathered on the cabin porch with their rifles. Pearl leaned in the cabin's open doorway, and from behind her emanated the aromas of bean and chicken stew and fresh coffee, as well as gun oil.
Maybe they won't come. Maybe they'll decide it'd be easier to rob another army payroll or a bank or, hell, a train. Just drift on out of the country.
Cimarron stood on the porch's middle step, staring out toward the ranch portal and the creek and then the valley that stretched dusty green under a silver blue sky.
They'll come.
Colter, with a hip resting on the rail and his rifle on his shoulder, knew it was true. For the same reason Cimarron wouldn't return the money to Labrie, the cutthroats would try to take it back. Likely men would die. Maybe one or two of those around him. Maybe Colter himself. But his fear was nothing compared to the suspense of waiting and wondering when Labrie would come.
Maybe one of us should have ridden over to the Box W or to Milt Catham's place. Milt? He'd have sent some men to help out.
It's our fight.
Then Cimarron lifted his head, staring hard into the distance, and Colter craned his head around to see what he was seeing.
Jackrabbit.
Colter watched the rabbit bound off into a clump of brush, and then he turned his gaze back to the portal, standing sun-bleached out near the creek, its shadow angling down beneath it. Nothing beyond it but the creek, gnarled trees, and sage. The late sun flashed golden off the wings of darting mud swallows. The tension raked Colter's nerves, and he clenched his jaw, wishing they'd come. Dawson felt the same way.
Well, is he gonna come look for the damn saddlebags, or ain't he?
Cimarron sat on the front step of the porch, doffed his hat, and ran his brown fingers through his long, dark red hair.
Nah, he already knows it's not there. Likely he has someone camped out in the brush on the ridge over yonder, glass in the ranch. He knows we ain't brought the gold out there. He's just waiting to make us wait.
And wait they did, under a searing tension, all night long, jerking their heads around at every owl hoot or sudden wind gust or horse stomp. They ate in turns, two always keeping watch outside. They slept in turns too, if anyone did any sleeping. Colter just lay staring at the bunkhouse ceiling, counting the poles that made up the roof, and then the knots in the poles, and then he scrutinized the initials that Cimarron's men had carved in the walls over the years. When dawn came, the tension increased because it figured they'd attack at first light, trying to catch one of the Diamond Bar folks sleeping or drowsy from not having slept. But the sun climbed, casting a lemon glow over the ranch stead. There was another clear sky. The horses stood in the corral, staring toward the cabin for breakfast. The men had their own breakfast, sow belly, beans, and eggs on the front porch, their eyes tired-looking and red-veined and continually aimed toward the creek the way a compass needle was always jerking north. Cimarron scrubbed his plate with a biscuit, stuffed it into his mouth, and glanced at Colter, sitting on the porch's far end, straddling the rail with his rifle leaning against his left thigh.
Son, let's you and me ride out, see if we can spot him. I'm starting to wonder if Stretch doesn't have it right, and they didn't light on out of here. It'd be just like the bastard to leave us wondering and getting a big chuckle out of it.
Colter nodded and continued eating as though he wasn't all that hungry.
That might be just what he wants. If he gets 2 of us out there, leaving 2 in here...
3 in here.
3, I mean. That might be a good hand of stud for old Labrie.
Maybe. But we're gonna ride out anyway. If we see tracks near, we'll come back. If he ain't around, it's time we get some work done around the damn place.
Colter and Cimarron rode out under the ranch portal 20 minutes later. They rode slowly, warily at first, craning their heads to peer in all directions at once as they held their rifles across their saddle bows. When they were halfway to the other side of the valley, they started looking for sign that Labrie's gang might have moved up close to the ranch during the night and were possibly hunkered down behind a knoll. The valley might have looked flat from a distance, but it was anything but flat when you really scouted it out. Directly across from the Diamond Bar headquarters was a steep pine and fir-covered ridge. The ridge was sort of an apron slope of the higher, rockier reaches of the Cheyennes. Northeast of the ranch, the valley widened and nudged slightly northward, and here were several low benches cut and shaped by the ancient river that had originally carved the valley. These benches rose toward higher, forested ridges.
Let's scout the first of these benches. If the gang is holed up out here, they'd likely take cover on this first bench from where they'd have a view of the ranch through a good set of field glasses.
Though you could see the bench from the ranch, Colter and Cimarron had been riding nearly an hour before they started up its blonde-grassed slope, following an elk trail that rose at a 45-degree angle. They were nearly to the top of the bench when Cimarron glanced back at Colter, then tossed his head toward a fir standing straight and tall at the ridge crest, in a long line with many others. This tree stood where the trail flattened out at the top. From a dead branch about 10 feet off the ground, a rope swung in the morning breeze. A rope in the form of a hangman's noose. Cimarron snugged the butt of his Henry against his right thigh as he and Colter gained the crest of the ridge and sat staring up at the noose, dancing and swaying in the breeze. Colter looked to each side. Along the bench that he could see now was merely a shelf in the apron slope rising toward toothy mountain peaks. None of the Labrie riders seemed to be near, but the tracks of a half-dozen shod hooves were plain in the thin soil and its scanty covering of coarse blonde grass and wiry little wildflowers that grew close to the ground. There were several rocks beside the tree from which the noose dangled, and Colter was about to skid his gaze over them until he saw something peculiar about their arrangement. He rode over and stared down at the flat chunks of slide rock forming the Diamond Bar brand. On the bar, 5 .45 caliber cartridges had been neatly arranged, lead heads pointing up. Cimarron followed him over and stared down. He said nothing as he scrutinized the rocks and the cartridges and then rode over them, scattering the .45 shells and into the trees. Colter booted northwest after his boss. Cimarron stopped his horse again, and Colter followed the rancher's gaze to a ring of fire-blackened stones in which gray ashes and part of a scorched log lay mounded. Cimarron looked around. Colter could tell the noose and the rocks and the cartridges had gotten to him in much the same way they'd gotten to Colter. Made him feel owly as hell, mocked, trapped, targeted.
This is where they spent the night.
Colter rode back to the tree from which the noose dangled. Apprehension clung like bloodsuckers to his back. He held his rifle in one hand across his saddle horn as he stared out across the valley. Cimarron bolted past Colter in a blur of man and horse, lunging down the bench, heart hammering, imagining all of Labrie's men storming the ranch and Pearl, Shanley, and Dawson, Colter put Northwest into an instant downslope lunge in his boss's dust. Carmelita, the Mexican horse, slid up and down on Spur's lap as he sat on the edge of the bed in his dingy room in the Skinner house in Buffalo. The naked, dusky-skinned, small-breasted pleasure girl straddled him. She had her arms wrapped around his neck, her heels pressing against his back.
I please you, no?
Shut up!
Mierda. You need relax, senor. Why don't you lay back? Let Carmelita do the work, huh?
God damn it, girl, I done told you to shut up. Can't you see? I'm trying to concentrate. Here.
Spur opened his eyes and peered through the girl's jostling black hair and saw a scurrying, leathery tail.
God damn it, Lyle!
Spur bounded up off the bed and twisted around to grab his gun from the shell belts hanging off a front poster. He slid his horn-handled Star 44 from its greased holster and aimed at the rat just now poking its head down the fist-sized hole in the floor at the base of the wall. The 3 slugs only made the hole larger. The rat gave a mocking peep and slithered down it, pulling its twitching tail after it. The whore pushed herself up off the floor and dashed to the door. She gave Spur a terrified look over her bare left shoulder as she fumbled the door open and dashed out into the hall, leaving the door wide open behind her.
What the hell are you shooting at now, you crazy son of a bitch?
Spur heaved himself from the bed. Naked, holding the smoking revolver up high in his hands as though certain he'd have another opportunity to use it, he walked through the open door and into the hall and turned toward the stairs at the far end.
I'm shooting your pet rat, you bald-headed bastard! You can subtract my fee for cleaning up this rat trap from my bill!
Drunken fury had lowered a red shade over the lawman's eyes. He aimed at the newel post at the top of the stairs.
And send up another whore! I done wore that one plumb out!
Spur turned to go back into his room and stopped. 2 old gray-headed ladies, spinster sisters on their way to chug water for a funeral, he'd heard, peered out at him through their cracked room door.
Sorry, ladies, but I don't think you'd want for your first time to be under a stallion like this in here. I'd ruin you both for all the studs forever after.
Spur staggered back into his room, then grabbed the nearly empty whiskey bottle off the dresser. He glanced at the rat hole, saw 2 dull yellow eyes staring up at him. Slamming the bottle back down on the dresser, Spur leveled the star at the hole once more. The recoil was more than his inebriated, off-balance state could handle. He got his bare feet tangled, and suddenly the room was spinning, and his feet were going one way and his shoulders another. And the floor came up to wrap his back and the back of his head so hard that his vision turned fuzzy and his ears filled with songbirds. The slowly revolving, pitching room went dark. Spur had no idea how much time had elapsed before he found himself looking up into the lustrous brown eyes of Abilene.
Spur.
She frowned down at him, rubbing his hair back from his forehead with one hand and dabbing a cool cloth at his temple with the other.
Spur? Spur, are you still kicking, you besotted son of a bitch?
Oh, marry me, woman. Let's go to Mexico and diddle till the goats come home for milking.
God damn it, he's alive!
Spur rolled his eyes back a little farther and saw the gnarled old visage of Sheriff Wilden staring down at him. The local lawman was bent low, vein-lined hands on his knees to give Spur the Indian eye. In one of his hands, he clutched Spur's revolver.
Oh, no. Tell me I didn't propose in front of this old bastard.
You did. Any woman'd be a sorry-ass female to marry the likes of you. And she'd likely have to break you out of jail first, 'cause that's where you'll end up if you keep shooting up my town and scaring the little poodles. Good Lord, man. Carmelita's young enough to be your granddaughter.
I went looking for this one, but she was busy with some mucky-muck from Cheyenne.
Oh, shut up, Spur.
Abilene looked toward the door where Lyle Kingman stood with his arms crossed reprovingly.
Lyle, fetch the doctor, will you? I don't like the way he looks.
No!
Spur tried heaving himself up and was surprised that he was able to do so without his chest filling with lead barbs.
I just stumbled and hit my head's all. Trying to kill the rats in Lyle's flea-infested pile of rotten boards is a risky damn business.
He gained his feet, Wilden standing close in case the federal lawman should fall. Spur sat on the edge of the bed, drew a sheet corner over his privates, and ran a hand over his face.
How long was it down there?
Just a few minutes. I heard you fall. Came up here, and then I started back downstairs to fetch the doc. The sheriff and Abilene were already heading up to your room. I hope you know you'll be paying to have my floor repaired.
Diddle yourself, you hog-walloping lout.
Spur looked at Wilden and Abilene, who was sitting on the floor, the wet cloth wadded in her hand.
And what was you two heading my way for? How do you know I wasn't entertaining? In fact, I was. Where the hell she go, anyways? Well, he's just starting to have a good time.
Kingman cast a bored, impatient look at Wilden.
If you don't want me to fetch the doc, I'll be downstairs. Some of us have work to do.
Abilene gained her feet and stood in front of the dresser with her arms crossed. Wilden held up the whiskey bottle to examine its contents.
Ooh, did you put all this away since yesterday? In your condition? Now, I know McGregor told you to go easy on the tanglefoot and mattress dances, 'cause I talked to him last night after he'd hazed you on out of his office and ordered you to bed for several days. A bed to sleep in. Not to try to prove what a stud you still are with sporting girls like Carmelita.
You know too, Abilene?
Of course. Word spreads fast in Buffaloville. Half the town's drinking to your worn-out ticker while the other half's jumping for joy.
Just don't let me catch the other half.
Spur extended his hand to Wilden.
Give me the bottle.
Don't see how any more could make 'em worse.
Abilene merely pursed her lips and shook her head. Spur took the bottle and tipped a long pull.
Well, hell, Sheriff, if you come to take me in, let's get to it. I'm about ready for another nap. I reckon I can do it over to your hot box as well as I can in here.
Didn't come to take you in. Me and Abilene got to talking about you over lunch and decided to see if you was still kicking. On the way over here, we heard the shooting and the horror screaming. Oh, look at you. A man your age with your experience. Shit, if I'd knowed you'd wanted to prove you still had a few miles in your saddle, I'd have sent you off to the diamond bar for that stolen gold, which I'd been intending to do when you shot Coates.
What stolen gold?
Cimarron Padilla over to Diamond Bar Creek ran across a pair of U.S. Army pouches filled with gold coins. He sent a rider to Crow Dance, and the constable of Crow Dance, George Nolan, rode over here to tell me, since I'm the county sheriff. Nolan didn't realize I can't ride farther than the privy behind my house. So we thought you could go fetch the pouches, since it's a federal matter, it being stolen Army loot and all. I read in the Rocky Mountain News a few weeks back about an Army payroll robbery over to Kansas. That's probably where the loot came from.
Oh, hell.
That's what I said. Anyway, Nolan's making the ride, though he wasn't too happy about it. I told him I'd buy him a bottle and a good steak, so he went grumbling off to fetch his no-count deputy, Max Strong, and then they're heading up to old Cimarron's place. They'll likely be back here by the end of the week. It's a good 2-day pull up to the Diamond Bar.
I'm tired anyways.
That ain't official yet, you simple fool. Maybe if you don't kill yourself diddling 15-year-old whores, you could take it with you down to Denver and turn it into the head law dog down there, same time you turn in your badge. Now, I'm gonna go over to the jailhouse and get a cell ready for you.
Wilden stopped at the door and turned to Abilene.
Unless Abilene can keep you out of trouble till we have the good fortune of watching you ride on out of here for good. Don't marry the man, Abilene. Good Lord, that'd be the end of such a sweet, long-suffering soul as yourself.
Abilene stared at Spur, her eyes smokily admonishing.
Don't worry. He's not rich enough for me.
Wilden pinched his hat brim at her and went out. Spur looked up at Abilene with chagrin. She pushed away from the wall, her arms crossed on her breasts, and walked over to him. She extended a hand to him, as though he were an old cur she was allowing to sniff her, then brushed a lock of sweaty hair back from his forehead.
Now what's this all about? I know you don't like Carmelita more than me.
You was busy.
Well, I'm not busy now.
Spur arched a brow at her. She smiled coyly at him as she began unbuttoning her corset.
Are you sure you can handle a real woman, Spur?
Damn it, Abilene, are you sure you won't marry me?
Abilene dropped the corset and continued undressing.
Not a chance.
Colter and Cimarron bounded back across the valley, riding low in their saddles and whipping their mounts with their rein ends. By the time the two riders galloped under the ranch portal and into the yard, the shooting had ceased. Colter and Cimarron checked their mounts down in front of the cabin, looking around wildly. The cabin door was open, and there were a couple of rifle casings in the dust off the stoop, but there was no sign of Dawson, Shanley, or Pearl. Colter and Cimarron whipped around to see Shanley and Dawson moving toward the cabin from the brush of the branch creek that twisted toward the ranch yard from the base of the forested mountain. Dawson was injured, dragging one leg, while Shanley led him through the brush, Dawson's right arm thrown around Shanley's neck. Rifles dangled from the men's free hands. Colter and Cimarron galloped toward them. When they were 20 feet away from the two men, Colter saw the blood on Dawson's upper left thigh oozing through his bat-winged chap. Behind them, Pearl appeared from the willows and stunt cedars lining the creek, holding her rifle in both hands, her hat flopping down her back by the rawhide thong around her neck.
I came from the North Creek!
Dawson was pale. His lips were stretched back from his teeth, eyes bright with pain. Cimarron and Colter reined the horses to skidding stops.
How many? Only saw 3. Stretch here took one in the leg. I think they hightailed it. Don't ask me why. They had the jump on us.
Cimarron leaped out of his saddle, sliding his Henry into its scabbard. He grabbed Dawson's rifle, then threw the man's right arm over his shoulders and began helping Shanley lead him toward the cabin. Colter looked at Pearl, who tripped a little as she turned to look behind her through the willows and cedars on the other side of the branch creek. He gigged northwest toward her, stopped, reined the riled mount in a tight circle as he stared toward the north.
How far away are they?
On horseback, you might be able to catch them.
Yeah!
He galloped 100 yards, paralleling the base of the mountain, and then he stopped and stared ahead. 3 riders were disappearing into a distant stand of willows along another branch creek. One had tufts of blonde hair puffing out around the base of her bowler hat. The second rider was the black man whom Labrie had called Preston. The third was the rangy blonde kid in the top hat and tan duster. They were well out of accurate rifle range, and following them through that scrub was a sure way to get bushwhacked. Colter looked around. No sign of the others. Leading away from him were 3 swaths of bent reeds, marking the paths of only 3 riders. Colter jerked northwest around and galloped back in the direction of the cabin. Fear was a dry knot in Colter's chest. Fury was a fully stoked furnace burning up from deep in his gut. He didn't like being toyed with, and he didn't like seeing his friends shot. And in the month he'd been on the Diamond Bar, he'd come to count Stretch Dawson as one of his rare friends. The old cowboy didn't deserve that bullet in his leg. Colter checked northwest down in front of the cabin, leaped down from the saddle, and dropped the reins. Cimarron poked his head out the cabin door, his face taut, his eyes grave.
Turn the horses loose.
The young drover looked at the rancher, puzzled.
They'll likely hit the horses' necks. Turn them out.
Colter wheeled and ran over to the main corral where the horses were milling. He pried the wire loop up over the post, swung the gate wide, then worked his way in behind the remuda and pulled his Remington. A few seconds after that, Colter stood in the middle of the yard, watching the entire remuda of a dozen mounts bounding off under the portal, spreading out as they hit the valley. Colter turned toward the cabin's open door. The young drover ran around the cabin and through the open door into the cabin shadows. Cimarron and Shanley were holding Dawson's shoulders down on the kitchen table. The tall drover lay with his head back on the table, gritting his teeth, panting, sweating, his bullet-pierced left leg shaking. Pearl stood near Dawson's bloody thigh, holding a glowing fireplace poker. They'd removed the drover's chaps and cut open his pants leg to reveal the bloody wound about the size of a silver dollar midway between his knee and hip. Cimarron turned to Colter.
Hold his legs down while Pearl cauterizes the wound.
Colter hunched down over the opposite end of the table, draping his arms over Dawson's ankles, pinning his calves to the table's scarred, scorched 10-inch wide pine planks.
I got him!
Hold him steady!
Oh, God damn it! Don't look at it, you damn fool!
Pearl glanced at Colter, then winced and bit her lower lip as she jammed the poker into the wound. Colter held the man's legs fast to the table, the stench of burning flesh and scorched blood nearly overpowering him so that he had to fight to keep a hold on Dawson's jerking feet. He stared at the end of the poker, which Pearl had nearly buried in Dawson's bloody thigh. But in Colter's mind, it was Bill Rondo's glowing S-iron he watched drop toward his face. Colter pulled his head back away from the memory of his own burning blood and flesh and from the agony of the molten iron searing into his face. Dawson had nearly pulled his ankles free of Colter's grasp. Colter renewed his hold on the man's ankles, pushing Dawson's shins down with his chest. The wounded puncher's mouth was foaming, his eyes ringed white as he pulled every muscle in his long body taut.
Okay, Pearl.
Pearl pulled the poker back out of the wound, blood on it sizzling like burning grease. Suddenly, she ripped her gaze from the poker's sputtering end toward the door, and her jaw dropped. What happened next, Colter was never sure about, because time began to race suddenly, and his vision was obscured by the smoke from Dawson's cauterized wound and by the smoke of a half-dozen popping guns. There was one clear image of a man standing in the doorway, a tall, long-haired man with fire in his eyes, both flaps of his duster pulled back and thonged behind the two cross-draw holsters on his hips. As the door bounced back toward the frame, the man stepped into the cabin, catching the door with his left boot while he raised two long-barreled Army Colts in his gloved fists. Colter bolted back away from Dawson's ankles as the cold sting of a bullet brushed his right cheek. He reached for his Remington, but he hadn't gotten the piece half out of its holster before he felt the burn of two more slugs across his chest and belly and was flung against the kitchen's back wall. Cimarron and Shanley were standing facing the door and lifting their six-shooters from their holsters. As Colter jerked a quick look left of the table, he saw a half-dozen shadowy images obscured by smoke and the bright morning light from the doorway behind them. All six had guns in their fists, and they were waving the smoking weapons this way and that as Cimarron and Shanley went spinning off toward the cabin's opposite end. And Dawson flew sideways from the table and piled up against the kitchen range. Colter looked for Pearl, but saw no sign of her before the back of his head smashed glass, and then he was automatically throwing himself through the window's broken frame. Bullets thudded into the wall around him as Colter fell through the window. Then he was on the ground outside the cabin, pushing himself up with his raw, burning hands. Colter gained his feet, and running on raw energy and the primitive need to stay alive, he staggered back into the pines and mossy boulders near one end of the ranch house. He passed Pearl's chicken coop. Ahead, Northwest appeared, standing beside Cimarron's paint, both horses looking toward Colter and twitching their ears nervously. A slug passed over Colter's head. The paint shied, jerked its reins loose from the branch Colter had tied it to, and galloped off. Northwest was about to do the same, but Colter grabbed the reins. He cast a look through the trees toward the cabin, saw three men and Mercy running toward him. The black man stopped. Bark flew from one of the trees between him and Colter. Colter towed a stirrup, and working against the pain searing both sides and his belly, as well as his face and hands, he didn't know how many times he'd been shot or how serious any of the wounds were, but he felt plenty of oozing blood. He grabbed the horn and pried himself up against the fender.
Go, boy!
Colter's boots slipped out of the stirrup and he nearly went tumbling, but managed to summon all his strength to his hands and arms and heaved himself up into the saddle. Casting a fearful look over his right shoulder, he saw the big-bellied man with the bear-tooth earrings and Mercy dwindling behind him. Colter turned forward in the saddle, lowered his head, and gave Northwest free rein, squeezing his eyes closed against the nausea flooding his belly, the weakness in his overstressed arms and legs. As Northwest galloped through the willows and traced a lazy arc out into the valley, Colter convulsed with sadness. Sitting on the veranda of the Skinner House Hotel in Buffaloville, on a quiet midweek afternoon under a clear Wyoming sky, Deputy U.S. Marshal Spur raised his beer schooner to his bearded lips and drained it. Spur studied the empty glass, watched with a sour expression the last beer bubbles and lines of froth clinging to the inside of the schooner. He then looked toward Abilene's tidy blue frame house, set slightly back from the main street, surrounded with a picket fence in need of fresh paint and boasting a small but healthy-looking ponderosa pine just off her front porch. Abilene herself was nowhere to be seen. Her curtains were drawn over her windows. Spur turned his attention to the Cheyenne Saloon across the street on his left, a simple log structure with a shake roof and elk antlers over its pine plank door that was propped open with a stone. Throwing his head back over his shoulder, he called into the hotel.
Lyle! Hey, Lyle, you in there? Lyle! Wake up, damn it! The Pestilence Committee needs you out here, pronto.
God damn it, Spur. I was dead asleep. What the hell do you want now?
Go over to the Cheyenne, fetch me another beer.
You know I can't fetch you more than one beer, Spur. Abilene's orders.
Abilene's getting her beauty sleep. Besides, Lyle, when did you start taking orders from women?
Well, let's see. I'm 56 years old.
Lyle, if you fetch me another beer, I'll give you $1. The beer is a nickel. Now, you being a businessman should appreciate such a wide profit margin.
Spur, I'm gonna fetch you that beer, but not for the profit margin. Maybe that extra beer will kill you, or at the very least, shut you the hell up.
Kingman ran a hand over his bald head. He held his shabby bowler in the other.
If Abilene finds out, I reckon I can tell her you threatened me at pistol point. I know I won't be the first man who ever lied to her.
You won't be the last, neither.
The hotel proprietor grabbed the schooner from Spur and, setting his hat on his head, moseyed down the veranda steps and out into the deserted street, angling toward the Cheyenne. Spur hiked up his boots on the railing, gently crossed his ankles, and sat back in his chair. He laced his hands behind his head. The life of an invalid maybe wasn't too bad as long as he had a lackey to shag suds for him. Spur slid his gaze across the toes of his worn, high-topped moccasins toward the Cheyenne saloon. Movement directly over his toes caught his eye, and frowning, he slid his gaze back until he could pick out the brown speck of a rider moving toward Buffaloville from the north, trailing a miniature mare's tail of dust.
Gonna kill that horse.
The rider was crossing the sage flat at a hell-for-leather run, hunkered low in his saddle, hat flopping across his shoulders. He was following no trail but heading cross-country, having traversed the Wagon Mound bluffs and now having a clear shot at the town.
Some bitch must be needing a drink mighty bad.
The thought reminded Spur of his own beer, and he looked at the Cheyenne. That bastard Lyle must have decided to have a drink himself before bringing Spur his beer. He swiveled his head slightly to see that the rider had slowed his horse, a long-legged pinto, to a trot as he approached the corrals and tumble-down log shacks on Buffaloville's shaggy fringe. The rider was young and long-haired, a white boy. The kid put the horse across a dry gully and then turned him slightly west until he was threading the gap between the Cheyenne saloon and a Chinese laundry shack in which 3 Chinese women bustled around steaming copper washtubs. As the horse and rider emerged from the gap, the kid led the ragged pinto up past the front of the saloon to the hitch rack fronting the log building housing the sheriff's office just beyond it and slid wearily down from the saddle.
Well, that ain't a drink he wants. It's Wilden.
The kid quickly and expertly uncinched the pinto's saddle, tossed the gear with its bedroll and rifle scabbard onto the ground with a puff of clay-colored dust, then reached up with one hand and removed the horse's bridle. Tossing the bridle onto the saddle, the kid slapped dust from his chaps with his hat and mounted the sheriff's narrow veranda. Behind the rider, the pinto dropped and rolled in the street, sending up a churning dust cloud.
Sheriff Wilden?
Probably rustlers.
Spur watched the sheriff's closed door with an uneasy feeling. An entire minute hadn't passed before it opened again, and Bill Wilden hobbled out, hooking his cane over the hitch rack fronting the office, then wrapping his gun and shell belt around his waist. He had his funnel-brimmed hat on his head, a pair of saddlebags draped over his shoulder. The young rider followed the sheriff out, with Wilden's rifle scabbard and bedroll. Wilden said something else to the young rider, and then the sheriff started hobbling eastward along the street, the kid walking beside him. The kid continuing to chatter at Wilden, but Wilden now saying nothing but staring straight ahead and leaning hard on his cane. The sheriff and the kid were passing the Skinner house on the other side of the street.
What's up, Wilden? Rustlers?
The sheriff stopped and turned his anxious gaze to Spur and shook his head darkly.
That constable I sent to the Diamond Bar. Him and his deputies' horses turned up back in Crow Dance this morning, minus Nolan and Strong. Blood on their saddles. I'm riding out. Keep an eye on the town for me.
Well, hell, Bill, you can't ride. That's why you sent Nolan in the first place.
Wilden didn't so much as glance behind him. He just kept walking, the kid tramping along beside him.
Oh, hell.
Spur turned away. It wasn't any of his business. If Wilden wanted to make that trek when he couldn't ride as far as his own privy, let him try. Spur sat there on the porch of the Skinner house, getting more and more owly as he waited for his beer and thought about the constables and that damn federal gold and Wilden's gimped-up leg. The owlishness turned plain rancid when he watched Tilden trot past the hotel on his ewe-necked sorrel.
Spur, keep an eye on things. If you need any help, deputize Lyle.
You deputize Lyle. You'll be back here inside of an hour and confined to bed for the rest of the week. You crooked-legged fool!
Spur stared at Wilden's gradually diminishing form until the sheriff was a brown speck bobbing amongst the silver-green sage, the purple-green slopes and red rock bluffs of the Cheyennes rising beyond him. Guilt raked Spur like the harsh notes of an out-of-tune piano, and the more he tried to deny the guilt and the shame of his sitting here like a bump on a log awaiting a forbidden beer while a stove-up old sheriff rode out to do his work for him, the worse the guilt got. Kingman finally showed up with the beer from the Cheyenne Saloon.
Well, sorry for the hold-up there, Spur. Me and Spook Lawson got into a cribbage game, and you know how I am about cribbage.
Why, Lyle, didn't you hear Abilene? She gave me strict orders to indulge in 1 beer a day and 1 beer only. Now put down that brew and fetch my horse.
The deputy U.S. Marshal heaved himself up out of his chair and went to his room. Kingman wheeled and stomped down the hotel veranda and up the street, taking long pulls from Spur's beer glass.
You don't make no sense. Ugh, damn old coot.
When he went back out to the veranda, Kingman was leading his big saddled roan up to the hotel. Cochise happily bobbed his head when he saw Spur.
Where the hell you going, Spur?
I'm likely going straight to hell, but I might as well ride there as enter the pearly gates in that rickety hide-bottom chair of yours.
Spur tied his bedroll behind his cantle, then towed a stirrup and pulled himself into the saddle.
Do me a favor while I'm gone, Lyle. Get rid of them damn rats. It'll save me on 44 shells.
Spur headed west toward the Diamond Bar as dust sifted behind him. Colter opened his eyes and lifted his head. It was almost as though Northwest had known where he wanted to go, for the horse had stopped about 30 yards from the cabin of Charlie Benbow. It was a squat, part log, part mud brick hovel with a connecting corral and a privy behind it. Little Sandy Creek traced a horseshoe in front of the place. It was from the creek that Northwest was thirstily drawing water. Colter had met Benbow when the prospector had hired on with Cimarron's crew during the fall gather, and he'd instantly liked the soft-spoken, kind-eyed man. Benbow was a prospector most of the year, with several cabins spread throughout the Cheyennes.
Mr. Benbow?
He didn't bother calling again. The cabin was closed up tight, windows shuttered, even a log stuffed down the chimney pipe to keep birds out of the flue. Benbow was obviously working one of the other creeks near one of his other cabins. It was just as well. If Labree's gang managed to track him here, it would go as badly for Benbow as for him. He wanted to stay and fight the Labree bunch, and to save Pearl if she hadn't been killed when the gang first burst in, but he'd been too shot up to do much more than get himself killed. And he'd be no good to anyone dead. Pearl may have likely been killed in that massive fusillade, and since Colter heard Cimarron, Dawson, and Shanley shot as he escaped, those 3 were most likely dead. He examined his right side where blood oozed out around the bandana, which he'd used to compress his most severe wound, just above his left hip. The hard ride through the Red Rock canyons and sage-sheathed dry washes to Benbow's cabin had nearly done him in. Colter wished Benbow was there, but with the old prospector gone and no telling when he'd be back, Colter knew the man wouldn't mind his breaking into his cabin and helping himself to whatever he needed to sustain himself. Out here, folks took care of their own, and their own included their friends and neighbors. Backing northwest away from the creek, as the horse was too hot to hold much water, Colter eased himself out of the saddle, dropped to his hands and knees beside the creek, and buried his face in the cold, rushing stream. Fed by a deep spring, the water was cold even this late in the summer. Tooth-splintering cold and refreshing. When he'd had so much that his jaws and head ached, he wrung the blood out of his neckerchief, soaked it in the water, and cleaned the wound as well as he could. Then stuffed a corner of the old cloth into the hole and pushed himself to his feet. He looked back the way he'd come. The trail threaded a narrow, sage-spotted valley between sandstone ridges. Nothing back there but the adobe-colored land, the red rocks, and the blue arching sky. Colter led northwest across the creek via Benbow's log bridge. Unsaddling the horse was a grueling process, and he could feel blood oozing from his several wounds, making his head spin and his knees shake. But it was a job he had to do. Colter wrestled his saddle over the top of the closed gate, then carrying his rifle, bedroll, and saddlebags, went to the cabin. As was the custom of the country, Benbow's door wasn't locked. The prospector likely left provisions for weary travelers, too. Colter let the door hang wide and went inside, looking around. Having noticed the hay in the corral and the state of the cabin, Benbow hadn't left more than a day or so ago, which meant he probably wouldn't be back soon either. The table, plank shelves, sheet iron stove, and single quilt-covered bed were all neat and clean, the earthen floor freshly swept. A pyramid of canned vegetables stood on a shelf behind the table, as well as several hide sacks. One was probably filled with jerky. What interested Colter most, though, was the stove. Quickly, feeling the wound in his left side oozing more blood, Colter opened the stove's single-iron door and laid in some kindling. He lit the kindling with a stove match from a jar on the table and babied the fledgling flames, adding more kindling and eventually a few small logs from crates next to the stove. When the fire was going good and the stove was hot, he plucked the iron poker from the second wood box and laid the business end inside the stove. He found some clothes, then shucked out of his shirt, pants, and long handles, sat naked, save his hat, on the floor in front of the stove, legs bent in front of him, and dabbed at his several other bullet burns, one on each thigh, one across his chest, another on his right forearm, with damp cloths, before finally dragging the poker out of the stove. He sat back against a leg of the table and looked down at the blood oozing from the hole in his left side. His taut, pale belly rose and fell against the severe agony he knew was coming. Looking at the poker once more, remembering Labrie standing in Cimarron's cabin doorway, both guns blazing, he kept his jaw hard and his anger up and rammed the glowing end of the poker against his side and held it there. Until black smoke rose in front of him and he could smell the nauseating fetor of his own burning flesh. Then he dropped the poker a second before his head hit the floor, and he was out. He wasn't sure what woke him, but when Colter lifted his head from the floor, it took him nearly a full minute to remember where he was and what he was doing there. The raw, gnawing ache in his side reminded him. He sat up against the table leg and inspected the cauterization. The flesh over the wound had the texture of jelly. It was oozing pus and aching, but he'd stopped the bleeding. And since the bullet had seemed to have gone all the way through without hitting anything vital, he considered himself on the mend. His upper right arm needed rewrapping, but it could wait. The other grazes were little more than bloody burns, and they were already scabbing up. It took him a moment to find the Remington on the floor beneath the table. Once he had it, he cocked it, and mindless of his nakedness, walked barefoot over to the open door. In the waning afternoon light, a mule deer doe and a fawn were nibbling the spindly brown brush growing along the creek. Nothing as serene as two grazing deer, but Colter knew enough about survival to consider downing one of the two animals. But he didn't have the energy to clean a rabbit, much less a fawn.
You're dang lucky.
He depressed the revolver's hammer and tossed it onto the table. Clutching his burning side, he looked around the cabin, spied a stone jug on a shelf near a stretched bobcat hide, and carried it over to the bed in the back corner opposite the kitchen. He was so weak that it took both hands to lift the heavy vessel to his lips. Quickly, he set the bottle on the floor and lay back on the bed, drew the single quilt over his body, and felt the pleasant numbing of his brain as the fire in his belly burned itself out slowly. He slept. When he opened his eyes again, buttery light poured through the cabin's dusty windows. Automatically, he tried to stretch, and a fierce pain grasped his left side, just up from his hip. He flung the quilt away and dropped his bare feet to the floor. As the cold morning air rapped against his naked body, he felt weak, and his head throbbed a little from the whiskey. But he wasn't sick, no sign of fever or infection. Pulling out a fresh pair of long handles left behind in the cabin, he dressed, then built a fire in the wood stove. When he had the cabin warm, he went out and checked on Northwest. Then he looked around warily for Labrie. There'd been little reason for the outlaws to follow him. It was the gold they were after, and there was no reason for them to think he had it. Likely they were tearing the ranch apart looking for it, unless they'd already found it and were on the trail again, leaving death and destruction behind them. He draped a feed sack of oats over Northwest's ears, then went back inside the warm cabin. Pulled a can and a hide sack off the shelf for a breakfast of stewed tomatoes and jerky washed down with water. After breakfast, he indeed felt better. He found a coffee pouch tucked behind the other vegetable tins, and a mill and a coffee pot in an apple crate stuffed with various possibles. He set the coffee to boil on the stove. While drinking the coffee from a cracked stone mug, he tended his wounds with water and whiskey from the crock jug, then cleaned each weapon, taking it apart, taking his time, then loading them both so they were ready for his ride back to the Diamond Bar. Colter didn't know what he'd find there, but he had to go back and see about Pearl. If he found her dead, which seemed likely, he'd bury her along with the men. Labrie would have found the money and had lit out for sure. If so, Colter would track him. It would be a tough ride. Labrie and his gang were seasoned outlaws. His chances of giving them their reckoning were slim, but he had to do it. He owed it to Pearl, Cimarron, Dawson, and Shanley. He'd likely die, but nothing in life had turned out right for him so far. Being dead couldn't really be all that bad. When he'd finished the pot of coffee, he rewrapped the wound in his upper right arm, closed the damper on the stove, and wrapped his shell belt and Remy around his waist. After giving the cabin a quick straightening, Colter donned his hat, picked up his rifle and saddle gear, and headed outside. He stood looking around the cabin, bathed in harsh noon light. He felt good, strong, determined, only a little frightened. He went over and saddled Northwest, tied his rifle scabbard to the saddle, and adjusted his bedroll and saddlebags. Yes, he felt strong. He was ready to wreak some vengeance today. He led the horse out of the corral. The light around him dimmed, and he looked at the sky. A storm must be moving in. He shaded his eyes with his hand and frowned. No clouds in sight. Suddenly, his stomach heaved. His knees knocked together. He took another step, but the ground seemed a long ways away. Then suddenly it pitched toward him and smacked him in the face.
Benbow!
Spur sat his big roan on the other side of the creek from the cabin, waiting. The cabin shutters were open, smoke issued from the chimney pipe, and there was a horse in the corral. The prospector had to be around here somewhere.
Benbow! It's Spur! Come out, wherever you are! Listen, you got a gal in there. Don't come out here naked, whatever you do.
Spur stared at the cabin's closed door. He looked around the barren yard, shaded by both the cabin and the rim rock rising behind the log and mud hovel. He hipped himself around in the saddle, looking behind him. Seeing nothing, he turned to the cabin once more and glanced at the corral. There was a horse there, all right. Not necessarily Charlie Benbow's, though. The last time Spur was through this country and overnighted with the prospector, Benbow had only 2 mules. There were no mules around now, and the old Conestoga wagon that Benbow had been using the last time Spur had been through here, chasing whiskey runners, was nowhere to be seen. The hairs under Spur's collar pricked. He eased his Winchester 66 from the scabbard under his right thigh. Holding the rifle across his saddle bows, he moved the roan across the creek. He stopped the horse about 50 feet from the cabin's door and looked cautiously around once more, then stepped down from the saddle.
Benbow! It's Spur! Deputy United States Marshal!
Slowly he moved forward, taking one slow step at a time, pressing the butt of the old Winchester against the cartridge belts looped over his right hip and swinging his head from left to right. Just in front of the cabin, he turned fully around to eye the creek, wary of an ambush, then turned to the cabin again. The sound had come from above. He lifted his eyes to the roof of the cabin to see a rifle maw yawning at him, cold and dark as the grave he'd been dreaming about for the past several nights. From up beyond the maw, a kid narrowed an eye down the barrel at him. The kid's pale, scarred cheek was pressed against the stock of the old Henry repeater. The kid's long red hair blew in the wind around his head and freckled face, marred by an S brand. His pink lips were set in a straight, hard line. Spur felt his face warm with disdain. Nothing burned him more than having a gun aimed at him. especially one aimed at him by a yunker.
If you're gonna pull that trigger, pull it. And stop wasting my time, you little privy snipe.
Who the hell are you?
Deputy United States Marshal, named Spur. Who the hell are you?
Colter Farrow.
He studied Spur skeptically, giving him the slow up and down. This man didn't look like any federal marshal he'd ever seen before. Not that he'd seen that many. In his buckskins, hickory shirt, and moccasins, craggy face behind a patchy gray-brown beard, this man looked like an old trapper or Indian trader. Maybe a waddy who'd been kicked out of the bunkhouse for drunkenness.
I don't see no badge.
Spur reached up and slid his beaded deerskin vest slightly back from the vest pocket of his shirt, revealing the Moon and Star U.S. Marshal's badge.
No shit?
No shit. Now get that rifle out of my face, Colter Farrow, and tell me what in the holy hell you're doing here on the roof of Charlie Benbow's cabin. Where the hell is old Benbow anyway?
Hold on.
Spur watched as Colter pushed himself up off the roof and then crabbed back away from the peak. Spur walked around the side of the cabin to the back, saw the kid drop his legs down over the edge while clinging to the roof with one hand, keeping the rifle in the other. Colter slowly lowered his boots toward the woodpile, the wound in his left side stretching painfully.
Young man, why don't you hand me that rifle? Make it some easier for you to crawl down from...
Just then, Colter let go of the edge of the roof. His feet dropped to the woodpile, lost purchase, and tumbled through the air, piling up on the ground several feet away from the woodpile. He lifted his head, set his jaw, dropping the rifle and clamping his left hand to his side.
See there? That's what I was afraid would happen. If young men listened to their elders, they'd be spared a whole pile of unnecessary grief.
Colter glared up at the craggy, hazel-eyed countenance staring down at him in mild reproof.
As soon as I can find a pencil, Mr. Spur, I'll write that one down and try to abide by it and turn my rifle over to a stranger next time I'm crawling off a roof.
Spur's gaze drifted to the side that Colter was holding with his hand and saw the blood staining the kid's underwear shirt.
Piers, you been shot.
As the pain abated a bit, Colter turned onto his hands and knees and began pushing himself to his feet.
The slug went all the way through, but it made a nice little hole in my side. I closed it with Benbow's fireplace poker.
Colter saw the lawman staring at his cheek.
That ain't what I used on my face.
Didn't think it was. What happened? Who shot you?
You come for the money?
If you mean the stolen army loot, yep. Now suppose you answer my questions. Who shot you, and where's Benbow?
You're too late for the loot. Them who lost it probably have it back by now. They killed Cimarron Padilla and 2 other good men over to the Diamond Bar. Probably Cimarron's daughter, too. I made it out of the cabin with this burn here, and a few others came here to get tended. I don't know where Mr. Benbow is. Probably off at one of his other claims.
Cimarron's dead?
You knew him?
Shared a few pulls of a jug with the man, time or two. Now, come on, boy. Let's get you inside the cabin before you open that hole up all the way.
Halfway to the cabin's front, Colter stopped and glanced over his shoulder.
You staying here tonight?
Figured to. Light out for the Diamond Bar first thing in the morning.
I'll be lighting out with you, Marshal Spur.
The name's Spur. Just Spur. And like hell you will, boy.
After tending his horse, Spur moved into the cabin and slung his gear and both field-dressed rabbits onto the table as a slight knot of pain wound in his chest.
You want me to take a look at that bloody side of yours, kid? I'll be happy to do so. That arm could use a look, too.
No thanks. I just strained it a bit. It's healing just fine. By morning, I'll be ready to ride.
Well, you think so, do you?
Spur held up the rabbits and looked at the kid.
You hungry? I shot both of these big jacks on the way out from Buffaloville. Figured to feed old Benbow in exchange for a roof and a few pulls from his jug.
Spur glanced at the jug sitting on the floor beneath the bed.
I see you already been into it.
It just had me enough to get to sleep last night.
I don't begrudge you. I'd likely have killed that jug there and gone probing the cabin for more.
Spur dragged a chair out from the table and plopped into it. The long ride from Buffalo Bill had blown him out good. He'd overtaken Bill Wilden a few miles from town and sent the sheriff and his mangled leg back home. He probably shouldn't have come out here, but his pride wouldn't let him sit on the stoop of the Skinner house, drinking beer, while someone else did a job he knew was his. He slid his saddlebags to one side so he could see Colter on the bed. Leaning back in his chair, he let a few seconds pass, catching his breath, feeling the fatigue loosen a little.
Tell me about it, boy.
It was a man named Labrie that done it. He and his gang, 4 other men and Labrie's sister, who he called Mercy, stormed into the cabin while we was tending a wound Stretch Dawson took in the thigh. They busted in, firing. There was so much smoke I couldn't see much except men flying around, yelling before I skinned out a window. Figured on riding away and coming back when I had a chance against those bastards.
LeBrie. Big man, early 40s, long gray-brown hair. Riding with a butt-ugly woman and a black man named Preston.
Well, that's him.
Skylar LeBrie, then. He's back in the country.
You know him?
I do. Him and his bunch. Pack of owl hoots down from Canada. That woman, Mercy, is LeBrie's half-sister, Bethel Nordquist. Her husband ran with the gang till he was shot by marshals out of Bismarck in the Dakota Territory. They'd robbed several banks in Dakota, killing all sorts of innocent folks, including a couple sheriffs and a town marshal that rode after them. Then they disappeared up into Canada, holed up in the Sweetgrass Hills, I heard. Paper on them's been circulating the past 2 years. Law's been wanting them bad. Shit.
Well, don't worry. You won't be tangling with them alone.
Kid, I'm gonna tell you this just one more...
He could tell by the look the young drover was sending him that Colter was bent on revenge, and the marshal might as well be counseling a stone boat loaded with field rocks on the benefits of the Christian religion.
Oh, hell.
The old marshal kicked his chair back and used the edge of the table to push himself to his feet. Grimacing, he stared at the black stove flue on the other side of the room, waiting for the pain to pass, debating whether he needed one of the precious tablets that the sawbones in Buffaloville had given him. Spur felt Colter's eyes on him, and his ears warmed with shame.
You okay, Marshal Spur?
I'm just fine, young man. Don't you worry about this old stallion. And what'd I tell you about that Marshal Spur business? Don't you heed nothing your elders tell you?
With that, he stumbled forward and began knocking around the kitchen, making coffee. Colter's side hurt so bad that he let the man go about his business without offering to help, merely rested his head back against the log wall and closed his eyes. He'd need all the rest he could get. Despite what the marshal had told him, he was going after LeBrie. The old lawman was so stove up and sickly there wasn't anything he could do about it. There wasn't much Spur could do about LeBrie either. When Spur had poured himself a cup of coffee and offered one to Colter, who declined it, Spur set his coffee cup on the table, then rolled up his shirt sleeves and started skinning the rabbits. He had the look of a man of many hard miles on countless lonely trails. Spur kept cutting curious glances at Colter while he worked.
I fell on a branding iron. That answer your question?
Spur had set a board on the table, and now he began chopping the rabbits with a meat cleaver.
That sure got you good, that iron did. It's right where a man would place it, if he was good and mean enough. Don't mind me, Yunker. It's in my nature to be curious, that's all. Just so happens, I heard a few weeks ago about some county sheriff in southern Colorado putting a bounty on some kid, about same age as you, 17, 18, with an S brand on his left cheek.
Spur wagged his head but kept his face expressionless as he gave the rabbit one last chop, then started shoveling the pieces into a cast-iron stew pot.
Coincidences abound, I reckon.
Colter rested his head back against the wall. He didn't know why, but something told him he could trust this man. He might be old and stove up and not much good at his job anymore, but at least he wouldn't try to gun Colter down and cut his head off, sack it up, and send it back to Bill Rondo in Saponero.
Yeah, I guess so.
How'd Cimarron come to get his hands on the gold?
Colter considered his answer. He didn't know whether he should tell Spur he was responsible for securing the stolen army loot or not. Why tip his hand to a stranger about how fast he was with his old Remington? Trusting the man, but still feeling wary from all the long miles he'd covered from Colorado, and from his recent dust-up with the bounty killers, Colter scuttled down in the bed and turned onto his right side, facing the wall. He slid his right hand against the cold, firm butt of the Remy he'd placed beneath the pillow.
I'm feeling some peaked, Spur. Reckon I'll shut my eyes for a bit.
All right, kid, you do that.
Spur shuffled the whiskey-stained deck of cards in his big gnarled hands, causing the candle on the table before him to sputter. He was about to begin laying down the pasteboards for a one-handed game of war when Colter moved in his sleep. Spur looked over the table at the boy, asleep on the floor against the front wall, left of the door, head resting on his saddle. Since there was only one bed in the cabin, the boy had insisted he'd take the floor despite the ugly-looking knot in his side, which Spur had gotten a look at when Colter had dressed the wound, as well as the one on his arm, before turning in.
No,
Colter shook his head, jostling the hat around enough that it revealed his eyes, which were fluttering.
No, Dang it all, Mariana.
Gradually, his muscles relaxed. His breathing became slow and even. His eyes and lips stopped moving. The candle spread a wan glow of saffron light across the right side of his face, casting the scarred left side in shadow. The S stuck out darkly, like a small coiled snake laid out there under the kid's eye. Colter's jaw hardened, the left hinge dimpling in the candlelight. The old man started laying down cards, swiping the pairs off to one side or the other. Poor kid, you couldn't really blame him for having vengeance on his mind after being marked in such a grisly fashion. Also, he was young. Spur had been the same way. Even now, he'd probably go after such men as Labrie if they'd killed friends of his. But there was no such thing as getting even for a killing. The proof lay in the fact that folks didn't just waltz up out of their graves and rejoin the living as soon as they were avenged. Spur intended to ride out of there alone in the morning. No wounded, vengeance-hungry younker was going to weigh him down, distract him, make his job more difficult than it already was. Besides, there were enough vengeance-seeking young men pushing up sage on the boot hills across the frontier. Spur had found himself liking this one, and he didn't want to see young Colter Farrow shot out of the saddle, a bullet between his eyes. But something deep inside the logy-hearted old lawman told him he wouldn't be able to handle the Labrie bunch alone. This secret thought lay very deep in a very small pocket in his brain that did not communicate with the rest of it. But in this pocket, Spur was also thinking that facing the Labrie bunch, the worst gang of killers currently running roughshod across the frontier, would be one hell of a way to go out. He'd probably never make it to Mexico anyway. If his luck held and he did make it, the whores down there would kill him within a week. He'd have laid heavy odds on it if he'd really thought about it, but he didn't want to. He set a 7 of hearts down on a jack of spades. Spur lifted his eyes across the guttering candle at the door. He leaned forward, blew out the candle, and sat there for a moment in the darkness that still smelled like the rabbit stew he'd made for supper. The silence was dense and ominous. Spur jerked himself to his feet, too fast. His weak heart revolted. He felt as though tough hands were pushing him back down while a third one squeezed his ticker. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed one of his cartridge belts hanging over the chair beside him and wrapped it with his holster and pistol around his waist. As he reached for his rifle, he glanced at the kid. Colter was still sleeping, occasionally moving his lips, the scar on his cheek twitching every so often. A troubled sleeper. But he continued sleeping. Spur would let him sleep. Chances were the horses had only been riled by a coyote or some other night critter padding around along the creek. He moved to the left and hunkered down on his haunches. His chest felt tighter, heavier. With a shaking hand, he reached into the left breast pocket of his shirt and withdrew a small hide pouch in which he'd poured the pills the Sawbones had given him. He popped one in his mouth. It tasted like tin as it dissolved beneath his tongue. Almost instantly, he felt the effects. His chest lightened. With each breath, he seemed to draw more air. His strength returned, his senses growing keener. He looked around the cabin's dark yard, pricking his ears. A half-moon hovered over a southwestern butte, giving enough light that he could make out the furry line of the creek. He waited for his eyes to adjust. After a time, staring out beyond the creek, he picked out 2 silhouetted horses standing with their heads down. They were tied in a copse of piñons, and he wouldn't have seen them if the moon hadn't been angling just right. His ticker was weak, but his distance vision was as keen as ever. His hearing, too. He picked out the slight stumble of someone walking across the creek. It wasn't a coyote out there after all. Spur stood slowly, then eased off to the cabin's left side, where the shadow of a low, steep-sided bluff cast a pie-wedged shadow across the yard and corral. As his and Colter's horses continued to fidget around the paddock behind him, Spur stole through the shadow out to the creek. At the edge of the brush lining the stream, he stopped and looked upstream. Spying nothing, he continued on into the brush, forded the creek via half-submerged stones, getting the soles of his moccasins wet enough to be irksome, though not dangerous, and began tramping upstream, keeping close to the dark shadows of the brush. No telling who was out here. It was remote country, so it could be anyone from rustlers to Cheyenne Indians looking for a larder to raid. Spur was holding out the hope it was Charlie Benbow, having seen the two horses in his corral, scouting the layout before entering. But Charlie had always preferred mules to horses, and Spur had been able to tell that the two animals tied to the brush yonder were horses. He stopped suddenly, straining his eyes to see into the darkness ahead of him. A man knelt on one knee about 30 feet away, holding a rifle and facing the cabin. All Spur could tell about the man was that he was lanky and wore a shabby cream hat and long denim jacket. The eyelets of his tall lace-up boots, miner's boots, shone in the moonlight. He was studying the cabin, likely backing up the man who'd crossed the creek. Anxiety nipped at Spur. The kid was in the cabin, asleep on the floor, helpless. As Spur approached the kneeling interloper, he could see the man's jaws nervously working a wad and chew. Just as the man lowered his head to spit a long, wet stream into the brush, Spur stopped 10 feet away from him.
Hold it!
The man froze. Suddenly he whipped around, bringing a Spencer carbine to bear on Spur, who was ready.
Damn fool.
Spur bolted forward and saw the man bobbing slightly in the 8-inch deep water, limbs akimbo. His hat had fallen just beyond him. It was being carried slowly downstream, weaving among the rocks and branches. Spur hurried across the creek, his heart pounding. He'd left the kid alone. The other would-be ambusher was probably headed for him. As he started across the yard as fast as his old legs would carry him, he saw a shadow move against the darker shadow of the cabin door.
I'm here, you bastard!
Too late. A thick shadow flew back from the door. It arced high in the air and came down and hit the ground hard. Another figure stepped out of the cabin. The moonlight washed over the kid's long handles and hat, and the Tyler Henry he aimed straight out from his left shoulder.
Colter, hold on, it's Spur!
Colter moved toward him. Above the kid, yet another shadow moved atop the cabin. Instantly, Spur straightened, bringing up his rifle.
Drop, Junior!
Colter threw himself flat. The shape spun and hit the cabin's brush roof. A second later, he was on his hands and knees and crawling quickly toward the cabin's rear.
I'll be damned if I don't know that son of a bitch.
Spur racked a fresh cartridge, leaped over Colter's sprawled figure, and dashed around the cabin toward the rear. As he rounded the corner, the wounded bushwhacker leaped from the roof to the woodpile. He careened off the woodpile, scattering logs, and hit the ground.
God damn your eyes, Spur!
He rolled around on his back, grabbing his knee. The ankle of the same leg hung limp and crooked.
You shot me, you bitch! You busted my fucking ankle!
Toad Johnson, you bushwhacking fool!
Spur stood over the man, aiming his Winchester one-handed at the man's head that shone pale in the moonlight angling over the cabin. Johnson had lost his hat in the fall. He had close-cropped dark hair, a blunt-nosed face, jug ears, and a week's growth of black beard.
Would you mind telling me just what the hell you think you're doing?
Shit. I'm gonna die, ain't I?
Well, looks like I buried one in your belly. Best sweep out the chimney before you're judged by old St. Pete. Now, what are you doing out here?
What the hell you think? The gold!
I don't even have it yet, Toad.
We thought...
What, the kid was one of the gang? Well, shit. You should have stuck to selling whiskey and gold pans, Toad. You're a day early and about 26,000 short. Who are your friends? Toad?
Toad just stared up at Spur, that befuddled look pasted on his face. His eyes were glassy. His chest fell still.
He followed you out from Buffaloville?
I don't let no one, and I mean no one, fog my back trail, Yunker. Toad here's from Crowdance. His dry goods store went belly up last winter. Well, it never was much more than a tent over an old Murphy freight wagon. When he heard about the gold that Cimarron had, he must have gathered up some of his down-at-heel friends to come gunning for it. They likely spied me and you here at the cabin. Figured you was my prisoner and I'd somehow gotten the gold already. Yeah, that was some fancy shooting, kid.
Deputize me, Spur. You've seen here how I can back your play. We'll go after the Labrie gang and bring them down hard. Together we can do it.
I ride alone, Junior.
Pearl gritted her teeth as she pulled at the 4 stakes, pinning her, naked and spread eagle, in the middle of the Diamond Bar yard. The 2 Labrie gang members, the big man with the calico bandana and bear-tooth earrings, whom the other gang members called Big Norm, and the kid in the top hat, whom everyone called Yukon, had tied her wrists and ankles to the stakes with rawhide that had no give at all. Not only was Cimarron dead, He and Dawson and Shanley were still lying in bloody, twisted heaps in the cabin, but her own spirit was all but broken. Several times over the course of the long night, when the temperature must have gotten down to around 40 degrees and her muscles had burned from the position she'd been held in since they'd dragged her out of the cabin and she'd refused to tell them where the stolen army gold was hidden, she'd half wished that death would swoop down like a big black bird and claim her. Only luck had saved her from being killed with the others. The luck of Stretch Dawson flying into her when bullets had plunked through him, and her hitting her head on the range so hard she'd been knocked out until Labrie had dragged her out from under Dawson's bloody body and out of the cabin. Letting her body fall slack against the cold, hard ground once more, she felt herself convulse for the 6th time that night in a sob of wretched, all-consuming sorrow. Tears oozed out from her closed eyelids and washed down the sides of her face as she swallowed the sobs that threatened to well up from her chest. Cimarron, the man who'd taken her in and given her a home when she was half as old as she was now, and who'd adopted and loved her like one of his own, was dead and cold as he lay in a large pool of his own blood in the cabin he'd raised her in. But it did no good to cry. Crying wouldn't bring Cimarron back. Nothing would do that. But over the long night, she'd found a modicum of comfort in the thought of slitting Labrie's throat from ear to ear and killing one by one the rest of his gang, including his fat, mean, stupid, curly-headed sister, whom everyone inexplicably called Mercy. No matter her name, she would die screaming. Pearl would see to that. But the only way she could accomplish the task was to keep herself alive. It was clear to her now, after lying here, staked out on the ground all night, watching the stars revolve and feeling the chill of the high mountain air like blunt spikes hammering into her, that the only chance she had of staying alive was to tell Labrie where Cimarron had hidden the money. They might very well kill her once they'd gotten it, but something in the way Labrie had looked at her told her there was a chance they wouldn't. Her numb lips quivering from the brutal chill, she turned to where the gang was bedded down about 40 yards away from her and directly in front of the cabin. Mercy and most of the men had wanted to sleep in the bunkhouse, but when they'd found out that Labrie had intended to sleep in the yard with Pearl, they'd all decided to throw down out there too. Either they didn't trust him with the gold, or they didn't want to be left out if Labrie tried to take Pearl by force. Pearl could tell where Mercy lay by the curly blonde head turned to one side, by the large hump of the woman's ass pushing her wool blankets up as though a barrel were under there, and by one fat white calf of a stubby leg sticking out to one side. It was false dawn, and there was a milky cast to the brown air.
Labrie? Labrie?
Labrie jerked his head up suddenly, his hat tumbling into his lap. Instantly, he had a cocked pistol in each hand and he was swinging his head around anxiously.
Over here!
Labrie turned his head toward her. The others, all nearly as cagey as Labrie, were reaching for guns holstered beside them or hidden beneath the saddles that they'd been sleeping on. The black man had grabbed a rifle. The top of his head was as bald as an egg, but he wore a neatly trimmed beard and mustache. A scar from what appeared to be barbed wire angled pinkly across his forehead.
Pull your horns in, 10.
What the hell is it?
Mercy had a Colt revolver in each hand and was looking beyond the corral as if expecting a posse to be approaching from the creek.
Put up them hog legs, sis. It's a pretty little Injun gal.
He swept his blankets aside and, keeping his guns in his hands but depressing the hammers, rose. In his stocking feet, he walked over to where Pearl lay and looked down at her. Labrie was a big man. He had a slight paunch, but his shoulders, while always slightly stooped, were thick and broad. His face would have been handsome, except for his eyes, which were flat and a strange blue-gray color. He had a pouncing hawk tattooed on his neck. While some women might have seen him as rakish and flirtatious, maybe even charming in a devilish way, Pearl saw the casual killer in the man. Those weirdly colored eyes raked her body as she lay supine and naked before him. They flickered a little, snake-like, appreciating her. That was what she had to bank her fate on, his appreciation of her. His obvious desire for her, as well as his outlaw's brand of nobility that had so far kept him from taking her against her will or allowing the others to rape her.
Good morning, my purty Injun gal.
He knelt down beside her and slid a lock of her black hair away from her right eye.
Did you have a good night's sleep? Damn, but your lips are about as blue as overripe plums. You didn't get cold, did you?
I got a couple hours in.
Well, what'd you call me over here for? Lonely?
The others were following him over, some draping blankets over their shoulders against the chill.
I'll tell you where the money's hid.
So it is still around here. I knew they hadn't taken it to town.
Where is it? And you'd better not be wasting my time.
Will you let me go?
I'll untie you and give your clothes back. I ain't promising I'll let you go. Why, don't you know? I've grown kind of fond of you.
Wearing only one boot, Mercy aimed both her pistols down at Pearl.
Quit horsing around, brother. Where's the goddamn money, squaw? No deals. Where is it, or stay tied out here through another sunny day and another long cold night?
Mercy! That is no way to talk to this poor girl.
Hell, she's a damn Injun.
Good-looking one, though. Big Norm's bushy gray handlebar mustache was fluttering slightly in the chill morning breeze.
Me? I never had me a Cheyenne squaw. Feared to catch something. But this one here? Shit, I might just risk it.
If you let me go, I'll tell you where the gold's hid. If not, I'll stay here until the sun burns straight through me or I freeze to death.
How about we do it this way? You tell us where the gold is, and once we've hauled it out of here, then we untie you. I make no promises to turn you loose in the world. Maybe in a few days. But not now, so you can go squeal to the authorities. So we have more like them constables interrupting our lunch break.
I won't squeal.
No, you won't. At least, not so's it can cause us trouble.
Pearl stared at him, sort of caressed him with her eyes. She knew he liked her, wanted her, but only if she was willing and made it pleasant for him.
You promise to untie me? Let me dress?
After we've hauled the gold out of here.
Pearl glanced at the cabin. The door was open, and she could see the arm of one of the dead men, Shanley, she thought, lying in front of the door jamb. Sorrow and fury blew through her like a hot summer wind, but she suppressed the emotion, tossing her head to indicate the back of the cabin.
There's a root cellar 100 feet behind the cabin. There's a stone boat on top of it. The door's beneath the boat.
Labrie glanced at the other men and Mercy. They all trotted off around the cabin. Labrie remained on one knee beside Pearl, staring down at her with a weird mix of mockery and tenderness. He grabbed Pearl's hair in his right hand and pulled it steadily so that it just started to hurt. Pearl did not wince. As cold and stiff as she was, she kept her face stony. That was the Sioux in her. From somewhere, she got that primitive iron resolve. She would not want to tangle with anyone like herself when she was mad. Labrie would find that out in Pearl's own good time. She stretched her lips slightly in a smile.
Don't worry. When I give my word, it's good. Is yours?
I reckon you might be about to find that out.
He raked his eyes down the length of her cherry-red body, parts of which quivered involuntarily from the night's endless chill. He shook his head in amazement.
Damn, but you're a good-looking girl. It'd be a shame to have to cut your throat for lying to me, making me look foolish in front of my amigos. You know what I think, Pearl?
What's that?
I think you and me are a lot alike. We're iron tough. Survivors. You and me would work well together, given half a chance.
Maybe.
The problem is, trusting a tough-ass little squaw like you is just a mite on the dangerous side.
The rewards might even things out.
Labrie nodded pensively, ran the first 2 fingers of his left hand through the deep valley between her breasts.
Maybe.
He continued running his fingers down her belly and lower.
Don't.
He turned the corners of his mouth down. The hawk tattoo on the left side of his neck got darker. He removed his hand.
You'd have to get over this touchiness.
You lie out here naked all night and we'll see how touchy you get.
A smile blossomed on Labrie's face. His strange eyes flashed.
Damn, Pearl, I like you. I really do. You're as sassy and tough as you are purty. You'd better not be messing with me.
Brother!
Labrie turned. Pearl craned her head as far as she could to see Mercy striding quickly on her short legs around the corner of the cabin and into the front yard. The men flanked her, 10 holding the saddlebags over his shoulder and the others sticking close to him, lifting the flaps on the pouches to admire the loot.
It's here!
Labrie stood and stuck his hand inside one of the pouches and pulled up a handful of coins, letting them dribble back into the bag as he turned his approving gaze on Pearl.
Well, I'll be damned. My pretty little squaw girl came through.
Yep. Now it's time to say goodbye to the little bitch.
Colter rose in the murky light of false dawn and dressed slowly, with painstaking quiet, in the still dark cabin, while Spur slept atop the cabin's single bed. The shooting last night, on top of his long ride out here to Benbow's hovel, had taken a lot out of the old lawman. He might sleep till 8 or 9 o'clock this morning. Hell, he might sleep all day. That was fine with Colter. Since Spur didn't want Colter teaming up with him, the young drover would have to ride the vengeance trail his own way, without Spur. Colter plucked his hat off the table. The young drover looked over his shoulder. The lawman lay on his back, head resting on a stuffed toe-sack pillow, lower jaw hanging, his open mouth making a large dark hole in the lower half of his thin-bearded, well-seasoned face. Twice last night, Colter had to get up from his pallet on the floor and nudge the old man over onto his belly to quell the snoring that had echoed off the cabin's stout walls like light cannonades. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten any sleep at all, and he'd needed a good night's rest to heal the bullet hole in his side well enough that he could ride the long, hard trail, if that was what he was in for. Colter snugged his hat down tight on his head, picked up his rifle, and ever so gently opened the door. When he had the door open 2 feet, he cast one more backward glance at Spur, then sidestepped through the opening and used the same painstaking caution in drawing the door closed behind him. He strode across the yard toward the corral where Northwest and the lawman's big roan stared at him with their heads over the gate, both expecting their morning grub. It was cold enough, getting on late in the summer, that breath jetted from the horse's nostrils. Colter winced and stopped, holding a finger to his lips, shushing Northwest. The horse stared at him curiously, twitching one ear. Colter continued forward and went on into the corral, pushed past both horses that jostled him for their morning feed, and continued into the lean-to shed where he'd stashed his tack. Looking at the crude wooden bench, he froze. He set his lips in a straight line and hardened his jaw, feeling warm blood rush to his head. Swinging around, he leaned his rifle across a hay trough. He tramped back out of the corral and across the hard-packed yard to the cabin, and threw the cabin door open. Standing just back of the opening, fully dressed, with even his hat on his head and his saddle on his shoulder, his rifle in his other hand, Spur grinned.
Looking for your tack?
Where is it?
Behind the shed.
Colter swung around and stomped off behind the cabin. Sure enough, his saddle was on the woodpile, along with blanket, bridle, saddlebags, and bedroll. He slung the saddle over one shoulder, his bedroll and bags over the other, and continued around the cabin to the corral, where Spur was heaving his saddle onto his roan's back. Both the roan and Northwest had feed sacks draped over their snoots and were hungrily munching parched corn. Colter strode through the open gate and walked up to Northwest. He narrowed an eye at the old lawman, who he could tell was thoroughly enjoying his ruse. Colter dropped his gear at his feet, then tossed his blanket up onto Northwest's back.
All right. Maybe I didn't get the jump on you, but there's nothing you can do to prevent me from riding over to the Diamond Bar.
Spur was tightening his saddle's latigo, scowling at the big roan's head.
Let your air out, you stubborn bastard. I figured that on my own, Yunker. I reckon we're partnered up.
He picked up his rifle from where it lay beside Colter's, then went around to the other side of the horse and slid the old Winchester into its scabbard. He entwined his hands atop the saddle and looked over them at Colter, his eyes hard and no longer owning any humor at all.
But if you get in my way, try to take matters into your own hands, I'll cuff you and shackle you, tie your belly down over your horse, and haul your skinny ass back to Denver, where you'll stand trial for interfering with a federal lawman. In case you're too fired up to understand what that means, I'll tell you. It means at least a year in the federal pen. And I hear they got them boys digging out a tunnel for some narrow-gauge railroad up high in the Rockies. Cold up there of a winter.
Colter grabbed his Henry and slid it into his saddle scabbard. He glanced over his shoulder at Spur, now tying his bedroll over his saddlebags behind the cantle of his saddle.
Those men were friends to me. Gave me a job for the winter, and Cimarron would have kept me on through next summer. He told me so, and his word was good.
Only family you had, huh?
That's right. And LeBrie killed him. Stormed into the cabin and shot him in cold blood. Likely killed Pearl, or worse. All for that damn money I sawed off them cousins of his.
Removing the feed sack from his roan's head, Spur looked at him.
So it was you that got the gold?
We threw down, and they lost.
Colter turned to look in the direction of the Diamond Bar.
Sort of makes you feel responsible for what happened, don't it?
That's right, it does.
Comes with the territory, kid.
Colter turned to Spur, who was removing the feed sack from Northwest's ears. The young drover frowned at him. Spur glanced back as he went over and opened one of his saddlebag flaps.
That old six-shooter of yours goes with the territory of knowing how to use it keeps you alive, but it sort of starts a habit. The more you use it, the more you have to use it.
He stuffed the feed sacks into the saddlebag pouch.
You saying I should have just let LeBree's cousins blow me and Shanley and old Stretch out of our saddles?
Nope. I'm saying you reap what you sow, whether you deserve it or not. And there's no point in getting on your high horse about it.
The old marshal mounted up and turned his horse toward the trail, but turned himself in the saddle to face Colter.
This ain't no pistolero fandango, understand? This here's a ride after Al Hoots ramrodded by a deputy United States Marshal. We're out to secure stolen army gold and bring the thieves to justice as allowed for by the Code of the U.S. Marshal Service and the Constitution. Nothing more, nothing less. You try any Black Bart or Billy the Kid imitations, you'll spend this winter and next summer breaking rock for the railroad. Yeah!
From 100 yards away, Colter thought the object hanging from the lone dead aspen tree along a sharp bend in Diamond Creek was a hunter's cache of elk or venison. As he and the old lawman closed on it, however, his gut tightened. There wasn't just one object, but two. Gradually, Colter made out the hair-capped heads of two separate men hanging naked, necks stretched by the nooses that hung down from a stout branch, the ends of both ropes tied off on a low knob on the opposite side of the tree from the bodies. They were pale, gaunt, and red from the blood that had leaked from the several bullet holes in their chests and heads. Colter and Spur checked their mounts down 10 feet from the dead men, who swung back and forth in a gusting afternoon breeze. Their blood-splattered clothes, including boots and hats, were strewn about the willows lining the creek. Colter felt sick to his stomach as he stared up at them, their eyelids heavy in death.
Nolan and Strong shot him and stripped him, hung him up as a warning for others.
Colter looked at the men again. Death had leached out their distinguishing characteristics, so that now they were just two dead bodies, looking grisly and terrible as the breeze nudged them this way and that, their stark, pale feet brushing the tops of the blonde needlegrass. Strong's right big toe was purple, likely a horse had stepped on it some time ago. The body of Constable Nolan twisted around to face Colter, with its slitted eyes reflecting the afternoon light and the man's thick brown hair curling down over his ears. Colter turned away to stare southwest along the valley. Again, his gut tightened as he made out the black smoke billowing up from behind a fir-covered southern ridge jutting into the canyon between him and the ranch. He threw out an arm.
Look!
He and Spur both put heels to their mounts. Colter's heart raced. He knew that Cimarron and the other two were dead, but he'd still been terrified of seeing it all again. He dreaded learning of Pearl's fate. Something had told him he'd find her slumped in the cabin with Cimarron, Shanley, and Dawson, but he knew now he'd imagined it all wrong. As he and Spur rode hard around the ridge and then plunged across the creek, they slipped their rifles from their scabbards. As they rode under the Diamond Bar portal and past the corral on their right, they could feel the heat of the burning cabin. Nothing. He'd find nothing here now. They'd burned it all up. Colter checked northwest down and held the reins up taut against his chest. The cabin's right wall suddenly shuddered and tumbled inward into the swirling orange conflagration.
The gold!
Colter neck-reined northwest around sharply, tracing a broad circle around the burning cabin and into the pines behind it. He reined up again when he saw the stone boat sitting several feet from the cellar door lying back away from the gaping black hole. Colter galloped back around to the front of the cabin.
They got the loot!
Spur reined his horse around suddenly and rode off toward the creek, continuing to scour the ground with his eyes before he rode back into the yard and put the roan up beside northwest. Colter was staring at the fire, his heart both sick and burning with fury. Could he smell the bodies burning in there, or was it just his imagination? Likely they were all burned up by now. Was Pearl in there too? Nothing but melting flesh and charred bones. Spur set his carbine across his saddle bows and leaned forward against the horn.
How many were with LeBree?
I done already told you there were 6.
Well, 7 rode out here a little over an hour ago.
You think Pearl's alive?
All I'm saying is 7 riders rode back out under that portal a little over an hour ago. and they had someone staked out on the ground last night.
What?
Look down.
Colter looked down at the ground. Not far off his right stirrup fender, 4 stakes poked several inches out of the pocked and scuffed dust of the yard, 2 broken off at ground level.
Pearl. Pearl's gotta be with them.
Maybe.
Maybe hell. Who else could it be? Let's get after the sons of bitches.
Before he could gig the dun into a gallop, Spur reached out and grabbed Northwest's bridle, hauling the horse and rider up short. Colter cast an exasperated look at the old lout, but something in Spur's hard, level gaze rendered his objection stillborn on his tongue.
We rest the horses 1/2 hour. Otherwise, we'll never catch them. You understand me now, Colter Farrow? Or do I need to get my ankle chains out?
Gradually, the taut muscles in Colter's face slackened. He gave his mind enough rein to remember his promise to toe Spur's line and to realize the wily old lawman was right. Northwest was nearly blown from the ride out there, as was the roan, and they wouldn't catch the gang afoot. He hated the idea of the gang with Pearl in tow moving farther and farther away from him, but maybe Spur wasn't quite as beat up and burnt out as he looked.
All right.
Colter reluctantly swung down from his saddle. 3 days from the Diamond Bar, Labree's bunch with the stolen army gold and Pearl in tow drifted up into the higher reaches of the Cheyennes, where the nights were so cold the water in their canteens remained frozen until several hours after sunup. The pines were mixed with turning aspens, and the rivers ran hard and fast through their rocky chasms. Pearl wasn't sure where the gang was headed. She'd thought she'd heard one of the men mention Laramie, but that couldn't be their final destination. Likely they intended to hop the train there and head as far from this country as they could, probably make their way to the West Coast or Mexico, where they could spend the stolen loot in relative peace. She often found herself wondering what they would do with her once they reached Laramie, but she tried to keep such thoughts from her mind. Cimarron had had a saying in the fall when they were busy with the roundup, and again in the spring when they were calving.
One job of work at a time.
For now, her main job was figuring out how to get away from the gang, despite their keeping her wrists tied to her horse's saddle horn and watching her closely every minute of every day, even making her sleep with her wrists tied together, her ankles tied to a tree. It was Cimarron's horse that Labree had ridden down for Pearl to ride. So not only was she stuck in the company of the killers who'd murdered Cimarron, but she'd been condemned to ride Cimarron's horse, Hair Trigger, who constantly reminded her of Cimarron himself, until she often found herself with an apple-sized knot in her throat and tears welling in her eyes and occasionally dribbling down her dusty cheeks. Farther and farther the killers hauled her away from the Diamond Bar, with no one to help her but herself. Nevertheless, she often found herself glancing back along their back trail, as though half expecting to find Colter behind her. Likely the young Colorado drover was dead. He'd probably ridden away from the cabin that horrible morning, wounded, and died in a ravine somewhere. If he'd managed to survive, Pearl was sure he'd try to rescue her. But rescuing her from killers such as these would be impossible for anything but a small army. She was alone out here. She doubted the gang would take her beyond Laramie. The only reason they'd kept her alive this long was for the amusement of Labree. She had to find a way, alone, to free herself. It wouldn't be easy, and she'd probably die doing it because she did not intend to leave without first killing Labree. Without first cutting the killer's throat from ear to ear and allowing him the horror of watching her smile down at him as he bled himself dry. She had to be patient and careful, wait for just the right moment to spring her trap. That moment came sooner than she'd expected, or what she thought was that moment.
We'll stop here and build a coffee fire. Rest the horses.
The group approached a broad horseshoe in the river they'd been following.
About time, brother.
Mercy was riding directly behind Pearl, who was straddling Hair Trigger directly behind Labree. The outlaw boss was leading the horse by a rope clipped to its halter.
My ass is about grown into this saddle.
That laugh caused Pearl to grind her jaws. The only one of the bunch she'd wanted to kill worse than Labree was Labree's sister, Mercy. Not only because she was the most grating person that Pearl had ever known, but because the fat, mannish woman always tied Pearl's wrists so tight it was hard for her to sleep at night. She had to hand it to the woman, however. She made it known she didn't want to see Pearl taken by force. Though this sentiment mostly stemmed from jealousy, it was obvious that Mercy would have shared her blankets with any of them, but none of them would have her. She kept the men away from Pearl. Once, when Labrie had disappeared for a couple of hours scouting their back trail, Mercy had kept Yukon from following Pearl during a nature call by the point of both her guns. Now, Mercy and the men, except for Labrie, dismounted at the edge of the thick brush bordering an aspen copse, then led their mounts into the woods. Finally, Labrie stepped down from his bay and tied Hair Trigger's lead rope to his saddle horn. He glanced at Pearl out the corner of his eye.
How you doing up there, Miss Pearl?
Pearl let the vaguely taunting question go. She had other things on her mind as she watched the others lead their horses off into the woods.
You have a first name, Labrie?
Yep.
What is it?
Why should I tell you?
I don't know. Just curious. Never mind.
Labrie cut her wrists free of the horn.
Skylar. I go by Sky to them I'm on a first-name basis with. You thinking you're ready to start calling me by my first name?
Labrie let his unsquinted eye drift down to Pearl's well-filled wool shirt, under which she only wore a thin cotton camisole. She also wore an unbuttoned old wolf coat, tasseled buckskin breeches, and moccasins, all of which she'd pulled out of the cabin before the killers had set fire to it. Pearl pulled her wrists away from the apple, rubbing them.
I reckon it depends on what a girl has to do to start calling you by your first name.
Pearl jerked her head toward the stream.
I think I'll just wander over there and have a scrub.
Labrie backed away from her horse as Pearl swung down from Cimarron's saddle, her right thigh nudging the empty scabbard. What she wouldn't give to get her hands on a gun. Labrie stepped toward her, planting both hands on her saddle, on either side of her, pinning her against the horse. He smiled his snaky smile, the pupils of his gray-green eyes expanding and contracting, cat-like.
You think I'm just gonna let you wander off alone? Without no chaperone?
Where the hell am I gonna run? Shit, I'm safer with your bunch than being on foot alone out here.
You know, I like the way you curse.
I bet you say that to all the girls.
Only the ones that fill their blouses so nice.
She flicked his hand away with her forearm and turned to dig into her saddlebags for a bar of soap and a gunny sack.
Come on, Miss Pearl. I ain't never been with a squaw. Well, there was a fat one up in Devil's Lake, but she weren't like you.
We squaws are right picky about who we throw in with.
Pearl tossed her hair as she swung around and started striding off toward the river, aware of how her hips swung, drawing the seat of her buckskins taut across each buttock in turn.
You might need help.
It'd take more man than you to help a girl like me.
Tossing her hair again, she swung back around and continued strolling toward the stream, chewing her bottom lip, hoping he didn't suspect what she had planned for him. Moving through the rustling trees, Pearl kept her head forward and allowed herself a smile. With a man like Labrie, you couldn't overplay it. Such a man was so full of himself that he'd never get into a woman's mind long enough to know what she needed from him, what she desired, dreamed about, what she really thought about him, or how she planned to kill him. A man like Labrie deserved exactly the bloody, howling death she had planned for him. It wouldn't be until after he was shaking hands with the devil himself that he'd start to realize he'd been hornswoggled. Pearl did not look back as she continued through the trees and onto the rocks along the shallow, tea-colored stream that ruffled over stones and around branch snags. She couldn't see Labrie's eyes on her, but she could feel them. She felt her mouth corners rise in a devilish smile as she began unbuttoning the wool shirt. Facing the stream, she slid the shirt off her shoulders, but did not yet shed the light cotton camisole that hung down low on her chest, exposing nearly all of her ample bosom. She kicked out of her moccasins, one after another, then sat down on a rock near the edge of the stream and slowly, deliberately removed her gray wool socks. When her feet were bare, she sat up slightly from the rock and pulled her buckskin pants down beneath her rump. Settling herself back on the top of the rock, she curled both legs out in front of her and squirmed around a little, sliding the skin-tight breeches down her thighs. When she had them down around her calves, she gave them a kick, and they fell on the rocks near the water's edge. Pearl wore only a pair of thin cotton underwear under her breeches. They hiked up high on her thighs as she extended her long, golden-brown legs out in front of her again, stretching the muscles and waggling her feet, enjoying the warmth of the sun on her bare skin, which shone like polished cherry wood. Shaking her hair back, she stood and finally pulled the camisole up over her head. She tossed the garment on top of her breeches and felt her long, straight black hair tumble down her shoulders and back, enjoying the light rake of it on her bare skin. Pearl cupped the tips of her breasts in her palms and shoved them up against her chest. Even dressed behind coarse wool or red calico working shirts, they'd drawn the admiring stares of many men. She just hoped she was drawing the stare and raising the body temperature of the man she wished to kill. Pearl stepped into the water and bit her tongue at the stinging chill. She took another step, feeling the cold water rise up her shins. After a minute, she started getting used to it. The nights were cold up here, but the water was shallow and the sun shone on it most of the day, warming it. She could stand it. After all, she'd often enjoyed bathing in Diamond Creek when it was swollen with fast rushing snowmelt in the spring. She walked out a good 20 yards into the stream, her feet sliding off the polished stones, then turned to face the shore she'd just left and sank down into a sandy patch of stream bottom between two large pale rocks. The cold water covered her thighs and crotch, making her lightheaded and pinching her lungs. The sandy bottom, coupled with the icy water, soothed her saddle-sore rump, raking it delightfully, working the blood back into it. Her mind was on Labrie as her eyes raked the rocky shore and the knee-high grass, but there were only the breeze-brushed aspens. He wasn't there. Frowning, wondering whether she had gone through this charade for nothing, she slid her gaze left along the shoreline to where she could see pale smoke rising from low flames about 30 yards in from the river and another 40 or 50 yards upstream. The men and Mercy were moving around the fire, tossing down their gear. Pearl probed the figures, looking for Labrie's long silver-brown hair hanging straight down from beneath his cream Stetson banded with silver conchos.
Looking for someone?
Labrie's voice swiveled her head back right, where the outlaw leader was just now stepping out from behind a wagon-sized boulder, clad only in his long handles, hat, and socks. He had his cartridge belt looped over his right shoulder. He leaned his rifle against the boulder and walked out across the rocks to the edge of the water, where he set his holstered .45s and shell belt down. Smiling lasciviously at Pearl, sitting in the water and cupping her breasts in her hands, he tossed his hat down on the guns and began unbuttoning his long handles. Pearl looked at the pistols, quickly looked away from them to Labrie, her heartbeat quickening. She fashioned a sidelong, flirtatious smile.
Don't get any ideas. I told you, there's only a certain kind of man who can satisfy a girl like me.
That right?
That's right.
And just what kind of man is that if he ain't me?
Labrie stepped out of his long handles and kicked them away.
Huh? You just tell me. I don't see no hunk puppy braves around here anywheres. And I know how you Injun girls are. Listen, you're getting it regular, you get as fidgety as a damn bobcat in the springtime.
Pearl looked at him. She manufactured an impressed look, and keeping her eyes on the man's crotch, slowly lowered her hands from her breasts, giving him a good, full view.
I don't know. Maybe, but...
Maybe but hell.
Labrie walked into the water, taking long strides and swinging his arms back for balance, hardening his jaw at the cold inching up his flower-white legs.
I'm getting a little tired of your foolishness, girl. When I get my hands on you...
Pearl feigned shock and fear, snapping her eyes wide and heaving herself to her feet.
Wait now, I never said...
She started toward the far side of the stream. Labrie grabbed her arm and jerked her back around.
You might not have said it out loud, but I seen it in your eyes when I first laid eyes on you. You're Injun all over.
He placed a brash hand on her, clamping the other hand against the back of her neck and holding her head so that she was looking straight into his eyes.
I killed the man who raised you. Still, you were thinking about your wild squaw needs.
Rage stoked a fire in Pearl's heart. She suppressed it and grabbed him down below, gently squeezing, letting her anger harden her jaw so it looked like untrammeled lust.
You gonna stand here all day chinning, or we gonna get down to it?
She released him and stepped back.
I like it in the water.
She jerked her head toward the gurgling stream. Labrie dropped to his hands and knees. Pearl, taking charge, pushed him back down on his ass, then straddled him, casting a hard, devilish grin at him. His eyes were wide with want as they raked across her golden brown body with the hard, up-thrust breasts.
All right. This how you like it? Okay, girl. That's just fine with me.
Pearl sank down on top of him, then leaned forward on her knees, reaching between her legs to find him. At the same time, she dipped her right hand into the river and felt around for a rock. Labrie was grinning dreamily and dropping his chin toward his chest to watch her other hand. Suddenly, she raised her right hand. The fist-sized rock in her palm dripped water. She gritted her teeth. Her black eyes flashed savagely. Labree's eyes found the rock and widened. He opened his mouth to scream. She'd struck his temple so hard that the rock slipped out of her hand and plopped into the water. The blow had jerked Labree's head to one side, his face instantly turning pale. His eyes fluttered, and he tried raising his hands to his head, but they appeared too heavy for him. They dropped into the water. Farrow looked around for another rock. Her heart was turning somersaults. She was cold and frightened and hadn't planned what she'd do after she'd killed Labree. Maybe she really hadn't figured she'd get this far. She rose from the man's belly, staring down at him. He lolled sideways in the water, blinking his eyes, scissoring his white legs slowly as though in a futile effort to stand. His left temple was turning purple, but there was only a small trickle of blood dribbling down over that eye. Pearl gave up looking for another rock to strike him with. Crouching so she wouldn't be seen from the camp, Pearl hurried back to shore, casting anxious glances at Labree. She'd let him die there in agony for a while. He was too addled to call out. She hoped the image of that rock smashing down against his forehead was being played out over and over again behind his eyes. When her feet hit dry land, she turned her head forward. She stopped suddenly. The black man, Tenbo Preston, stood only a few feet away, arms crossed on his chest. He was grinning so broadly that she could see nearly all of his bone-white teeth.
Mercy sent me out here to see what you and her brother was up to.
Grinning, he stared over Pearl's bare right shoulder to where Labree was still lolling, half-conscious in the river.
You kill him?
Pearl just stared at him as she stood, naked and wet, at the edge of the shore. In the corner of her eyes, she saw Labree's pistols and shell belt.
Don't worry, I don't mind. If he's dead, that's just one less man I gotta worry about splitting the gold with. Never cared for Labree anyway. Too damn bossy. But he sure had some fine taste in female flesh.
As Preston moved toward Pearl, Pearl lunged away and dove for one of Labree's pistols. She had just gotten her hands on it when Preston wrapped a strong hand around her arm and jerked her around so violently that her hand slipped off the .45's ivory grips. On her back, Pearl stared up at Preston, who scowled down at her. He hadn't filled his hands with any of the 3 pistols bristling from his stocky frame that was clad in brown leggings, white pinstriped shirt, and billowy red neckerchief. His eyes bored into hers, and then suddenly he doffed his brown hat and began unknotting the neckerchief.
Think I'll give you a try my own self.
Pearl scrambled sideways as Preston tumbled straight forward and piled up on the rocks and sand where she'd been sprawled a second before. His body quivered, his legs kicking, arms flopping wildly. Pearl looked across the stream, confused and disoriented, and saw a man in buckskin pants and elkskin vest, hunkered on one knee and pumping a fresh shell into his rifle. He had a gray-brown beard, and it was hard to tell from this distance, but his face under the funneled brim of his tobacco-colored hat looked craggy and gaunt. Pearl had no idea who he was, and she didn't have time to think about it, because a second man, this one on a blaze-faced coyote dun, was galloping across the stream heading toward her. Not a man, a kid in suspenders, brush-scarred chaps, a blanket coat, a floppy-brimmed brown hat on his head. His left cheek was badly marked.
Colter.
The man on the other side of the stream, Marshal Spur, she suddenly realized, not having seen him in a year or two, started laying down covering fire for Colter. The coyote dun approached Pearl, splashing water up high around its rider's head.
Pearl, come on!
Wait!
Pearl quickly dropped her camisole over her head, covering her breasts, then quickly gathered up the rest of her clothes.
Forget him!
Coulter was casting nervous glances back toward the fire. Pearl grabbed her wolf coat, then threw her hand toward Coulter's hand. Remembering Labree's shell belt and guns, Pearl snapped her hand back down. It was a compulsive move, but she desperately wanted a gun, and what better gun than the killer's own prized shooting irons?
What the hell are you doing over there? Pearl!
Slinging the shell belt and both holstered pistols over her shoulder and clutching her bundle of clothes under the same arm, Pearl ran over to Colter and flung her hand into his. As the horse plunged back into the river where Spur was now firing from behind a large boulder a ways farther upstream, Colter felt a hot slug curl the air just inches in front of his face.
Keep your head down!
As Northwest plunged up the opposite bank about 20 yards downstream from Spur, more bullets hammered the ground around him.
Come on! Keep going!
Spur had the killers lunging and dodging in the weeds and trees on the stream's other side. He looked over his shoulder at Colter and jerked his thumb to indicate the high rocky hill beyond the river.
Head straight up that ridge and keep going! I'll be right behind you!
Colter put the spurs to Northwest once more. When they were nearly to the top of the ridge, Colter looked down their back trail. Spur was riding up the slope behind him, reins in his teeth, letting the big roan pick its own way. Spur himself was hipped around in his saddle, shooting at the killers, who were now running out into the stream, firing back. Clutching his saddle hard with both knees, Spur rammed a fresh shell into his old Winchester and raised the rifle to his shoulder. Colter turned forward to peer over Northwest's bobbing head as the horse climbed up onto the lip of the ridge. The young drover shook his head at the old lawman's grit. Pearl must have felt the same way.
I never knew he could ride and shoot like that.
You know Spur?
Who doesn't know Spur?
Colter shook his head again as Northwest lunged off in a lope onto the tableland that stretched off across the top of the ridge, away from the canyon and the stream behind him.
Don't sell that old mossy horn short.
The tableland was treeless, with short, wiry brown grass and occasional tufts of mountain sage and wildflowers. That was everything up here: grass, sage, and a vault of silver blue sky. The mesa they were on seemed to stretch away to the far end of the earth.
How'd you catch up to us?
Spur ain't a bad tracker neither.
Colter could feel her weight shift as she turned to peer behind them.
Hey, did you see Labrie in the water?
The only two people I saw was you and the black man Spur perforated with his Winchester.
Pearl looked behind her once more, a chill running up her spine. In her confusion and panic, she'd forgotten to look around for Labrie after Colter had pulled her onto Northwest's back. Surely he was still in the stream. She wished now she'd given him one more good smack with that stone. Spur was galloping toward them, hunkered low in his saddle, the brim of his weather-stained hat pasted against his leathery forehead. He had his rifle in his right hand, and he was thrusting it up and forward, jerking the long gun at Pearl and Colter and shouting something.
I think Spur's trying to get your attention.
Colter looked back over his right shoulder. The old lawman was about 70 yards behind and gaining on Colter and Pearl, the big roan chewing up the ground and sending large doggets of sod into the air behind it. Colter looked ahead. The flat plateau stretched on to the distant horizon.
What the hell's he want?
Looks like he wants us to keep going.
Hell, I wasn't thinking about stopping for lunch.
He turned his head forward. His heart sprang up into his throat. His eyes grew wide as saucers. He'd been wrong about the plateau going on forever. It was opening up in front of him now as though a massive earthquake had split the earth in two. Just as Colter realized that he was galloping right up onto the lip of another deeper canyon, seeing the dark green firs carpeting the canyon's opposite ridge just down from its lip, he hauled back on Northwest's reins. As the horse skidded to a rocking stop, its momentum was like a giant hand thrusting both Colter and Pearl straight up and over the Coyote Dun's arched neck and lowered head. Colter hit the ground on his bad side, feeling as though someone had smacked his bullet wound with a shovel, and felt the ground churning beneath him as his momentum continued, tossing him head over heels toward the canyon. In the periphery of his vision, he saw Northwest lose his footing as he tried to turn away from the canyon and roll. The horse was suddenly as large as a locomotive barreling toward Colter. In a churning cloud of tan-colored dust and gravel and flying sage branches and flapping stirrups, Colter, who'd stopped his own plunge toward the canyon about 6 feet from the chasm's lip, saw an iron-shod hoof slash toward him. He threw himself straight back and sideways, pressing his scarred left cheek to the prickly ground. A hard, hot wind, rife with the smell of horse, washed over him, blowing his hair. When he looked up, feeling blood oozing from his wounded left side, he looked over to see Northwest climbing heavily to his feet, less than 10 feet from Colter. The dun was wide-eyed. Colter's saddle hung down beneath its broad belly. Colter sat up, his legs extended before him. Northwest shook, nearly shedding the saddle entirely. Colter looked straight out along his back trail to see Spur approaching at a hammering gallop before 30 feet away, pulling back on his own reins and bringing the roan to a hard but far more graceful halt than the one Colter had brought Northwest to. His red face creased with exasperation, the lawman swung down from his saddle and, holding his rifle low in his right hand, strode bandy-legged and heavy-footed toward Colter. His eyes blazed with fury.
You hard of hearing, you loco pup. Didn't you hear me yelling at you?
Yeah. Thought you wanted us to go faster.
Where the hell's Pearl?
Colter looked around, too. There were only he and Spur and the two dusty, sweat-lathered horses.
Here!
Spur strode quickly toward the lip of the canyon. Colter pushed himself to his feet and followed the lawman. Standing at the canyon's lip, he looked down. His loins tingled as his stomach flipped over. The canyon yawned broad and deep, sucking at him. Pearl looked up at him, face taut with the strain of clinging with both hands to the thin knob of rock jutting out from the canyon's sheer, steep wall about 15 feet down from the toes of Spur's moccasins. Her black hair blew around her head in the wind.
Could you give me a hand up?
Hang on, girl.
Spur ran back to his roan and plucked his lariat from his saddle horn and hustled back to the edge of the cliff and tossed a small loop down to Pearl.
Don't grab it yet. Wait till I say so.
Colter knelt at the edge of the cliff, his strength waning as blood leaked from his wounded side. He hadn't looked under his shirt, but he must have opened the bullet hole again in that tumble with Pearl at Northwest. What an idiot he was. You'd think he'd been raised on the flatlands, not able to see that canyon moving toward him. He gazed down at Pearl, silently willing the girl to hold on to the rock ledge on which he could see her fingers turning white from the strain. The small noose dangled beside her left shoulder. She lowered her head, and her dusty camisole blew around in the wind shooting up out of the canyon yawning below, and all around her as she hung there by about 4 inches of none too solid-looking rock.
Hold on, Pearl! Hurry up, damn it!
I ain't moving as fast as I once did.
Quickly, Spur looped the riata around the horn. He looked at Colter and bobbed his head.
Grab the rope!
Pearl lifted her chin. Her dark eyes, pinched with strain, found Colter. She closed her upper front teeth over her bottom lip, removed one hand from the stone knob, and swiped it at the noose. She missed, nudged the noose sideways, causing it to swing like a metronome, then flutter in the wind.
Pearl!
She tried to grab the rope again with her free hand and missed. She looked down as her free arm dropped to her side, only one hand with not much of a hold saving her from oblivion. Colter grabbed the rope and tried to steady it.
Try again!
Pearl looked up at him once more, then, gritting her teeth, threw her free hand up at the rope again. Colter's chest lightened slightly as he watched her hand close around the rope just above the loop.
She got it!
Spur pulled up and back on the roan's reins, and the horse began stepping straight backward. Looking back down the canyon wall, Colter saw Pearl wrap her other hand around the rope and clench her jaw as she began moving slowly up the side of the rocky chasm. Colter grabbed one of her arms and then wrapped his own arm around her waist and hauled her up and over the lip of the ridge. When the rope slackened and Pearl lay face down in the wiry grass and gravel a few feet from the edge of the canyon, Colter sat back on his heels.
Christ, Pearl. I sure am sorry about that.
Pearl was trembling, not caring that she was mostly naked. Her hair had dried, and it blew like a large black tumbleweed in the wind that seemed to have picked up and acquired a chill. She looked up at Colter, and he was surprised to see a wry cast to her eyes.
Don't take this wrong, but next time I need rescuing from savage killers, I think I'll ride with someone else.
She rose to her knees. He thought for a moment she was going to punch him, but then her eyes softened with the first emotion he'd ever seen in them. Lunging toward the young drover, she threw her arms around Colter's neck and pressed her lips against the S brand on his cheek.
But for now, I reckon you'll do.
You all right, girl?
I'll live.
I hope so. Two things could get in all our ways.
Spur stared at the western sky that was suddenly as purple as a bushel of ripe plums.
What's the second thing?
Spur swung around to peer back across the plateau.
That there.
Colter and Pearl both turned to stare along their back trail. A billowing dust cloud pushed almost half a dozen horseback riders straight toward them, silhouetted against the dust and sky behind them. Colter ran over to Northwest and, deeming the horse uninjured except for a few minor scrapes and bruises, began quickly reseating his saddle. He cast an anxious glance at the Labrie bunch bobbing and pitching atop their galloping horses.
They sure got those mounts saddled fast.
Nah, we just got waylaid.
Pearl was gathering the clothes she'd dropped in the fall, as well as Labrie's guns and shell belt.
Who am I riding with?
You best try the kid again, but say your prayers.
Colter looked over his reset saddle at Spur, who was heaving his withered and bowed frame onto the roan's back.
We gonna stay and fight?
Spur turned his horse to face Labrie's bunch. They were within 200 yards and closing fast.
Oh, now. 5 seasoned shooters against a man and 2 children aren't usually the kind of odds I look for when I'm considering a lead swap. Especially with someone of Labrie's killing caliber.
Pearl hurried over to Colter, casting anxious looks at the approaching killers and wondering whether Labrie was one of them. He couldn't be. She'd let him have it hard with that rock. Maybe not hard enough to kill him, but hard enough to put him out of commission for a while. Colter swung her up behind him and looked regretful when he saw the skinning both her legs and one shoulder had taken. Like him, she was dusty from head to toe. Spur rode past them, following the uneven line of the canyon lip southward toward the building storm.
Come on, children! We're gonna get us into that canyon by a slightly different route than the one you two just about took.
He's feeling good.
Yeah, downright scrappy. But if he really does know a way into this canyon,
Colter tossed another glance at the gang, now thundering to within 70 yards, and turning as a group to follow their now galloping quarry.
I'll likely forgive him for it.
They rode down a slight slope, continuing to hug the canyon lip from about 20 yards away from it, and then Spur reined up suddenly nearer the edge, leaning out away from his saddle to peer apprehensively into the chasm. Colter hauled northwest to a stop beside the lawman.
There's a trail here.
Spur looked at Colter, and then on past him toward the gang. The sun was still shining on the other side of the canyon, but the clouds were almost over the side Colter, Spur, and Pearl had stopped at, whipping their hat brims, neckerchiefs, and Pearl's hair.
It ain't a good one. An elk path to the river down there. I took it once, so I know you can make it if you're careful. Of course...
He slipped his rifle from its scabbard.
Of course what?
Of course, I didn't have a passel of blood-hungry lobos nipping at my heels. Haul ass, Junior!
Spur stepped down from the saddle, facing the oncoming gang that was unclumping and spreading out slightly, slowing their pace and riding abreast as they drew within 50 yards. Colter eased northwest over the canyon edge, saw the trail snaking down the side of the ridge. The slope was far less steep than where Pearl had nearly fallen, but the journey down it would still be a tricky one on a narrow path, twisting around boulders and stunt cedars and over large patches of slide rock. The way the slope laid out, Colter couldn't see much of the trail at all, so there was no telling how the entire ride would be. Dangerous for sure, especially riding double. One fall, and Colter, Pearl, and Northwest would likely roll all the way to the bottom, but there wasn't much choice. Colter urged Northwest ahead. The horse balked a little, then started down, Colter bracing his arms against the apple, feeling Pearl lean back toward the horse's rump, knowing they needed to distribute their weight as best they could. That's all they needed, rain, to make a perilous trail even more dangerous. As his and Pearl's heads dropped beneath the plateau, Colter glanced back and up toward Spur, but couldn't see him atop the ridge wall. Colter's gut tightened as he swung his head to look over the bobbing head of his horse. Northwest was handling the steep trail in expert, sure-footed fashion. Only when they made a tailless slide that had become extra slippery from the rain that was beginning to hammer did the horse slip. Northwest shook his head but continued till they were past the slide. As they turned down another switchback in the game trail and were about to pass through a nest of large boulders humping on the upslope, Colter cast a look back up toward the ridge crest, squinting his eyes against the rain that was pelting his face and funneling off his hat brim. He couldn't see the ridge crest because of a low cloud, and anxiety pinched his belly.
Spur!
Just then, as if answering the young man's summons, the old lawman and the big roan galloped down out of the cloud. Spur hunkered low in his saddle, holding his rifle across the cantle and giving the horse its head. Rain dribbled down over the man's craggy red face from his hat's funneled brim. Spur and the roan barreled down the ridge and across the tailless pitch at such a fast clip that Colter gritted his teeth, certain that the horse would lose his footing, and he and Spur would tumble straight down into the canyon. Colter had stopped Northwest behind a boulder and watched as Spur wheeled down the last switchback and came hammering toward him and Pearl. Colter's face slackened, amazed at the lawman's wicked riding. Spur galloped past them and leveled out on the canyon bottom.
Woo! What the hell you two waiting for? Christmas? Hey, man on our trail, let's go!
Colter put his heels to Northwest, and the dun raced down the last stretch of trail and leaped onto the canyon bottom between two large cedar trees. Colter could see the river ahead of him, sheathed in pines, aspens, and firs that thrashed and creaked in the wind and the screening rain. Spur raced upstream along a trail on the outside of the trees. Colter put the dun after him.
Son of a bitch is crazy.
The canyon walls tightened around him, blocking out what little light the storm was letting into the canyon. As they thundered into a heavy stand of pines, he cast a look behind him to see several jostling horseback figures hammering toward him. Behind him, Pearl clenched her half-naked body and tightened her arms around his waist. Colter turned forward again and ducked his head low. Spur was galloping a dozen yards ahead of him. They followed the twisting canyon trail through pines, lightning bolts hammering the sides of the walls 100 feet up and lower. The wind thrashed the trees, a chill wind that must have penetrated deep into Pearl's bones. Colter felt her shivering and pressing her body hard against his. They had to stop soon and let her get dressed or she'd freeze to death. But if they stopped now, with Labree's bunch dogging them like the devil's hounds, they'd have one hell of a battle on their hands. Pearl wasn't dressed for a fight, and Colter felt weak and sick from the open hole in his side. Suddenly the trail forked. Spur took the fork's left tine into an intersecting canyon. The trail widened, and Colter saw another stream push up on his right. Shortly, they angled away from the stream and rose up a pass that was steep enough to slow Northwest down and cause the horse to lunge harder, his muscles straining. Spur, Colter, and Pearl dropped down the other side of the pass. Spur checked the big roan and slid quickly down from the saddle. Northwest's momentum pushed Colter and Pearl a little past the roan. When Colter got the horse stopped, he turned to see Spur jog back to a slight bend in the trail, drop to a knee, and raise his Winchester to his shoulder. Behind Spur, shadows jostled as the gang galloped around the bend. The lawman snapped a look over his shoulder.
Get dressed, girl!
As Pearl clambered down from Northwest's back, her bundle of clothes in her arms, Spur turned forward again, staring in the direction of the gang that he seemed to have held at bay for the time being, and quickly plucked fresh shells from his double cartridge belts. He slid them into the Winchester's chamber. As Pearl dressed in the driving rain, Colter ran back to where Spur was hunkered down under a knob of shrub-studded rock jutting into the canyon over the lawman's head. Colter racked a shell into his Henry's breech and was about to fire when he saw a rider wheel his horse around and, hunkering low in his saddle, ride back around a bend and out of sight. Spur glanced back at Pearl, who'd pulled her shirt on but was struggling with her buckskin breeches, hopping around on one foot and trying to balance between the roan and Northwest.
Help her. When she's ready, we're gonna ride like bats out of hell down this canyon and up a trail I know.
Colter began to rise, but jerked back down when a lightning bolt blasted into the ridge just ahead and above them, 50 or 60 feet.
Maybe we best hole up and wait out the storm.
That's likely what Labrie will do, now that I put the idea in his head.
Colter went back to where Pearl had finally gotten her pants on.
That crazy bastard has Labrie pinned down back there. He sent me back to help you get dressed.
Pearl's blue lips were quivering. Her hair was plastered straight down against her head and shoulders. She looked miserable, but when Pearl had gotten both moccasins on as well as her wolf coat, Spur strode quickly toward them. He opened his mouth to yell something when he stopped suddenly, dropped his rifle and grabbed his left arm. He made a pained expression, spreading his lips back from his teeth, and staggered backward. Colter and Pearl ran over to him, each taking an arm.
Your heart again?
It ain't gas.
Spur glanced at the jutting ledge, which offered relative shelter from the driving rain.
Get me over there. Sit me down. Don't forget my rifle.
Colter picked up the lawman's rifle. Then he and Pearl guided him under the dripping ledge. Spur sat down on a rock, bunching his lips and looking even paler than before. He chewed off a glove and reached into a shirt pocket for a small canvas pouch. He knocked a pill out of the pouch and into his other gloved hand and popped the tablet into his mouth.
But if I kick off, you two head straight up out of this canyon. Leads into a valley. You light a shuck out of here. You try tangling with this bunch on your own, you'll only be feeding the bobcats.
Colter had been staring out from beneath the ledge. He saw a hatted head lean out away from the side of the canyon just beyond the edge and dropped to one knee. The man's head jerked back against the canyon wall.
I don't think any of us plan to go anywhere until this bunch is feeding the bobcats, Spur.
Yeah, I figured as much. Just trying to impart some wisdom on a couple of foolish hearts. I'm feeling better now.
What's in those pills?
Strychnine, likely. Seems to work.
The old lawman grabbed his rifle.
Let's haul ass. This ain't no place to wage a war. We'll get him out in the valley, make him wish his ma never shitted him out in the first place.
The trio quickly mounted. As Spur fired another couple of rounds down canyon, keeping Labrie's bunch pinned back behind the bend in the wall, he urged the roan forward. Colter kneed Northwest, urging him forward, seeing in the corner of his eye the girl cast an anxious glance behind them. Mercy held a wadded-up neckerchief into the stream of rainwater dribbling down over the ledge under which her gang crouched from the storm. She wrung some water out of the cloth, then pressed it against her brother's swollen temple.
I don't know, brother. That squaw sure tattooed you good. That'll teach you to go wagging your pecker around like you was a water witch.
Labrie sat back against the rock wall, panting against the pain in his head. He lifted a bottle to his mouth, took a long pull, then lowered the bottle as several streams of the potent brew dribbled down his chin. His face was pale and gaunt, dark rings around both eyes. His body felt hot, despite being soaked under his riding slicker.
I can't seem to see nothing out of my left eye.
Mercy looked into that eye, and a look of deep concern washed across her face. She stared hard, probing the eye with her own.
What the hell is it? Still there, ain't it?
Yeah. Yukon, take a look at this.
At what?
My brother's eye.
Yukon continued to peer down canyon, fingering the repeater in his hands. He and Tenbo Preston had been riding the Owl Hoot Trail together for nearly 6 years, and Yukon was itching to kill the man who drilled a slug through the back of Ten's head.
What about his eye?
Turn around here, look at it, damn you!
Yukon turned, crouching beneath a low ledge, but adjusting his head to see into Labrie's pain-racked face. Yukon's lightly beard-stubbled face acquired its own anguished look as he studied the outlaw leader's eye.
Damn! What the hell is it?
Yukon turned to Beaver Charlie, who was hunkered on his haunches and smoking a quirly while looking toward where the lawman was holed up with the squaw bitch and the scar-faced boy.
Hey, Charlie! Come take a look at this!
Beaver Charlie rose to a crouch and angled his head over Labrie's. He shook his own head slowly, the nostrils of his long, slender nose expanding and contracting like those of an animal on a fresh scent.
Jumping Jesus. That's just queer.
What's just queer? Well, one of you stupid sons of bitches please tell me what the hell's wrong with my eye?
It looks like someone's shuttering a damn window.
What?
Mercy dabbed at her brother's forehead again with the wet neckerchief.
It's turning pale. Sort of milky. You can't see anything out of it at all, brother?
Labrie looked up with his good eye. It was hard to tell where the other eye was looking exactly because, as Mercy had said, the iris and pupil looked bizarrely bleached out. The outlaw leader held the bottom of the bottle over his good eye and continued to stare at the ceiling of the rock ledge that hovered only about 4 feet above his head.
Blinded me. Bitch blinded me.
Maybe it'll come back. Maybe it just needs to heal, Skylar. You know what? I think we ought to forget the lawman and the girl and take the golden head from Mexico. They'll all get there soon enough. Folks like that always do.
No, they don't.
Big Norm walked out of the rain to crouch beneath the ledge and looked down into Labrie's face. He shook his head.
They'll just go back and send a posse after us. I say we hunt 'em down and kill 'em, and then hightail it to hell south and west.
Labrie took another hard pull from the bottle. He shuttled his good eye from Big Norm to Yukon and Beaver Charlie. The latter two cutthroats were looking at him apprehensively, Charlie puffing his quirly. The smoke from the quirly webbed in the darkness beneath the ledge.
Charlie, Yukon, you boys go see if they're still holding up yonder.
The two men looked at each other apprehensively.
Go on, boys, scout him out for me.
Yukon nodded, pooching his lips out, his eyes hardening as he remembered seeing his pal Tenbo Preston lying there along the stream, his blood and brains oozing out onto the rocks.
You got it.
He slapped Beaver Charlie's chest as he turned, and hefting his rifle high, edged out from beneath the ledge and began making his way slowly down the canyon. Beaver Charlie glanced once more at Labrie, and then at the gold-stuffed saddlebags they draped over Preston's saddled horse, standing with the others back up the canyon a dozen yards. He stepped his quirly out in the wet sand and began moving down canyon behind Yukon. Labrie continued to stare up with his good eye at the roof of the ledge as his sister swabbed his forehead. Big Norm stood guard with his Sharp's carbine and staring up canyon, squeezing the gun as though to wring water from it. His wet braid flopped down his back from his soggy blue bandana like a drowned snake. It wasn't long before the two scouts returned, both running.
They moved. The bastards are getting away.
Oh no, they are not.
The rain had lightened to a fine mist. Spur hipped himself around in his saddle toward Colter and Pearl.
That's the trail right there, up through them rocks.
He swung down from his saddle, soaked clothes hanging against his stooped frame.
We best lead our mounts. We lose one, our goose is cooked.
Colter looked up the side of the canyon wall. It was a sheer sandstone wall, except along the very bottom, where he could see a trail snaking among the boulders that had likely dropped long ago from the ridge. The trail appeared to twist upward along a ledge, rising gradually up ahead of them and out of sight.
How do you know it'll take us out of here?
Colter began leading northwest behind Spur, who'd begun climbing the slight rise, leading the big roan.
'Cause I got myself trapped down here by Utes about 6 years ago. Had a right fine time pinned down here. Spent 3 or 4 days trying to get shed of them local coyotes slathering after my top knot till I found this trail. Don't think even them Injuns knew about it.
As they made the bottom of the sheer sandstone wall, they followed the trail along the base of it and around a bend, climbing gradually higher. Several waterfalls slithered down over the ridge above and to their right, splashing onto the rocks below, then snaking down toward the rock and brush-strewn canyon floor. The horses slipped on the wet shale. When the trail rose steeply, they slipped even more, and even Colter, Spur, and Pearl were having trouble keeping their footing. The last 50 feet was the worst stretch. Spur led the roan up the path. Northwest dropped to his haunches, then gave a furious whinny and dug his rear hooves into the slick clay as hard as he could. Then Colter dropped the reins and stepped aside as the horse bounded up past him and onto the ridge crest. Colter climbed to the crest then, too, and reached down to give Pearl a hand. Colter looked around. They were in a valley over which clouds of different shades of gray hung like smoke and gauze. The ridges to either side were low and pine-studded. Straight out away from the canyon, a creek snaked across the valley floor, emptying into the canyon from which they'd just escaped, 100 yards to Colter's left. Spur dropped the roan's reins, walked over to the ridge of the canyon, and looked down at the steep trail they'd climbed. The canyon was a narrow, dripping, nasty gash before them, 100 to 150 feet deep, the red clay and sandstone looking darkly wet. The chasm took the shape of a boot as it curved away toward the main canyon. Pearl, with Labrie's cartridge belt and guns draped over her right shoulder, came up to stand beside Colter, who stood near Spur, appraising the canyon.
Maybe a good place to take the gang. We could pick them off as they try to climb up out of there.
They just slipped back into the canyon as soon as we started tossing lead at them. Then they might just decide to call quits with us and sneak away with the gold. Besides, I'm running low on ammunition. I know a better way.
The old lawman limped over to his roan. Colter looked down at his own shell belt, counted 13 cartridges in the small leather loops. That was all the ammo he had on him. He was glad Spur had thought about that before they'd gotten themselves into a lead swap they couldn't finish. The old lawman seemed to think of quite a few things, and it was damn sure he had more gravel than Colter had given him credit for. Pearl must have been thinking the same thing, for she was studying the old lawman with faint admiration in her dark eyes as Spur pulled himself up onto the roan's back.
I reckon we're moseying.
Labrie, Mercy, and Big Norm sat their horses at the bottom of the trail the old lawman and the squaw and the scar-faced kid had recently taken up and out of the canyon. On the canyon ridge now, Beaver Charlie and Yukon both looked down at Labrie's group, beckoning.
All clear!
Labrie was sitting slouched in his saddle, a pain spasm shooting through his battered temple, nearly paralyzing him and causing him to ball his pale cheeks and grind his back teeth.
Brother, you sure you want to go through with this? Hell, we got the gold. We could head on down to Mexico and get you healed.
Oh, sure. Just run and let them three send for a posse.
Shut up, Norm. If I want any shit out of you, I'll squeeze your big ugly head.
Labrie turned to his sister. His pale eye had turned even paler, almost eggshell white. That and his gaunt cheeks and pain-racked other eye gave him a horrific, cadaverous look.
Mercy, I'm gonna run that squaw bitch down after I've burned both her eyes out. I'm gonna skin her and bury her up to her neck in a whiskey-soaked anthill.
Yeah, well, at least you still got your spirit. Glad to hear it. Well then.
Mercy nodded at the trail climbing up the canyon wall.
Shall we?
After you, sis.
You better ride first, brother.
Labrie gigged his dun up the trail. When the trace got steep and perilous with mud and eroded gravel, he dismounted and led the beast. Behind him, Mercy and Big Norm did likewise. His head pounding as if there were a little man inside it wielding a ball-peen hammer, he crawled up out of the canyon a good 15 minutes later. Beaver Charlie reached down to give him a hand.
Get your hands off of me. Help my sister.
When Beaver Charlie and Yukon had helped the pear-shaped, short-legged Mercy and her gelding up to the crest of the ridge, then Big Norm had climbed up, they all stood staring off across the clouded-over valley. Beaver Charlie had rolled another cigarette, and he was puffing like a steam engine on a long uphill climb.
Well, their tracks are plain enough. Sure you're well enough to go on, boss?
I sure wish everybody quit worrying about my health. Unless it ain't really my health you're worried about, but maybe how I might slow you down. I know you, Yukon. You and Preston both thought you could lead this outfit just as well as me. Been thinking that ever since we left Kansas with the gold. I could tell it in your eyes. Only got worse after that mix-up with my brother and cousin not finding the right roadhouse we used to meet at.
Yukon scowled back at the outlaw leader, a wing of wet blonde hair falling down from beneath his top hat and hovering above his left eye. His cheeks slightly colored with guilt.
Now, boss, you ain't got no call to accuse me of a double-cross like that. You know how 10 was. Nobody could do nothing better than he could. That stage station business graveled him, it did. But not me. No, sir. We've been riding together 3 years now, and I got no argument about how you do things.
Labrie was partly right, but it wasn't the job of ramrodding this group that Yukon and Tenbo Preston had coveted. They'd been wanting all the gold for themselves since about 2 days out of Kansas, when they'd suspected Labrie of planning a double-cross with his cousins.
I might have a sore noggin and only one good eye, but don't think I'm some old bull buff ripe for the cull. Me, I got 3 good eyes in the back of my head, and with 2 I'll be watching you. And the 3rd one gonna be watching you, Charlie.
Them 3 rear eyes running the family, boys.
Mercy's hands were on her holstered 6-shooters, behind which she'd hooked both sides of her long hide coat.
You two got no call to talk that way to either one of us. We all been tight. Tighter than most gangs.
Beaver Charlie couldn't help his eyes flicking guiltily toward the bulging gold sacks draped over Tenbo Preston's black horse. As if to compensate for the indiscretion, he shook his head sadly.
Maybe we best get to riding before feelings get any more hurt than they already are.
The Labrie bunch pushed as hard as their horses, tired from the long climb out of the canyon, would allow. With Big Norm doing the tracking from the back of his buckskin, they followed the tracks of 2 riders, both sets of shod prints intermittently deeper than the other, indicating that the double rider, the squaw bitch who'd led Labrie into her witch's trap, was switching horses. They made their way up the broad valley until the sun dropped behind the western ridges and dark shadows slid down the high pine-clad slope on their right. The air turned brisk, with even colder pockets along the creeks. Stars kindled bright as near fires in the sky that had turned a faultless blue after the storm. The tracks led to a small ranch cabin flanking an empty corral and lean-to shelter. Here, under cover of good dark, only the tiniest strip of salmon and green showing between the western mountains, the gang reined up along an aspen-lined creek. Labrie waved Mercy away from him and climbed down from his saddle without help. He'd drunk an entire bottle of 40 Rod since leaving the canyon, but instead of seeming drunk, he appeared more determined than ever. To everyone else, including his sister, he seemed, despite his white, sightless eye, to be regaining his strength, and maybe even his health. He grabbed his army field glasses from his saddlebags. The rest of the gang flanking him as though in order of superiority. Mercy 2nd, Big Norm, Yukon, and Beaver Charlie 3rd, 4th, and 5th, respectively. Labrie waded the shallow stream to the aspens on the other side, where he hunkered belly down in some chokecherry shrubs shielded from the cabin 100 yards away. The cabin's front windows were lit, and the cold air was tinged with the smell of pine smoke.
I sure would like to get inside by that fire. I still ain't dried out from that storm, and I swear this cold mountain air is freezing my pecker to my left thigh.
Shut up. Your pecker don't reach your damn thigh, Yukon.
All of you shut up. Let me hear myself think for a change.
Sorry, brother.
Hunkered down beside the one-eyed outlaw leader, Mercy reached out and kneaded the back of his neck.
I don't blame you for feeling cross after what you've been through.
They're in there.
Labrie continued to study the front of the brush-roofed mud brick shack and the dilapidated corral fronting the place.
There's 2 horses in the corral. Weeds growing up around it, several poles missing. This place ain't been lived in regular in at least a year. Yeah, it's them, all right.
Kinda strange. Them not covering their tracks, brother. They led right across the creek here. A blind man could... Oh, sorry.
You mean maybe they've lured us into an ambush?
Could be they figured they lost us in that rocky draw.
Mercy's right. That mossy-horned old law dog wouldn't give up the gold that easy. He's either laying for us or planning on tracking us again once he's got them 2 Junkers put up safe somewhere. We best play this like it's a trap.
Labrie ordered Mercy and Beaver Charlie to steal around to the back of the cabin, giving them 15 minutes to get into position. Labrie himself, Big Norm, and Yukon would approach the cabin from the front, spread wide and moving slowly. If any of them saw anyone lying in wait for them, they were to shoot first and ask questions later.
But leave that squaw bitch for me.
Mercy and Beaver Charlie moved out, each stealing around opposite sides of the cabin. Beaver Charlie swinging far wide of the corral and the two horses. Labrie ordered Yukon to make sure their own horses were secure, especially Tenbo Preston's Black, which was carrying the gold.
And if you got any ideas about letting out with the loot, my good friend Yukon, just know I'm so hopped up on pain and hooch, I'd shoot you out of the saddle at 300 yards, then run you down and kick your mangy double-crossing ass up around your ears, then turn you inside out by your belly button.
Labrie smiled at Yukon. Yukon stared back, mouth agape. The blonde outlaw backed away slowly, shaking his head in awe at the outlaw leader's wrath, then turned and tramped off in the darkness. Yukon was simple, and like most simple men, he was easy to cow. And now that Preston was dead, which was no skin off Labrie's teeth, he had no one to back his play. It might even be that after they'd gotten the loot to Mexico and split it up, he'd continue to let Yukon ride with him. No one was better at hold-ups, and Yukon had nerves of steel when it came to killing. It never seemed to give him pause or bother him afterward. Two characteristics that were getting damn hard to find these days. He didn't know about Big Norm. The big outlaw from Manitoba was a wild card in Labrie's eyes, which meant he'd probably have to kill him at some point. When Yukon returned a few minutes later, he crawled up beside Labrie, but watched the obviously touched man cautiously.
They're all good. The gold's good, too. And it's right there on Ten's Black, all 26,000 in coins. Though, of course, I didn't take the time to count them.
Let's go.
Labrie backed out of the shrubs, then stood, waved Yukon out to his right, Big Norm out to his left, and started slowly toward the cabin. He could still smell the wood smoke, though it might have grown a little more faint. The light still burned in the curtained windows. In the corral, the two horses stood head to tail, heads and tails drooping, tired. Labrie took one slow step toward the cabin at a time. Glancing 30 yards to his right, he saw Yukon doing the same, holding his Winchester up high across his chest. The outlaw from northern Canada was a rangy silhouette in his top hat and duster that hung a little stiffly, still damp from the storm. Labrie smiled with satisfaction. If Yukon had been thinking about taking advantage of Labrie's condition, the outlaw leader was fairly certain he'd purged the notion from the man's head. Now he merely glanced toward Big Norm, who held pace with him 20 yards to his left. Labrie waved, and Norm waved back. When Labrie was 20 yards from the cabin's left front corner, he waved for Yukon and Big Norm to hold their positions. Then Labrie continued to the cabin's front wall, and, brushing his left elbow along the wall of uneven mud bricks, eased up to a window. He tried to glance inside, but the flour sack curtains were drawn, and he couldn't see either around them or through them. He pricked his ears, but he couldn't hear anything above the hammering of the little demon inside his head, who was hard at work making Labrie suffer for letting himself walk buck naked into the squaw bitch's trap. His heart thudded anxiously, and he caressed his Winchester's trigger with his gloved right index finger. Remaining by the window, he looked at Yukon standing between the corral and the cabin, then jerked his head toward the cabin's front door. Since Yukon had the use of both eyes, he'd have the northern Canadian brigand kick the door in, and then Labrie would ram his rifle through the glass and trigger several shots through the window. That way, he wouldn't need to see anything. Just stand back and listen to the screams. Mercy and Beaver Charlie were under orders to shoot through the side windows as soon as they heard Labrie and Yukon open up. Big Norm would back everyone's play with his sharps. Hopefully the squaw would survive the first onslaught, and Labrie would be able to haul her out into the yard and spend the whole night making her scream. Labrie stepped back from the window, giving himself enough room to work. He glanced over at Yukon, who was within 10 yards of the front door and closing fast. Labrie had just turned his head back toward the window.
Oh, Mother of God! Oh, Lordy! Help me!
Yukon was nowhere to be seen. It was as though the earth had swallowed him up.
Labrie!
Labrie gritted his teeth and jumped back farther away from the cabin, ready for the door to open and someone to bolt out, shooting. A stout figure appeared around the cabin's corner on his left, and he swung his rifle around.
What happened?
Mercy had her own rifle aimed out in front of her and was swinging it around, anticipating bushwhackers leaping out of the darkness at her. Big Norm was running up behind her with his sharps clenched in his big fists. Labrie sidestepped toward the front door, which was the general direction Yukon's shouts came from. The outlaw leader turned several complete circles, swinging his rifle around, then stopped when he saw the large black hole about 6 feet out from the front door. Beaver Charlie stuck his hatted head out from the cabin's right corner, his long face pinched with alarm.
What the hell? Who's screaming like that?
Beaver Charlie lowered his chin to peer down at the hole beside which Labrie had now dropped to one knee. Labrie stared down into the hole. There was just enough light from the windows and the rising moon to see that the pit, a bear or Indian trap, was about 8 feet deep. Several 3-foot spikes stuck straight up out of it, the ends sharp as spearheads. Yukon lay on his back beside one of the spikes on the hole's far left side. The head of that spike glistened as though smeared with oil. Yukon clutched at his left leg, impaled upon the spike.
Help me, for Christ's sakes! My leg's all torn up! Oh, Christ, it hurts!
Labrie looked at the cabin. Fury raked him. Gritting his teeth, he bolted forward and, setting his jaws against the pain in his head, rammed his left shoulder against the door. The door gave easily. It hadn't been latched, and Labrie bolted through it like a cannonball. His momentum carried him into the small kitchen and threw him across the stout eating table. He piled up against the wall on the other side of the table. Amazed to see that he'd held onto his rifle, he swung it up. One bullet shattered the hurricane lamp on a small table on the cabin's far side, sending burning kerosene licking up against the wall. The flames stretched up to the curtain. Labrie looked around the cabin.
No one here. Not even a goddamn mouse.
He turned toward the door. Mercy and Big Norm stood just inside the cabin, wide-eyed, their eyes reflecting the light of the growing fire. Behind them, Beaver Charlie stood beside the hole, staring sullenly down into it.
I don't understand any of this shit. I say we get the hell out of here and head to Mexico, brother. Posse be damned.
Mercy leaned her rifle against the front wall, then hurried around the table to Labrie.
Come on, Sky. Let's get you out of here before we add getting burned up to your list of miseries.
Labrie's jaw was set tightly. He let his sister drape his left arm over her neck and help him up off the floor.
Bastards led us here. They gotta be around here somewhere.
Big Norm stared around the cabin, the roof on the left side now almost entirely involved in the fire. He absently fingered one of his bare-tooth earrings.
They must have let out after they set that old engine trap for us.
What about their horses?
Maybe they got fresh ones here. Some rancher might have been using the corral for his...
Mercy frowned as she stared out over the black oval-shaped pit. The bright orange flames inside the cabin showed through the windows on her left, making it hard to see into the darkness. But Mercy stared hard at the corral, noting that the gate looked open. Labrie stepped around the pit and slowly, methodically thumbed fresh cartridges into his Winchester's loading gate.
What in the name?
He frowned as he approached the corral. The gate stood wide. There was nothing inside but darkness. The musk of horses tainted the chill night air. Looking around, Labrie saw that the ground was freshly scuffed and chewed by the shod hooves of horses recently led out of the corral and led or ridden back toward the creek.
Yeah! Move, you mangy cayuses!
They're getting our horses, brother!
Labrie broke into a sprint. He, Mercy, Big Norm, and Beaver Charlie sprinted across the weed-grown ranch yard and bounded into the creek without slowing, water splashing silver in the moonlight. Beaver Charlie slipped on a rock and gave a yelp as he fell in the stream. Labrie continued through the aspens and knee-high grass, angling toward where they'd left the horses, as though by magic he might still find them there. But all he saw as he came to a stop was the cut picket line lying twisted in the brush. The horses were gone. Most important, the black horse carrying the gold was gone. Saw the black shapes of the gang's horses bounding to the right, while 3 riders and a riderless horse, the one carrying the gold, angled off to the left, toward a jog of low hills tipped with silver by the rising powder-horn moon. Rage threatening to detonate like a powder keg in the outlaw leader's head, Labrie dropped to a knee. He stared through the acrid smoke wafting in front of him. The riders had disappeared into the hills. His saddle horses were gone as well, heading toward another farther line of buttes to the southwest. No telling how far they'd travel before they'd stop.
Tell me that ain't our horses running off out there!
Mercy stepped forward and wordlessly placed a hand on her brother's shoulder. Her thoughts were similar to Labrie's, all wrapped in the exasperation that somehow the deadliest gang in Wyoming, and possibly even in the entire West, including Canada at the moment, had been outwitted by one old man, a scar-faced kid, and a young squaw. Beaver Charlie tramped through the brush behind Labrie and Mercy. He set his rifle down carefully in the grass before him, as though it were made of especially fine and fragile glass, and pressed his battered head against the ground in front of it.
This just ain't been our day, brother.
No. No, it ain't been our day. But tomorrow ain't gonna be theirs.
Norm, make yourself useful and put that annoying bastard out of his misery.
Big Norm looked at her dully. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Then he swung around and stomped back toward the cabin. Labrie was still slumped against the earth, and Mercy was still standing beside him in contemplative silence.
Norm! Norm, you gotta help me! Norm, you gotta get me!
All right, then.
Spur pulled the needle from his sewing kit and held it over the burning brand that Pearl held up in front of him.
It's gonna hurt, but probably no more than what you've gotten used to, Farrow.
Just do it and quit gassing.
Well, that's no way to talk to a seasoned medico, boy.
You ain't no seasoned medico.
Bullshit.
Spur removed the cork on a whiskey bottle with his teeth and spat the cork out on Colter's bare belly. Pearl, kneeling on Colter's other side, grabbed the cork off the young man's belly and held it in her hand.
I was in the Indian Wars, amigo. There weren't enough medicos to go around up in Dakota in them days, and we soldier boys had to doctor not only each other, but sometimes ourselves.
He tipped the bottle over the wound in Colter's side, which had opened up in spite of the drover's own self-doctoring with the cautering iron, and oozed a good pint of blood, judging from the good-sized stain on his shirt and coat, and even over the left hip pocket of his duck pants. Spur lowered his head without blocking the light of the fire they'd built at the base of the Rattlesnake Bluffs, 6 or 7 miles from where they'd stolen the horses as well as the army loot from Labrie's bunch. Pinching up the edge of the wound with his left hand, he poked the needle through the purple, suppurating flesh with the other. Colter clenched his fist. He was holding something warm. He looked down and saw that Pearl's hand was inside his, and he released the pressure.
That's all right. Go ahead and squeeze. You can't hurt me.
Colter went ahead and tightened his grip as Spur poked the needle through his skin once more, drawing the catgut tight. Pearl squeezed him back, as though trying to share her strength with him. She had it in spades. After being through what she'd been through with Labrie and the spill from Colter's horse, Colter looked up at her chiseled, aristocratic Indian face with its high, clean cheekbones and full dark lips, eyes like polished obsidian. She glanced down at him as Spur continued to work at the wound, and Pearl smiled reassuringly. The smile disappeared quickly as she lifted her head and stared into the purple night beyond the fire, toward the abandoned ranch stead where they'd set the trap for the Labrie bunch. The pit had already been dug. They'd just covered it after Spur had sharpened a few of the spikes. She was hoping that it had not been Labrie whom they'd heard scream from the trap, that the owner who'd built the ranch stead, Spur called him Flanagan, had originally dug for rampaging Indians. She wanted the outlaw leader for herself, to finish the job she'd started with the rock in the creek. With every fiber of her smoldering Sioux blood, she wanted revenge for what he'd done to Cimarron, as well as to Shanley and Stretch Dawson. Not that the others in the gang weren't just as responsible as Labrie was, but Labrie was the leader. He was the one who should pay the highest price. Colter saw the dark turn her face made at what he thought was a desire for revenge. He thought he should offer her counsel to temper her anger and not let it make her careless, as he'd been through all this before himself. The all-consuming need to kill, to somehow make right the killing of a person you'd loved. Now, even with Trace Cassidy avenged, Colter had acquired a bounty on his head and a mark on his face to last him the rest of his days. He remained silent. Pearl wouldn't discover until Labrie was dead that killing Labrie wouldn't bring Cimarron back. She would have to find out on her own, just as Colter had, facing all the lonely years of having killed and having likely to continue killing in order to continue living. Spur drew the needle through the pinched skin once more and looked up from his work at Pearl. He glanced over his shoulder.
Don't worry, girl. They won't show till after daylight tomorrow. First, they gotta run their horses down, and they won't be able to do that until dawn.
Pearl slid her dark gaze to Spur, still squeezing Colter's taut fist in her own. He could feel her slow, insistent pulse through his skin.
I'm not worried.
Spur stared at her. He, too, had read her mind. Pursing his thin, chapped lips, he nodded and pinched the skin around Colter's wound and poked the needle through, sending a ripple of pain through the young drover's side.
There.
He drew the needle up in front of his face. There was only about a 4-inch length of catgut trailing it from the sewn wound. He looked at Pearl.
Cut it, girl. My eyes are good at a distance, but close up.
Pearl released Colter's slightly quivering hand, reached into the lawman's small leather sewing kit stamped with the emblem of the U.S. Cavalry, and removed the small, slightly rusty scissors. She leaned down over Colter's chest, her long hair brushing down his torso, and snipped the thread just above the wound, which was so sensitive despite the whiskey that he could feel the cold metal of the scissors.
How's your arm?
Colter glanced at his wrapped upper right arm. A little blood spotted the bandage, but the wound was closed.
Well, that one's holding.
I ain't gonna say you're good as new. I don't like sewing a wound shut this late in the game. Invites infection. But if you keep a mud and whiskey pack on it, you'll likely live. Just stay away from easy women, high-stakes poker games, and tarantula juice sold by Indian agents.
Colter sat up, drawing his shirt around his shoulders.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. It's what Sawbones always tells me, so I thought I'd share it. Never know, it might do you some good, if you listen to it. Me, I never did.
Spur packed up his sewing kit, thoroughly satisfied with himself, and a little drunk, for he'd started taking short pulls from a bottle as soon as they'd pulled into the camp. Pearl went back to the fire over which she was roasting a rabbit she'd shot with one of Labree's 2 pistols, just before they'd reached the base of the Rattlesnake Bluffs on the far southern edge of the Cheyennes. She gave the meat a turn on her makeshift willow spit.
If you two are hungry, this rabbit's done.
You youngsters go ahead.
Spur hitched up his pants and picked up his bottle from beside the army saddlebags stuffed with the stolen loot.
Yep, I'm gonna take a little stroll, check on the horses and such.
When Spur had gone, Colter and Pearl tore juicy chunks off the rabbit. Pearl sat back against a cottonwood on the far side of the fire from Colter, who leaned back against his saddle.
He doesn't look good.
Weak ticker.
He tries not to show it, but he's afraid to die. What makes it worse is that he suddenly found he enjoys living again. The hunt. He likes it. Knowing he will die soon makes it all the sweeter.
He's an old rawhider, I'll give him that. I've known a few like him in the lunatics, but I don't think I've ever known one as tough. I figured he was just a drunk and a whoremonger, or didn't think he'd make it 3 miles from Benbow's cabin.
He probably didn't either.
Pearl held up the pot.
Coffee?
When they finished eating and downing the bitter trail coffee, Colter took their plates down to a spring bubbling from the rocks to wash them. As he scrubbed the second one, he caught a whiff of tobacco smoke and jerked to a standing position, grabbing his Remington. He looked off across the rocky slope and saw a small pinprick of orange light making a slow arc in the darkness near a hatted silhouette. The figure sat atop a boulder, facing the darkening plain under a vast sky of stars so thick they resembled snow streaked across velvet. Colter stayed his hand. He picked up the plates and tramped back to the fire. He stuffed the plates back into his saddlebags. Pearl sat on a rock, a blanket draped around her shoulders, facing away from the fire. She'd rolled a cigarette from Spur's makings and was smoking it slowly, thoughtfully, as Spur was doing several yards away.
What'll you do when this is finished?
Go back to the ranch. It's all I have. What'll you do?
Oh, hell, I don't know.
Colter hadn't really thought about it. He supposed he'd continue to drift, look for another job someplace, maybe farther north, even farther away from Sapanero.
Just because Cimarron and the cabin are gone doesn't mean the ranch or the cattle are gone. Someone has to work the herds, bring them down to the winter pasture before the snows come.
Colter looked at her.
I'll need at least one man to help me through the winter.
I reckon you found him.
Pearl strolled slowly over to him, dropped to her knees beside him, and lay down as close to him as she could get. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders, felt her shiver as she pressed her cheek against his chest.
It's gonna be a cold night.
It's gonna be a cold winter.
Not that cold.
She snuggled her cheek against him, placing her hand on his belly. They lay there for a long time in silence, sharing each other's warmth. The night got colder. The fire dwindled until Colter reached over and threw another log onto the flames. Then he lay back beside Pearl as she wrapped both her arms around him, as if going to sleep. Suddenly she lifted her head and peered into the darkness beyond the fire's glow.
You don't think he died out there, do you?
Him? Hell, he'll wait till he returns the gold. He's too stubborn to die now. If he did, though, I reckon it's as good a place as any. What?
Colter opened his eyes and lifted his head from the wool underside of his saddle. Pearl, who'd slept curled against him all night, jerked awake also. She'd heard the horse as well.
What the hell?
She and Colter sat up and looked around, blinking sleep from their eyes. The sky was pale. The sun was a lemon splotch bleeding up behind them, casting a thick shadow out from the buttes and over the rocky slope rolling down away from them. Frost rimed the rocks and the short, spindly grass, melting only where the light touched it, sending steam tendrils skyward. The fire ring was cold. Beyond it, only scruff marks where Spur had thrown down his gear. The gear itself was gone. No sign of the man himself.
Where'd he go?
Keeping her 2 wool blankets wrapped around her shoulders, Pearl shuffled across the campsite and stared down between 2 ragged cottonwoods. Hitching his shell belt around his waist, Colter did likewise. 100 yards out, Spur was loping over the rippling slopes of the bluffs, drifting downward toward the slowly lightening plain and a distant river lined with turning cottonwoods and aspens beyond. As he rode out beyond the shadows of the Diamondback Bluffs, the sun shone pale on the old man's hat crown and on the back of his ragged blanket coat, which bobbed with the roan's steady pitch.
Damn his leathery old hide. He's gonna try to take Labrie alone.
Colter and Pearl were saddled and riding 10 minutes after finding that Spur had left the camp. A half hour after that, Colter reined up on the last of the hogbacks rippling out from the bluffs and held up a hand for Pearl to do likewise. He stared off across the sage-carpeted valley where Spur sat his own horse a good 200 yards away, near the valley's center. The old lawman had taken his wool coat off and rolled it behind him, and he was holding his Winchester 66 across his right shoulder as he stared straight off across the valley toward the pine-covered slope rising steeply on the other side of Diamondback Creek.
There he is!
Pearl jerked her head to indicate the pine-covered slope on the valley's far side. 4 riders were just now descending the ridge at an angle, moving among the sun-dappled pines. It was impossible to see them clearly from this distance of nearly a mile away, and sometimes Colter lost them among the trees. But there was little doubt who they were. Colter heeled the blaze-faced Coyote Dunn down the hogback and out onto the valley floor, Pearl loping the big black gelding just off his right stirrup. Colter kept an eye on the 3 riders descending the ridge beyond the river as he and Pearl closed the gap between them and Spur, who, when they were within 50 yards, glanced over his right shoulder at them. Colter saw the sour expression on the lawman's craggy face.
Why'd you leave us behind? We have just as much right to Labrie as you do.
No, you don't, young lady. But I reckon you're here now, so you're in the fight. You let me make the first move, or so help me, I'll see you both get a year in the federal pen.
I have no argument with that. There's gonna be a fight no matter who starts it.
She reined her horse away from Spur, sitting between him and Colter, who turned northwest to face the river a half-mile away. He slipped his rifle from the scabbard under his right thigh. He, Spur, and Pearl were each about 10 yards apart. The 4 riders were crossing the stream, and Colter could see the water splashing up around their horses, reflecting the golden morning sunshine. There were 3 men and the yellow-haired woman, Mercy. As they bounded up out of the riverbank, they put their mounts into rocking lopes, heading straight toward Colter, Pearl, and Spur. Colter stared at them hard, moving his lips as he picked out Labrie on the far left, between the big man with the blue calico bandana riding a beefy buckskin, and the cutthroat in the beaver coat straddling a stout-barreled Gruya. Pearl had Labrie's pistols strapped around her waist, but Labrie had obviously found others. 2 black revolver grips jutted up in front of his tucked-behind duster flaps, while a rifle angled up from his right thigh, the butt snugged against his hip. The cutthroats came on grimly, the sun in their faces and reflecting off the conchos banding Labrie's hat. The sunlight made his sister's face look puffy and red beneath the narrow brim of her shabby bowler, all around which her curly yellow hair puffed. As the group moved closer, Colter frowned slightly at the outlaw leader, trying to figure out why one eye looked white in the brash sunlight. Then he saw the 3 streaks of dried blood over and around that eye, and he glanced at Pearl, who sat straight in her saddle, shoulders back, chest thrust forward, meeting the outlaw leader's gaze head-on. The cutthroats stopped their horses about 30 yards away, holding their reins taut with one hand. Labrie and Pearl continued to glare at each other in the heavy silence.
That looks like it hurts.
Where's the gold, you fucking bitch? Safe and sound. You 4 are under arrest.
Colter's heart thudded, but his hand, wrapped around the neck of his cocked Tyler Henry, was dry. He slowly flexed his other hand, ready to take his reins in his teeth and reach for the old Remy. From left to right, Labrie, Big Norm, Beaver Charlie, and Labrie's sister Mercy stared hard at their opponents, dead-eyed. Mercy's eyes flashed daggers of fury. She lifted both of her cocked Smith & Wessons. In the corner of his left eye, Colter saw Pearl flinch, then raise both her own pistols and aim them at the man she'd stolen them from. At the same time, Spur brought his old Winchester up. All of that was in the periphery of Colter's awareness, because the rangy outlaw was bringing up his own rifle and drawing a bead on Colter. He hadn't gotten the gun to his cheek before Colter's Tyler Henry was ready. Colter's slug punched through the rangy gunman's left shoulder instead of his heart, where Colter had intended it. To Colter's left, Spur and the big man Norm exchanged rifle shots from their own pitching mounts. Northwest was fiddle-footing too badly for an accurate shot, so Colter put heels to his dun. The horse rocketed forward. Colter saw the maw of Beaver Charlie's rifle swing toward him. The bullet seared a line across Colter's right forearm a quarter second before he rammed the barrel of his Henry into the man's tight, round gut. The man regarded the Tyler Henry with a look of bald horror.
No, you!
Colter jerked northwest in a tight circle, swinging back toward where Spur and Pearl, both still mounted, were exchanging shots with Labrie, who was also still mounted, and his sister, who was down on both knees and shooting only one of her Smith & Wessons. Big Norm was on the ground on his hands and knees, bloody head lowered between his arms, kicking his mule-eared boots. Colter slipped out of his saddle. Enraged by the shooting, Northwest spun and knocked Colter onto his back, probably saving his life, as a slug screamed through the air where his chest had been a quarter second before, nearly hitting the crow-hopping dun. Pearl fired 2 shots at Labrie, missing the outlaw leader both times, as both their horses were dancing and prancing and shaking their heads too wildly for accurate shooting. Labrie fired at Spur, who flinched and slid awkwardly down the side of his saddle, hitting the ground on his left shoulder, then rolling onto his back and levering a fresh round into his rifle. Colter brought up his own Henry. Big Norm lifted his head and cocked a pistol, looking around for someone to shoot. Colter swung his Henry at the man, aiming between his own upraised knees. Colter racked a fresh round into the Henry's chamber, but held fire as Pearl's black danced between him and Mercy, who aimed at Pearl. The Indian girl flew straight back against her horse's rump, black hair flying.
No!
Colter tried to swing wide of Pearl to get a clear shot at Mercy, but then Pearl rose off her saddle's cantle to drill 2 quick rounds into Mercy's chest and throat, despite her herky-jerky ride. Mercy instantly dropped her Smith & Wesson, both eyes bulging as she slapped both her hands to the blood welling from her neck. Colter heaved himself to his feet and ran toward Pearl, but before he could grab her, the black flung its left shoulder into him, and he hit the ground hard on his left side. The horse gave his left ankle a painful kick, then wheeled and galloped away, shaking its head and screaming as Colter lifted his aching head from the ground. He blinked as though to clear his eyes, but it did no good. What he saw through drifting gun smoke and wafting dust was not a trick of his scrambled brains. The black ran buck-kicking toward the creek. Pearl, her right foot caught in the stirrup, was dragging along behind, her arms flung straight up above her head and flopping over the rocks and sage. A tendril of dust lifted behind her.
Pearl!
Colter looked toward Spur. The old lawman was on one knee, heaving himself up to his feet and grimacing at the blood welling from his upper right thigh. Labrie was running away from the old lawman. The back of his shirt on that side was bloody. Spur remained on one knee, tossed his rifle into the sage, and palmed his Star 44. He thumbed the hammer back and aimed. The slug plowed into the back of Labrie's left leg. Labrie dropped to his knees, panting and clutching the spurting wound. As Colter heaved himself to his feet, he saw Spur rise and stumble over toward Labrie, holding his cocked 44 straight out in front of him. As the lawman approached him, Bree swung around, bringing a long-barreled Dance Brothers revolver to bear. Before he could get it aimed at Spur, the lawman slammed the barrel of his 44 against Labrie's left jaw. Colter turned away from the two, and limping on his battered ankle that ached up into his knee, scrambled over to his horse, standing 100 feet away near a lone cedar, twitching its ears and regarding the smoke-brushed shooting ground with large, dark eyes. Colter had trained the horse well. He stood there, ground-reined. Colter swung up into the saddle, neck-reined the dun around quickly, and ground his spurs into Northwest's flanks. The horse headed toward the line of turning cottonwoods and aspens along the river, following the scuffed ground across which the black horse had dragged Pearl. Halfway across the stream, Colter saw the black horse standing facing him, about 50 yards beyond the opposite bank. Pearl lay on the ground about halfway between the bank and the horse, sort of twisted around, face in the dirt, hair tangled around her head. Blood pounding in his temples, Colter slipped out of the saddle and limped over and knelt down beside Pearl. He grabbed her arm and turned her over. Her brown eyes were open, and her chest was rising and falling despite the ragged, bloody hole in her wet calico blouse. Colter's heart lightened.
Pearl? It's Colter. Everything's gonna be all right.
He gently lifted her head and shoulders onto one of his knees, sort of cradling her there and running the back of his left hand across her mud-splotched cheek. Her eyes rolled upward and found his, gaining a tender cast. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. She lifted her right hand heavily and with her index finger gently, slowly traced the S brand on his left cheek. Her eyes stared into his. Her finger was cold. It trembled against his knotted flesh. When he felt her finger stop moving against his cheek, he reached up and grabbed her hand and squeezed it hard.
Pearl!
Tears rolled down his cheek as he stared down at her face. Pearl's dark eyes rolled up. Her chest rose and fell slowly once more, and fell still. Her hand went limp in his. When Colter finally turned his head away from Pearl, he saw Spur sitting the big roan between him and the sunlit stream. The old lawman, hatless and bloody, leaned forward on his saddle horn. His eyes were bloodshot, grim. He lifted his gaze to the forested ridge torn by the breeze.
Shit.
Colter raised the flat field stone against the stout aspen tree in front of the rock-mounded grave in which he'd buried Pearl. He dug slowly, taking his time, feeling hollowed out and aching right down to the heels of his soul. While he and Spur and the badly beaten and wounded but still kicking Labrie had lain up a day by the stream, Colter had chiseled the Indian girl's name into the field stone with a shoeing hammer and a nail. It read simply, Pearl Padilla, daughter of Cimarron, killed here, 1878.
Good on you, boy.
Spur heaved himself up onto the big roan's back. Colter stepped away from the grave, doffed his hat, and stared down at the rock mound in which Pearl lay, wrapped in a horse blanket. His throat was tight, his chest heavy. He felt the need to say something more over her than merely the Lord's Prayer. But if there were more words appropriate to the moment of his leaving her here, relinquished to eternity, he didn't have them. He merely set his hat down snug on his head and walked over to his saddled dun, grabbing the reins and swinging up into the saddle, leaving Pearl behind, covered in dirt and rocks. He looked around the sparkling river and the turning leaves of the aspens and cottonwoods, and his gaze settled on Labrie, who sat slumped in the saddle of his black-legged bay, half dead from 3 bullet wounds and Pearl's nasty tattoo on his temple. Labrie was looking off, but he must have sensed Colter's eyes on him. He turned his head toward the young drover. His egg-white eye was half shut, but the other glared at him, while his lips lifted a mocking grin. Colter's gut burned. He began sliding his left hand toward the handle of his Remy.
Stand down, son. He'll pay for his sins all legal-like.
I don't understand you, Spur.
Colter glanced back at Pearl's grave, then, swallowing down that hard knot in his throat, heeled northwest up beside the lawmen as they began crossing the stream. His anger for Labrie was a wild, hot, living thing inside him.
What's the damn point? You know what he done. What's the point of going to all the trouble of hauling his mangy ass all the way back to Buffaloville to feed him and empty a slop bucket while you wait for the circuit judge?
It's real simple, Colter Farrow. And it gets simpler the older you get.
What's simple?
Spur put his horse up the opposite bank and checked it down under the rustling aspens, Labrie's mount stopping just off the roan's tail. Labrie sagged forward over his horn, half asleep. The lawman looked at Colter, his eyes at once serious and sympathetic, as though he knew he was telling the younker something that Colter probably wouldn't understand for a while.
'Cause there's right and there's wrong. And I done both, so I know the difference. And hauling this killer back for a judge and jury to decide his fate, no matter how either you or me feel about it, is the right thing to do. Now let's get on down the trail, before we're spending another night out here with this smelly son of a bitch.
Up and down the hills they rode, across a broad prairie peppered with cattle, and through a jog of flat-topped bluffs, before, late that afternoon, tired and dusty, they found the rough-hewn business buildings and tent shacks of Buffaloville pushing up around them. Smoke drifted across the street, rife with the smell of supper fires. Saddle horses lazed at hitch racks fronting saloons, and a supply wagon was pulling out of town, heading for its headquarters before dark, its gray-mustached, wind-burned old driver looking none too happy about the long ride ahead of him. Spur reined the roan toward the street's left side, Labrie following, and Colter bringing up the rear and looking around warily. Given his recent past, towns made him nervous. He'd just as soon have parted ways with Spur back at Pearl's grave, but he didn't think he'd sleep through an entire night until he'd watched Labrie stretch some hemp. Spur had just passed a laundry tent run by several round-faced Chinese women in coolie hats when he saw Abilene step out between the bat wings of the Cheyenne Mountain Saloon. The old lawman's tight chest opened, and all the bone-splintering fatigue he'd been feeling during the ride up from the Rattlesnake River melted away like spring snow in bright sunlight. Abilene stepped down off the saloon's porch, hitching her green satin gown up her long legs, then pulling a wool, fur-trimmed shawl about her shoulders as she strolled toward him, a smile blossoming on her dark-eyed face. Her dark brown hair was gathered behind her head in a French braid.
You got a drink for a trail-blown law dog?
She glanced skeptically at Labrie, then Colter, before returning her gaze to Spur.
I thought you were headed for Mexico.
Oh, hell. They ain't got nothing down there that ain't right here.
A flush rose in Abilene's cheeks. She reached out and placed a hand on the big roan's wither.
Besides, figure I got at least another year of law dogging in me.
It went well, then?
No, it didn't. But I want you to meet a friend of mine. Abilene, Colter Farrow. Colter, Abilene.
Colter pinched his hat brim to the woman, raking his incredulous gaze between her and the old lawman, neither one able to take his eyes off the other. Beyond Spur, the jailhouse door opened, and a tall man in a string tie and funnel-brimmed Stetson limped out, leaning heavy on a cane. He was old and craggy-faced, even older than Spur.
Well, I'll be.
Shaking his head, the sheriff shuffled out into the street, raking his eyes across the bunch gathered before him.
I thought for sure you was dancing with El Diablo, you old bastard. And here you are making eyes with the prettiest girl in the whole damn territory.
Spur raked his gaze from Abilene with effort.
Bill, this here's Skylar Labrie, a bad sort out of Canada. He's guilty of a whole lot of things, including federal robbery and murder over in Kansas. But I want him charged with murder right here in Grant County. He killed Cimarron Padilla, Cimarron's daughter Pearl, and 2 men working out at the Diamond Bar. Can we wire the circuit judge and get him here mas pronto?
The sheriff stared hard at Labrie, sagging in his saddle, but staring back at the local lawman with his cold, good eye and the grisly pale one.
I'll wire him just as soon as I can limp over to the Wells Fargo office. And first thing tomorrow, I'll start Chester Phelps and his boys building the gallows.
Now, this is Colter Farrow. Colter, Bill Wilden, Sheriff of Grant County. Bill, this young man knows how to handle a gun, and he needs a job. I'll vouch that he's a right upstanding citizen, as he done assisted me in running to ground the Labrie bunch and hauling its diabolical leader here to justice. Would you be looking for a deputy?
Wilden studied Colter, who jerked a skeptical glance at Spur.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I would. Don't get around near as well as I used to.
Colter opened his mouth to object.
Now, boy, you was begging me to deputize you not 2 days ago.
Yeah, but that...
Deputy Farrow, please haul our prisoner's sorry ass into the sheriff's jail for us, will you? And when you're sworn in and wearing a star, come on over to the Cheyenne Mountain. I'll buy you a drink to celebrate.
Hold on now. I don't want no town job, especially no law dogging job.
Oh, and stable my horse for me, will you? Age and seniority has its privileges.
I ain't no lawman.
Spur and Abilene mounted the Cheyenne Mountains covered veranda and disappeared through the bat wings, leaving Colter standing on the street with the gimpy sheriff and Labrie. The outlaw grinned down at him from his bay's back.
Could just let me go.
Colter looked at the sheriff, who arched a bushy silver eyebrow at him. Colter slipped a knife from his scabbard and held it up in front of Labrie just a few inches from the outlaw's throat. Labrie jerked back in his saddle, gritting his teeth and staring wide-eyed at the razor-edged blade. He lowered the knife, cut the killer's hands free of the horn, and pulled him roughly down from his saddle.
Get in there, Labrie. For what you done, you are gonna hang.
Colter Farrow 2, The Killers of Cimarron, is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2010, Peter Brandvold. Published by arrangement with Peter Brandvold. All rights reserved. Production copyright 2016, The Cutting Corporation. All rights reserved. Unauthorized download and/or duplication is prohibited. Performed by Michael John Casey as Colter, Tim Carlin as Spur, Nora Ashrati as Pearl, Thomas Keegan as Labrie, and narration by Terrence Aselford. Also, Christopher Sheeran, Matthew Bassett, Bradley Smith, Kimberly Gilbert, Marnie Penning, Christopher Graybill, Michael Glenn, Evan Casey, Scott McCormick, Gregory Linnington, Rose Elizabeth Supan, Joe Brack, Drew Copas, Ken Jackson, and Jonathan Foyer. Directed by Michael John Casey. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Johann Detweiler. Book adapted for graphic audio by Johann Detweiler. If you enjoyed Colter Farrow 2, The Killers of Cimarron, be sure to look for Frank Leslie's Colter Farrow 1, The Guns of Saponero, and coming in March 2016, Colter Farrow 3, The Last Ride of Jed Strange. Breaking horses in Arizona territory, Colter Farrow is forced to kill a soldier in self-defense, sending him on a wild ride to Mexico, where he helps the wild Bethel Strange find her missing father. But there's an outlaw on their trail, and the next ones to go missing just might be them. Available at road stops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.graphicaudio.net, where you'll find samples of all our Action Pump titles, as well as free downloadable extras, audio guides, and podcasts.
If you can't find that graphic audio title you're looking for, go to www.graphicaudio.net, where you can select from over 900 titles and 60 series in either CD or high-quality download formats. If you would like to listen to an entire series, you can conveniently purchase the whole sets on CD or USB flash drive from graphicaudio.net. At graphicaudio.net, you can now earn loyalty rewards points, redeemable toward future online purchases. You can also get full mobile downloads directly to your phone or tablet with our new Graphic Audio Access app, available on all Android and Apple devices, so you can listen on the go, anytime, anywhere. Call 1-800-670-5220 or visit www.graphicaudio.net. Be sure to sign up for our email newsletter, like us on Facebook, or follow us on Twitter.